If I recall correctly, I don't share any ties with you two. The reason you two are seeking me out now must have something to do with that traitor, right? The waterman asked without making any effort to dabble in pleasantries. That's right. The two of us have already discovered where that traitor is hiding, the silver humanoid figure replied. Silver light flashed over his body and he shrank drastically, reducing himself down to the same size as the fireman in the blink of an eye. Ripples ran through the body of the waterman as he stirred upon hearing this. If you've already discovered his location, then why haven't you captured him? Could it be that you've encountered some issues? When we got there, it was already too late. That traitor really is extremely alert. As soon as he sensed that something was amiss, he entered the chaotic valley before we could get to him and dove into the scorching light pond within the valley. I'm sure there's no need for me to elaborate on how fearsome that pond is. You're the only one among yous who possesses water attribute abilities, Brother Water Wraith, so only you can enter the pond and capture the traitor, the fireman said in a solemn voice. The scorching light pond? Why did you let him escape into that pond? Even I can't ensure that I won't be harmed after entering that pond. The waterman's voice suddenly raised a few octaves, indicating that he was quite enraged by how things had played out. We didn't think that he would dive in there, either. We had a chance to cut him off before he could enter the pond, but a few beings from the demon race stepped in to obstruct us, and there was even a black phoenix race cultivator among them. The silver humanoid figure replied in a rather gloomy voice. How did the demon race learn about the traitor? The waterman was growing even more displeased. We're not sure about that, but the information was most likely leaked by the humans. In any case, we don't have the time to be bickering here. News of the battle that took place between us and those demons is definitely going to spread really quickly, and even human cultivators will most likely come here soon. At the moment, Tianing and Huangshi are the only two stationed at the Chaotic Valley. If a few more deity transformation cultivators from the human and demon races arrive on the scene, they won't be able to hold on for much longer, the fireman urged. There's nothing to worry about. The scorching light pond is an extremely perilous place, even for me, and I possess the water spirit body. Those demons and humans wouldn't dare to enter the pond. The waterman suddenly adopted a calm and collected demeanor again. But this place is the territory of the human and demon races after all. If they take control over the Chaotic Valley, there would be no chance for us to recover the divine blood. The fireman shook his head vehemently in response. Looks like you two are still unaware of this. The reinforcements from the Artifact Spirit Tribe will get here in a few days, and the leader of their group is none other than one of the 8 profound spirits of the Artifact Spirit Tribe, Su Tian. The waterman explained in a calm voice. Profound Spirit Su Tian? Both the silver humanoid figure and the fireman exclaimed in unison. That's right. You two know what I'm getting at now, right? As soon as the reinforcements from the Artifact Spirit Tribe arrive, there will be no way that the traitor can escape. All we have to do is wait patiently for a few days. The waterman continued. But in that case, won't the drop of divine blood fall into the hands of the Artifact Spirit Tribe? The silver humanoid figure asked in an indignant voice. It's better for the Artifact Spirit Tribe to get their hands on the divine blood rather than have it taken by the human and demon races. Otherwise, if they can decipher the secret of the divine blood, our spirit tribe would incur heavy losses. It's a pity that these spirit warriors are the extent of what our spirit tribe can currently deploy. All of the beings above the profound spirit level are busy combating those bastards from the other side, so there's no way that they'll be able to reinforce us. Water Wraith heaved a forlorn sigh. At the mentions of those bastards, the spiritual light on the bodies of the fireman and the silver humanoid figure flickered erratically, clearly indicating their turbulent emotions. If I recall correctly, you only just came back from that side not long ago. How are things going over there? The fireman asked. Water Wraith hesitated momentarily before replying with a resigned sigh. Very badly. Even though all of the Holy Spirit level seniors have been deployed, the Xianxia tribe has also deployed several Xianxia monarchs, and were only able to barely hold on in the face of their attacks. These Xianxia tribe beings have a natural liking for consuming heavenly spirits, and they have answers for many of our abilities. They are the true nemeses of our spirit tribe. As for the human and demon races, it naturally won't be an issue if we kill some low-grade beings among them, but it's best not to stir up too much trouble. Otherwise, we'll be plunged into a dire situation if we get attacked from both sides. Our spirit tribe has always been the weakest race among all of the races in the spirit realm, so we have to exercise caution. Both the fireman and the silver humanoid figure also fell silent with heavy hearts upon hearing this. Meanwhile, atop a certain barren hill, the young woman from the Black Phoenix race was looking on at the entrance to a murky gray valley up ahead. She was surrounded by several metamorphosis-stage demonic cultivators, and she wore a dark expression on her face. "Are we still unable to get into contact with Senior Juan?" the young woman suddenly asked. "We've already sent out many messengers who are very proficient in movement techniques, so we'll definitely be able to find Senior Juan," a green-faced brawny man replied in a coarse voice. "That would be best. All of you, make sure to keep a close eye on the entrance to this valley so no one from the spirit tribe can get away. Once Senior Juan gets here, he'll definitely be able to make short work of those two spirit tribe cultivators. When that time comes, you'll all receive a handsome reward for your efforts." The demonic cultivators were ecstatic to hear this and gleefully accepted this task. The Black Phoenix race was one of the 7 master subraces of the demon race, so a reward from them was sure to be quite a lavish one. As such, the promise that she had made boosted their morale significantly. On a lush set of plains, a dozen or so cultivators were quickly flying through the air at altitudes of around 100 feet. Spirit Lord Huang Liang and the Lord of Setting Sun City were both among the group, while the rest of the group also consisted entirely of core formation and nascent soul cultivators. This was quite a formidable lineup. The brawny man with the Jean surname turned to City Lord Lon and asked, "Brother Lon, are you sure those spirit tribe cultivators are in the Chaotic Valley?" "I'm 100% certain of this. More than a handful of people have relayed this message to me, and many people were witnesses to the battle between the high-grade cultivators of the demon race and the spirit tribe. It's just that the battle was of far too high a caliber for them to intervene in, so they could only spectate from afar. The Chaotic Valley isn't far away from us. We should be able to get there in a few days." City Lord Lon replied with an excited look on his face. "I've heard that the Chaotic Valley is a rather strange place, and many people have mysteriously disappeared in there. Didn't they say that even sightings of primordial giants had been made in there?" The brawny man asked with furrowed brows. "I've also heard those rumors before, and I've even ventured into the valley myself to verify those claims. I can tell you now that there isn't even half a giant in there. They're all just tall tales spread by conspiracy theorists. As for the cultivators and body refinement warriors who have disappeared in the valley, most of them are low-grade and mid-grade beings. There are some places in the Chaotic Valley that are indeed quite treacherous, so it's no surprise that some weaker cultivators would go missing in there. However, it's best to be wary of the scorching light pond in the valley. I've never ventured deep into it, but I can tell that it's a very formidable place," City Lord Lon said with a solemn expression. "Hee, even if there actually are giants in there, we have nothing to fear with Senior Huang Liang by our side." Tua turned to Spirit Lord Huang Liang with a fawning smile. I wouldn't be too confident about that. I heard that the primordial giant race is filled with immensely powerful beings. I'm only a mere spatial tempering cultivator, and I certainly wouldn't proclaim myself to be invincible. However, it's indeed true that it's rather unlikely for giants to be present in the Chaotic Valley. All primordial giants possess very low-level intelligence and are extremely violent and territorial. If there really were giants in there, they would have eradicated all of the humans and demons in the Setting Sun tomb long ago. Even ancient beasts wouldn't dare to venture into that valley if giants were present, Spirit Lord Huang Liang analyzed with a faint smile. Everyone else nodded emphatically in agreement. After that, not much else was discussed as everyone flew directly toward the Chaotic Valley. A short while later, they had disappeared into the distance as black spots on the horizon. However, around 15 minutes later, white light flashed on the plains that they had just passed through, and a humanoid figure slowly emerged. It was none other than that young man from the demon race. He cast his gaze toward the distance in the direction where Spirit Lord Huang Liang had disappeared, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The illusionary flame moth was sitting obediently on his shoulder, gently flapping its little wings. The young man looked on into the distance with narrowed eyes for a long while before sinking back into the ground again. Hanli let loose an almighty roar and thrust his spear forward violently, puncturing the body of a winged flying wolf. Right at this moment, several tens of wind blades converged, enshrouding his body under a lethal net. There were still 7 or 8 flying wolf demon beasts identical to the one that Hanli had just slain. Hanli completely disregarded the wind blades as spiritual light flashed from the crystal on the tip of his spear before he flung the spear through the air like a javelin. With Hanli's current level of immense strength, he was able to hurl the spirit tool in his hand with devastating force. The spear flew through the air like lightning and punctured the body of another flying wolf in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Hanli pointed a finger at the spear from down below, and it swiveled around before flying toward another winged wolf. A panicked expression appeared on the winged wolf's face as it opened its mouth to blast forth a string of wind blades. However, the blades of wind were unable to impede the spear in the slightest, and it was also slain following a howl of anguish. At this moment, all of the oncoming wind blades also struck Hanli's body. However, Hanli didn't even bat an eyelid as golden light flashed from his body, allowing him to withstand these attacks with ease. His clothes were in tatters in the aftermath of the assault, but he wasn't missing so much as a single hair from his body. After that, Hanli was able to manipulate his spear to kill the remaining few flying wolves with ease. In the end, he waved a hand, and the spear flew back toward him before returning to his grasp. Hanli glanced at the tip of the spear to find that the azure spirit stones embedded into its surface as turned dull and devoid of luster. He heaved a faint sigh and shook his head before abruptly slamming the heel of his hand into the shaft of the spear. All of the spirit stones detached themselves from the force of the impact and fell to the ground. Hanli then pulled out a few more azure spirit stones from his storage bracelet to replace the spent ones before stowing the spear away. He took one final glance at the wolf carcasses on the ground before making his way over to a large tree. There, a peculiar spirit herb that was several inches tall could be seen. It was shimmering with silver light, but was enshrouded under a layer of white mist, and it was emanating an alluring fragrance. As expected of the spirit realm, this great silver essence Xianxia only exists in legends in the human world, yet it really can be found in this realm. Apparently, anyone who consumes this thing will be able to grow a layer of silver scales that have amazing defensive properties. No wonder those beasts were risking their lives to secure it. However, in terms of defensive prowess, it's nowhere near as effective as the Vajra arts, so it's kind of useless to me. I should be able to sell it to a mid-grade body refinement warrior for a good price though. Hanli murmured to himself before flipping a hand over to produce a palm-sized green jade shovel. He crouched down and dug the silver Xianxia out of the ground, inspecting it with a hint of awe and appreciation in his eyes before stowing it away into a jade box. Ever since he had entered the setting sun tomb, Hanli had discovered many spirit medicines like this one that were long extinct in the human world. It was just a pity that very few of them would actually be useful to him at his current power level. But then again, that made sense. If these things really could provide substantial benefits to deity transformation cultivators like him, they would have been taken long ago. As for the items that were exclusively found in the setting sun tomb, those things were extremely rare and only grew in extremely obscure locations. As such, searching for them was akin to seeking out a needle in a haystack. These factors meant that very few deity transformation cultivators would bother to explore this place, and the most powerful visitors this tomb received were 8th grade metamorphosis stage demon beasts and nascent soul human cultivators. Outside of the 3 regions and the 7 demon territories, there were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to be found in the true primordial world. The range of materials and treasures that could be found there was also unimaginable vast and diverse. There were even spirit medicines that could completely defy the natural order and manifest a spiritual root in Immortal, thereby instantly transforming them into low-grade cultivators overnight. These treasures were extremely tempting, but it would be extremely unwise to venture out of the human and demon territories unless one had reached the nascent soul or above. This was because the primordial world was rife with beings as powerful as spatial tempering cultivators. There were also all manners of doomsday-like natural disasters that frequently struck, making it an extremely perilous place to explore. Nascent soul cultivators only possessed the most basic ability to survive in the primordial world. As for whether they'd be able to find the treasures they yearned for, that was a matter of luck and skill. However, after reaching the nascent soul stage, a cultivator's rate of progression would suffer a drastic decline. If they didn't venture into the primordial world to find something useful to them, they would most likely be stuck at the nascent soul stage until their final moment in this world. As such, a vast number of high-grade beings depart from the territories of the human and demon races, traveling into the primordial world in search of the catalyst for their next breakthrough. However, less than a third of those beings managed to return, so it was indeed an extremely perilous undertaking. However, in order to maintain the number of top-grade powerful beings within their respective races, the higher-ups of the human and demons had no choice but to allow this to happen. Han Li was also aware of these matters, so he was very curious about and intrigued by the primordial world that lay beyond the three human regions. If it weren't for the fact that he had nowhere near the height of his powers, he may have ventured out into the primordial world already. Just as Han Li stretched lazily and was about to depart, a burst of rustling suddenly erupted from within one of the nearby bushes. A yellow shadow then flashed through the air before appearing over 100 feet away from Han Li. Han Li was initially given a fright, thinking that he was under attack again, but upon closer inspection an ecstatic look appeared on his face. The petite yellow figure was none other than the little beast that had provided him with that catalyst for enlightenment earlier. However, the little beast currently wore a panicked look on its face, and its fur was quite dirty and scruffy, giving it a very disheveled appearance. The little beast seemed to have recognized Han Li, and it also faltered slightly upon seeing him. However, it then immediately ran off in the opposite direction, completely disregarding Han Li. Han Li was obviously not willing to let the little beast get away. As such, he immediately rustled a sleeve and a length of silver rope shot forth, binding toward the little beast like a silver snake. The little beast was furious upon seeing this, but it could only continue to flee as it swayed through the air, evading the silver rope while leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. However, in doing so, it was forced to decelerate slightly, and in that split-second delay, a small white sword suddenly flew through the air amid a flash of white light. As it traveled through the air, the white sword transformed into a streak of white light that appeared directly in front of the fleeing little beast. Brilliant white light radiated forth before abruptly transforming into a miniature white-robed humanoid figure, who was only several inches in size with a set of remarkably pale features. It was impossible to decipher the gender of this humanoid figure, and it was appraising the little beast with a cold expression. In response to the emergence of this miniature humanoid figure, the little beast shuddered before its forepaws immediately landed on the ground. At the same time, it lowered its center of gravity and all the hackles on its back stood up on end as if it were facing a formidable foe. Han Li's pupils contracted drastically at the sight of this humanoid figure, and he immediately retreated without a second thought. During the several decades that Han Li had been in the spirit realm, he had developed a good gauge on the neighboring races that harbored enmity toward the human race. Spirit tribe cultivators who could take on human forms were spirit general level beings, and they possessed power comparable to deity transformation cultivators of the human race. If Han Li was at the height of his powers, then he would perhaps consider lingering on the scene to assess the situation. However, in his current state, it was clearly much wider for him to get away as quickly as possible. Han Li's frenzied retreat immediately drew the attention of the miniature white humanoid figure. At the same time, it swept its spiritual sense toward Han Li before letting loose a cold, disdainful harumph after discovering that he was merely a human body refinement warrior. It spread open the 5 fingers on one of its hands, then flicked them toward Han Li in a nonchalant manner. 5 thin white threads immediately shot forth before abruptly vanishing. Sword threads. Han Li was able to immediately identify what those thin threads were, and his heart jolted as he summoned his black spear. Following a loud roar, he injected all of his power into the spear before thrusting it forward in a violent motion. A strange cry erupted as a ball of black light exploded before him, shielding his body from the oncoming white threads. Almost at the exact same moment, the 5 sword threads appeared before Han Li as if by instantaneous teleportation, and crashed directly into the black light. The fearsome-looking swath of black light immediately began to crumble in the face of the sword threads, and following a flash of white light, the sword threads sliced through the black light like hot knives through butter, while the black spear in Han Li's hand was shattered into several segments. Having barely been impeded by the black light at all, the 5 sword threads continued to fly toward Han Li, much to his dismay. He raised a hand and half of the spear's shaft shot forth as a streak of black light. At the same time, he let loose an almighty roar as spiritual light flashed from the suit of gray armor that he was wearing. The armor then transformed into a ball of gray cloud and mist that sped directly toward the sword threads. Immediately thereafter, he clenched his fists, and piercing golden light erupted from his body, as he unleashed the power of the Vajra art's seventh layer to its maximal extent. Han Li's arms transformed into a blur as his fists shot forth at an unimaginable speed, appearing as if they were threatening to tear through space itself. Two gusts of golden winds were swept up before howling through the air. As soon as the segment of the spear shaft came into contact with the sword threads, it was sliced into over 10 smaller segments following a flash of white light. The sword threads continued onward into the swath of gray mist, followed by the two golden gusts of wind. The sharp screech of metal grating on metal erupted as the gray mist suddenly expanded, but it was still able to trap the sword threads for the time being. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li's body swayed several times in quick succession, taking him to over 200 feet away. At the end of this sequence, he leaped into the air and disappeared into a set of bushes. At this moment, the cloud of gray mist exploded, and the suit of armor it had been manifested from was shattered, with the resulting fingernail-sized shards flying through the air as shrapnel in all directions. Only then were the 5 sword threads revealed, but their target had already disappeared. The miniature white humanoid figure faltered upon seeing this, following which a dark expression appeared on its face. However, just as it was about to unleash another attack, the little beast standing before it suddenly manifested several tens of identical projections, each of which fled toward a different direction. As such, the white humanoid figure was no longer able to pursue Han Li, and was forced to turn its attention back to the little beast. It let loose an almighty roar as countless streaks of white sword chi shot forth from its body, flying toward the fleeing beast projections. Following the devastating assault, only one of the little beasts remained after evading several streaks of sword chi while the other projections had all been destroyed. The white humanoid figure seemed to be intending to capture the little beast alive as it suddenly raised a hand, upon which all of the remaining sword chi raining down from above abruptly vanished. The humanoid figure chuckled coldly as it swooped down toward the little beast as a streak of silver light. The little beast seemed to be aware that it was no match for the miniature humanoid figure, and it didn't dare to engage it in a direct confrontation. As such, it could only switch directions and continue to flee, traveling at almost twice as fast as Han Li's current speed. The white humanoid figure was intent on capturing the little beast, so it continued to give chase, and it was able to keep up with the little beast despite the latter's incredible speed. Thus, the little beast and the miniature humanoid figure disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. A long while later, another humanoid figure suddenly emerged from behind a massive tree. It was none other than Han Li. Even though Han Li's shifting smoke steps were quite mysterious and unpredictable, it was simply didn't allow him to travel fast enough to escape from that spirit tribe cultivator. As such, he took a risk and used a concealment technique he had learned in the human world to hide nearby. He was taking a gamble that the little beast would take this opportunity to run away and the spirit tribe cultivator would set off in pursuit rather than continue his hunt for Han Li. Of course, he was holding an immortal vanquishing bead tightly in his hand in case things didn't progress as planned. Thankfully, his gamble had paid off in the end. The spirit tribe cultivator was far more intent on capturing this little beast than killing a mere body refinement warrior. Han Li cast his gaze toward the direction that the little beast and the spirit tribe cultivator had disappeared in, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Why was it that a spirit general level cultivator had appeared here? Could it be that something big was about to happen? Han Li's body swayed a few times and he arrived back at the spot where the clash had just taken place. He looked at the shattered spirit tool fragments strewn all over the ground and he couldn't help but heave a forlorn sigh. However, he had refined those spirit tools to save his life in dire situations anyway, so they had certainly served their purpose. Han Li didn't dare to remain in this place for any longer, and just as he was about to depart in the opposite directions from where the little beast and the miniature humanoid had disappeared when a male voice sounded over 100 feet in the air above. "Not bad at all. To think that you were able to escape with your life right under Hua Guang's nose." Looks like you're no ordinary body refinement warrior. Han Li's face immediately paled upon hearing this, and he was completely rooted to the spot. At the same time, several streaks of spiritual light flashed in the air, and 3 miniature humanoid figures appeared at once, each of which was several feet in size. One of the miniature humanoid figures wore a set of azure robes with a sharp light glimmering in its eyes, and it seemed to be applauding Han Li with a smile on its face. However, its eyes were icy cold and completely devoid of any amusement or benevolence. That humanoid figure was flying through the air atop a crimson cloud, while its 2 companions were a brawny man who was shimmering with red light, and a young woman with a set of cold features, as well as a layer of white glacial mist enshrouding her body. These 3 were also spirit tribe cultivators. Han Li took a deep breath and forcibly repressed the shock in his heart. In this dire situation, he made the counterintuitive decision of stowing away his immortal vanquishing beads again. In the face of 3 spirit tribe cultivators, it would be impossible for him to wound all 3 at once even if he were to use his immortal vanquishing bead. Furthermore, the 3 of them hadn't immediately attacked him as soon as they had appeared, so perhaps there was a chance for him to survive this ordeal without a fight. As such, Han Li's expression eased as he looked up at the 3 miniature humanoid figures in the sky. The shimmering red man carefully inspected Han Li before suddenly turning to the man on the crimson cloud in a respectful manner. Master Su Tian, he's perfect for our needs. He's a high-grade body refinement warrior, and he should know the location of the chaotic valley. On top of that, he doesn't have any magic power, so he fits all of our criteria. All right, well, take him then. The man on the crimson cloud nodded indifferently in response. The red man was ecstatic upon hearing this before turning to Han Li with a sinister smile. All of a sudden, his body transformed into a fire WYRM that was around a foot in size as he shot forth toward Han Li. Han Li's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this. Could it be that he was wrong and these 3 were aiming to kill him all along? In the face of the oncoming attack, Han Li certainly wasn't going to resign himself to his face. As such, brilliant golden light flashed from his body as he activated his Vajra arts to their maximal extent. At the same time, he produced the 2 immortal vanquishing beads again, and prepared to hurl them toward the fire WRM. Right at this moment, the man on the crimson cloud could see that Han Li was able to retaliate, so he pointed a finger toward Han Li, seemingly in a nonchalant and unhurried manner. Han Li suddenly felt the air tighten around him as a burst of immense invisible power abruptly descended upon him, trying to crush him to the ground. Han Li immediately refrained from using his immortal vanquishing beads as this immense power weighed down upon him. If he were to try and hurl the beads through the air right now, they wouldn't be able to travel very far, and he would most likely be caught up in the resulting explosion of power. As such, he could only inject more power into his Vajra arts, further enhancing his strength to resist the unfathomable pressure crashing down from above. However, this burst of power was simply too immense. Even though he was able to maintain a standing position, Han Li's body sunk into the ground like a nail that had been firmly hammered into the soil, sinking all the way down to his knees. At the same time, Han Li was struck by a numbing sensation and was rendered completely immobilized thereafter. The man on the crimson cloud faltered upon seeing this, as if he was rather surprised by Han Li's enormous strength. A mixture of shock and fury surged through Han Li's heart. For this spirit tribe cultivator to be able to unleash such devastating power with just a point of his finger indicated that he stood above the deity transformation stage. Could it be that he was a profound spirit-level cultivator in the spirit tribe? Red light flashed, and the miniature fire WIRM was already upon Han Li. Taking advantage of his immobility, it dove down without any hesitation before disappearing into Han Li's head. Han Li let loose a thunderous roar of rage as his face became twisted with pain, seemingly indicating that he was in excruciating agony. The man on the crimson cloud merely smiled and withdrew his extended finger upon seeing this. The enormous power weighing down on Han Li abruptly disappeared, and due to the fact that he had been counteracting this force the entire time, its sudden absence made him leap straight out of the ground and several tens of feet into the air. Blinding golden light then radiated from his body. He clenched his fists tightly. He rushed into the nearby forest like a gust of maddened gale-force wind, swinging his fists wildly into the nearby trees. All of the trees that were struck by him were felled amid resounding booms without any exception, creating an extremely loud commotion. In the beginning, the man on the crimson cloud merely looked on with a calm smile. However, as Han Li's frenzied tirade continued without displaying any sign of stopping, the smile on his face gradually faded as a hint of bewilderment surfaced in his eyes. Master Su Tian. Could Shi Yan be encountering any difficulties? The young woman standing beside him was also starting to grow rather concerned. The man on the crimson cloud paused to consider this notion before shaking his head. He should be fine. Shi Yan's true form is a flame-devouring bead, so it should be simple for him to devour the spiritual sense of a body refinement warrior. Besides, the aura of the bead itself hasn't diminished at all. The young woman from the spirit tribe was quite relieved to hear this. All of a sudden, the rumbling commotion in the forest came to an abrupt halt. A hint of elation appeared on the young woman's face. Yet the man on the crimson cloud narrowed his eyes as he peered into the forest. Moments later, Han Li re-emerged from the forest. However, he was completely expressionless, and his eyes were slightly glazed over. The man on the crimson cloud stared at Han Li for a moment before asking, "How do you feel, Shi Yan?" Han Li twisted his neck around from side to side and replied in the voice of that burly man from the spirit tribe, "Not bad. This human's body really is quite powerful. It's just that his spiritual sense was slightly more powerful than the average mortal, so it took me a bit of work to subdue him." "That's good to hear. This is no ordinary body refinement warrior, and I was afraid that you would encounter some difficulties." The man on the crimson cloud smiled in response. How is he any different from the average body refinement warrior? Isn't he just a little more powerful than normal? Master Su Tian, I've already discovered the location of the chaotic valley, but it's a little far away from where we are right now. Should we head over there now? Han Li asked. There's no need to hurry. Huaguang is chasing down that mutated leopard Kirin beast, and he should be back soon. Let's wait for a while longer. The man on the crimson cloud replied. Han Li nodded upon hearing this and fell silent as he stood on the spot. After over an hour had passed, a streak of white light flew through the air and appeared before the trio in the blink of an eye. The light faded to reveal that miniature humanoid figure who was holding an azure chain of light. On the other side of the chain, the little beast had been tightly bound and was hovering directly behind him. Huh? This human. The white humanoid figure was slightly surprised to see Han Li here. Don't worry, the spiritual sense of that human has already been devoured by Shi Yan, so he's controlling this man now, the man on the crimson cloud explained. I see. That's rather convenient. I didn't bring a spirit beast ring with me, so it's rather inconvenient for me to carry this leopard Kirin beast around. You look after it for me for now. The white humanoid figure was elated to hear this, and he immediately tossed the bound little beast, Han Li. Han Li didn't say anything in reply, but he caught the little beast, and light flashed from his spirit ring, upon which the little beast abruptly disappeared. All right, Shi Yan, seeing as you know the location of the chaotic valley, we'll get you to lead the way. We don't have much time now, so we can't afford to delay any further. This is the perfect opportunity for our tribe to secure the divine blood. Otherwise, the five elemental spirit tribe wouldn't be willing to offer the divine blood to us. With this drop of divine blood, we'll be able to produce a large number of brethren, so failure is not an option. Huaguang, you go and meet up with the cultivators from the five elemental spirit tribe. Tell them that we're going directly to the chaotic valley. Shi Yan, when we get there, you go in there first and infiltrate the humans there, then act according to the demands of the situation. Su Tian calmly delivered a series of instructions. Yes. Han Li replied as everyone else also nodded with solemn expressions. Let's go. The man on the crimson cloud issued one final instruction, and their group disappeared into the forest. 6 days later, Han Li appeared on a small hill outside the chaotic valley. There were 7 or 8 other human cultivators and body refinement warriors with him, all of whom were core formation cultivators or high-grade body refinement warriors. Everyone in their group was looking on in silence at the entrance to the chaotic valley in the extremely far distance. A gray-robed middle-aged man suddenly turned to an elderly man holding a palm leaf fan and asked, Brother Sun, will Senior Huang Liang and City Lord Lan really appear today to battle the spirit tribe cultivators? There's no doubting that. I only came here after receiving a letter directly from City Lord Lon himself. Aside from our group, there are also other people waiting nearby. It appears that our seniors are intent on winning this battle. They only asked us to come here in order to hold off any demon race cultivators who might seek to benefit from the turmoil, the elderly man replied in a voice that was filled with conviction. The elderly man glanced at a scholar in their group before asking with a faint smile. Seeing as Senior Huang Liang and City Lord Lan issued direct instructions to us, we are naturally obligated to come here. However, why are you two also willing to participate in this? Brother Li, Brother Han. I came to the Setting Sun Tomb in order to find a way to make a breakthrough, so there's no way I'm going to miss out on spectating a battle between beings above the deity transformation stage. Perhaps I'll be struck by some kind of inspiration in the process. Besides, City Lord Lan and the others have also offered handsome rewards. Han Li replied calmly. The reply given by the scholar was much the same. The elderly man nodded upon hearing this, and was no longer suspicious toward the two. After all, most of the people gathered here were taking this risk for roughly the same reason. Right at this moment, a long cry suddenly erupted from near the chaotic valley. Immediately thereafter, countless bursts of demonic chi rose up into the air, combining to form clouds of grayish-white demonic mist that enshrouded the entire sky. Beastly roars erupted, seemingly from all directions, amid gusts of fierce putrid winds. The immense burst of demonic chi surged toward the entrance to the chaotic valley as soon as it appeared, startling Han Li and all of the other humans who were situated nearby. There were some cultivators conducting surveillance of this place, and they had only just witnessed two spirit tribe cultivators crushing the demon race beings present not too long ago. There were even several metamorphosis stage high-grade demon beasts that had been killed during that battle, so it was quite clear that those two spirit tribe cultivators were immensely powerful beings. However, the demon beasts were suddenly stirring up such a massive commotion. Were they planning to force their way into the chaotic valley? Just as all of the humans hiding nearby were looking on in bewilderment, a burst of thunderous rumbling suddenly erupted from the direction of the chaotic valley. Immediately thereafter, and vast hordes of beings emerged from the ground below as well as the sky above. All of the creatures in the sky were green wooden birds, each of which was around 10 feet in size, while the beings emerging from the ground were massive stone giants that were around 60 to 70 feet tall. All of the wooden bird puppets were extremely lifelike and agile, and from afar, it was impossible to identify whether they were real birds or not. In contrast, the stone giants possessed extremely crude bodies with only a pair of white eyes on each of their massive faces. On top of that, they came in all types of different forms, as if they had all been haphazardly thrown together. The emergence of so many wood and stone puppets made everyone draw sharp breaths in unison. Han Li's expression also changed slightly at the sight of the countless puppets that had just appeared. Right at this moment, a green wooden phoenix and a stone giant with an entirely grayish-white body emerged at the same time. Spiritual light flashed above the wooden phoenix's head, and a ball of green light surfaced, revealing a woman in a green dress who was only around a foot in size. Meanwhile, the massive stone giant extended a huge hand, and an elderly man of roughly the same size appeared over its palm. The elderly man was holding a white stone cane and was looking on with a cold expression at the enormous bursts of oncoming demonic chi. Is fellow Taoist Xiao there? Come out and meet me if you are, the elderly man suddenly said. Even though his voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly audible to all of humans and demons within a radius of over 5 kilometers. The vast expanse of grayish-white demonic chi in the distance suddenly began to tumble and surge, following which the clear cry of a phoenix rang out from within. Immediately thereafter, a black fireball shot forth before transforming into a young woman in a palatial dress with a cold expression on her face. What are you calling me for, Huangshi? Are you perhaps vacating yourselves from the chaotic valley? The young woman asked in a cold and forbidding manner. Vacating the chaotic valley? You sure dare to dream big, fellow Taoist Xiao. Who is it that was almost hunted to death by the two of us just half a month ago? You're just an early deity transformation demonic cultivator. How do you plan on combating two mid-divine generals at once? I'm only advising you to retreat rather than killing you on the spot, so those human cultivators don't benefit from our battle. The young woman standing atop the wooden phoenix said in an extremely delightful and heavenly voice. Oh? Looks like they don't respect you at all. Do they, Last Xiao? The demonic chi overhead surged once again as another demonic cultivator emerged from within. This was a short and thin demonic cultivator with a shimmering moth sitting on his shoulder. It was none other than that young man with the Huan surname. Huang Shi and Tian Ying's expressions both changed drastically upon seeing this young man, and the former exclaimed, "Huan Sangqi? Why are you here?" "TSK, TSK. I see you two still recognize me. During our last battle, I was able to hold my own against you two even prior to reaching the spatial tempering stage. Over 10,000 years have passed since then, and I've already forged a 5-elemental body for myself long ago. Yet you two are still only a pair of lowly spirit generals. It seems that aside from your lengthy lifespans, you spirit tribe cultivators can't compare with demon and human race cultivators in any other aspect. Your spirit tribe will most likely be wiped off the face of the spirit realm eventually, just like all of those other weak races. If you ask me, you should pledge your allegiance to us while you still can. After all, some of your skills are quite useful to our two races, so at the very least, we'll ensure that you don't go completely extinct," the young demonic cultivator said in a calm voice. "Humph, you sure dare to talk, fellow Taoist Huan. Our spirit tribe may not be very powerful, but it has existed in the spirit realm for all this time, and there must be a reason for this. You're just an elder of the demon race. What right do you have to foretell the fall of our spirit tribe?" Huang Shi was furious upon hearing the young man's bold declaration, and the wariness in his heart was completely washed away by his rage. The young man wasn't enraged in the slightest by Huang Shi's barbed response. Instead, he burst into laughter as he said, "It's indeed true that I have no right to speak about your spirit tribe, but those words were spoken by the patriarch of our demon race, and I'm merely relaying his message word for word. You should stop dreaming. So long as our holy spirits continue to exist, we'll never bow to any other race." Tian Ying retorted coldly. "If that's the case, then there's nothing for me to say. Fellow Taoist Huang Liang, City Lord Lan, you should show yourselves as well. I know that you two already arrived here yesterday. Are you really planning to watch from the sidelines and swoop in to take all the spoils of war?" A cold smile appeared on the young man's face as abruptly turned around before pointing toward a certain spot in the air. The two spirit generals and all of the humans lurking nearby were stunned to hear this. Faint white light flashed and a jade arc was revealed as if an invisible veil had been lifted. The massive arc was 300 feet long and 40 to 50 feet wide, housing Spirit Lord Huang Liang and his group of cultivators as it hovered stealthily in midair. All of the human cultivators on the ark wore surprised expressions, as if they were quite stunned that their cover had been blown. "That's an illusionary flame moth. So you were the one eavesdropping on our conversation at Setting Sun City." Spirit Lord Huang Liang's expression darkened as he cast a glance toward the young man's shoulder. "Did you only just realize that, Brother Huang Liang? I had thought that you'd figured it out a long time ago." The young man pursed his lips in response. Spirit Lord Huang Liang seemed to be familiar with this young man, and a hint of a deriding sneer appeared on his face as he asked, "Haven't you been in hiding all these years like a cowardly rat, trying to transcend your next heavenly tribulation? Why have you come here?" "Humph. If I had confidence in transcending my heavenly tribulations that strike once every 3,000 years, why would I come here? I've been struck at the mid-spatial tempering stage for over 10,000 years, and my last tribulation was already very difficult for me to transcend. There's no chance that I'll be able to withstand my next one, so my only option is to come out and search for some opportunities. In contrast, you've only reached the spatial tempering stage not long ago, fellow Taoist Huang Liang, so you've only had to withstand one heavenly tribulation. You have a long road ahead of you," the young man sighed in response. At the mention of heavenly tribulations, Spirit Lord Huang Liang's expression immediately became quite strained. The scenes during his first heavenly tribulation were still very much clear in his mind, and that was such a fearsome experience that he couldn't help but shudder upon its recollection. Spirit Lord Huang Liang's lips twitched as he transmitted his voice to the young man. "Humph, if you're trying to search for an opportunity to make a breakthrough, then wouldn't it be much better for you to go to the world? What are you doing here in human territory? If you want to fabricate an excuse for picking a fight, then at least come up with a plausible one. I'm afraid those are false accusations that you've aimed against me," fellow Taoist Huang Liang. The reason I appeared in Setting Sun City is precisely because I wanted to invite you on another trip to the primordial. However, I then stumbled upon this spirit tribe incident, and I had no choice but to step in as an elder of the demon race. The young man chuckled as he transmitted his voice in response. You're inviting me to the primordial world? Spirit Lord Huang Liang faltered upon hearing this. That's right. Even though humans and demons are completely different creatures, our individual abilities will definitely be able to help one another in the primordial world, making it a much safer trip. We made a very bountiful foray into the primordial world together several thousand years ago. Didn't we? I'm very confident in your abilities, fellow Taoist Huang Liang. Even more so than the abilities of my fellow elders. You're close to your second heavenly tribulation, right? If you don't find some treasures that can help you transcend the tribulation, perhaps your chances of withstanding the tribulation. After all, the tribulations will only continue to grow more powerful with each successive occurrence, even if your cultivation base doesn't change, the young man asked in a calm voice. A contemplative look appeared on Spirit Lord Huang Liang's face as he stood on the Jade Arc, and only after a long while did he slowly reply, Seeing as you're being so open and honest, I'll reveal the truth to you as well, Brother Huan. In my current state, I estimate that I only have a 50% chance of transcending my second tribulation. During my first and previous tribulation transcendence, a lot of my treasures had been destroyed. In all honesty, I have less than a 25% chance of transcending my next heavenly tribulation. So how about it? Are you willing to take a trip to the primordial world with me? The young man transmitted his voice with a serious expression on his face. An indecisive look appeared on Spirit Lord Huang Liang's face upon receiving an official invitation. Only after a long while did he ask, If you're planning to go to the primordial world with me, how do you suggest we resolve this spirit tribe incident here? The young man seemed to have already considered this issue, and he immediately replied, That's simple. You and I can join forces to capture these spirit tribe cultivators, then detain that spirit tribe traitor. As for the things he's carrying, if there are many of them, then we'll split them evenly between our two races. If there's only one, then we'll have a friendly sparring match to determine who gets to take it. You sure are a sly old fox. You've been at the spatial tempering stage for several thousand years longer than me. How could I possibly gain the upper hand against you? Spirit Lord Huang Liang immediately shook his head without any hesitation. The young man wasn't surprised by this reaction at all. Instead, he calmly asked, Then what do you propose, Brother Huang? We'll see what the items are first, and we'll have to give something of a similar value to take the items. Spirit Lord Huang Liang replied with a stroke of his beard. No problem, we'll do as you say. Let's join forces and take care of these two spirit tribe cultivators first, the young man suggested as a cold look appeared on his face. Sure. Spirit Lord Huang Liang nodded in response before explaining the situation to City Lord Lan and the others through voice transmission. Seeing as their plan to lurk in the shadows before swooping in to take the spoils of war had been exposed, everyone naturally had no choice but to agree to this arrangement. As such, City Lord Lan immediately rubbed his hands together before raising them into the air, upon which a massive shimmering blue fireball erupted into the sky and exploded at high altitudes. All of a sudden, lights of all types of colors flashed as a series of human cultivators and body refinement warriors revealed themselves from within the forest. Under the loud orders of Spirit Lord Huang Liang, all of the humans present were made aware of the fact that they were joining forces with the demon race to bring down the spirit tribe cultivators. Even though they were slightly surprised by this arrangement, none of them stated any objections. All of a sudden, the demonic chi up above tumbled and surged, following which a large horde of sinister-looking demon beasts as well as a dozen or so metamorphosis-stage demonic cultivators revealed themselves one after the other. Meanwhile, all of the humans had summoned their treasures and spirit tools, sending vast swaths of light rising up into the sky. Tianying and Huang Shi had been struck by a sense of foreboding as soon as the young man from the demon race had begun to communicate with Spirit Lord Huang Liang through voice transmission. After witnessing the events that had unfolded since then, it was quite clear to them that the humans and the demons had formed a temporary alliance. Their expressions darkened in unison as they glanced at one another before immediately staging a retreat. The wooden birds and massive stone giants behind them also retreated rapidly toward the entrance to the valley. The spirit tribe cultivators were retreating without even putting up a fight. This was a rather surprising turn of events for both the humans and the demons present. However, they naturally arrived at the conclusion that the spirit tribe cultivators had to be retreating as they knew that they were no match for their foes. As such, their morale was instantly given a significant boost as they quickly gave chase. In the blink of an eye, the slower wooden and stone puppets that were lagging behind had been destroyed, and some of the humans and demons who had led the way from the front had already entered the valley. They had encountered no resistance whatsoever. The young man from the demon race and spirit lord Huang Liang were both rather bewildered by what they were seeing. They had all waged battle against spirit tribe cultivators in the past, and they were well aware of just how resilient the spirit tribe cultivators were. However, these two were simply retreating without offering up any resistance, and that was far too abnormal. The young man's expression darkened as he hurriedly turned to Spirit Lord Huang Liang and said, "Tell them to stop. Something's definitely wrong here. Something is indeed amiss." Spirit Lord Huang Liang nodded before taking a deep breath, then letting loose a long cry to signal a retreat. However, right at this moment, a vast expanse of crimson light abruptly appeared over the entrance to the valley. Loud thunderclaps then erupted as a crimson lotus that was several tens of feet in size materialized amid the crimson light. The lotus petals were as crimson as blood, and it was rapidly rotating in the air. As soon as the young man from the demon race caught sight of the lotus flower, he exclaimed, "This is bad. It's profound spirit Su Tian." Even though Spirit Lord Huang Liang had never seen this crimson lotus before, he had naturally heard of the 8 profound spirits of the artifact spirit tribe, so he was also quite startled upon hearing this. However, before the two of them could do anything, the crimson lotus suddenly transformed into a massive crimson waterfall, crashing down directly from above. Any human or demon who came into contact with the crimson waterfall was instantly reduced to plumes of smoke. Regardless of whether it was protective demonic chi or defensive treasures, nothing could withstand the power of this waterfall. In the blink of an eye, less than half of the humans and demons remained, all of whom had yet to rush into the valley. All of those who were fortunate enough to have survived wore expressions of shock and horror, and all of them had fled in retreat before Spirit Lord Huang Liang even had to let loose the long cry. After engulfing so many humans and demons, the crimson waterfall seemed to still be dissatisfied. It came sweeping out of the valley and flooding straight toward the fleeing humans and demons. The young man and Spirit Lord Huang Liang naturally couldn't just stand by idly and watch any longer. Both of them were furious as they sprang into action at the same time. The young man opened his mouth and a gust of violent gray demonic winds erupted from within. The gray winds transformed into a gray wind WIRM, flying directly toward the crimson waterfall. Meanwhile, Spirit Lord Huang Liang harumphed coldly as he rustled his sleeve, producing a golden yin-yang mirror that hovered in front of his chest. He then made a hand seal, and a pillar of golden light as thick as the diameter of a large bowl shot forth through the air. Following bursts of resounding booms, the wind WIRM and the pillars of light struck the crimson waterfall, resulting in a massive explosion that managed to arrest its momentum. Haha! I didn't think I'd encounter two beings of the same level as I am in such a secluded and rural place. My apologies for not coming out to greet you two sooner. The crimson waterfall flowed backward and materialized into a crimson lotus flower again. A humanoid figure flashed, and a spirit tribe man in a set of long azure robes appeared atop the lotus flower with a sharp look in his eyes. He was none other than Su Tian of the artifact spirit tribe. After he withdrew the crimson waterfall, the young man and Spirit Lord Huang Liang glanced at one another before also withdrawing their abilities. Thus, the gray winds and golden pillars of light immediately disappeared. However, both of them were appraising Su Tian with dark expressions. Spirit Lord Huang Liang cast his gaze toward the 100 or so humans who had managed to escape that ordeal, and he discovered that even the two nascent soul cultivators who had accompanied him here were missing. An enraged look appeared on his face upon making this observation as he roared, "Su Tian, how dare you attack those juniors with such reckless abandon as a profound spirit? Aren't you afraid that we'll do the same to the juniors of your spirit tribe?" They're just a few beings below the nascent soul stage. Their lives are inconsequential. Is your human race going to declare war on our spirit tribe over such a small matter? Besides, weren't you two about to do the same to our two spirit generals? Su Tian was not fazed by Spirit Lord Huang Liang's vehement accusations in the slightest. At the same time, spiritual light flashed behind him and a series of other miniature humanoid figures appeared, among which included the likes of Tai Ren and Hua Guang. The young man from the demon race and Spirit Lord Huang Liang were both surprised by their emergence, and both of them immediately began to calculate the chances of victory for their joint human and demon army. After a short while, both of them were relieved to find that even though they had suffered severe losses at the hands of Su Tian earlier, their combined forces still held a slight upper hand. Spirit Lord Huang chuckled coldly, and he was just about to say something, when the young man beside him noticed that something was amiss. Wait, the water tribe cultivator from the 5-elemental spirit tribe is missing. They're trying to stall for time here. Spirit Lord Huang Liang was immediately enlightened upon hearing this, and the veins on his forehead bulged with fury as he waved a hand through the air. Pillars of golden light shot forth once again from the mirror hovering in front of his chest, and the young man from the demon race also unleashed his gray demonic winds in unison. As for the other demons and humans, all of them were being led on a collective assault by the young woman in palatial robes and city Lord Lan. They were not fearful of their spirit tribe foes in the slightest. Spiritual light and sword chi streaked through the air as those stone giants and green wooden birds rushed out of the valley once again. The wooden birds flapped their wings and countless green arrows shot forth. Meanwhile, the massive stone giants raised their hands and balls of light as large as water tanks came crashing down from above. A fierce battle immediately ensued. At this moment, the crimson lotus-up head transformed into a river of blood once again as it surged into the sky. Spirit Lord Huang Liang and the young man also rose into the air as they hurriedly unleashed their abilities. In terms of cultivation base, all three were at a comparable level. However, Su Tian was a profound spirit who had existed in the spirit realm for countless years. As such, both his battle experience and abilities were far superior to those of his opponents. In a one-on-one battle, neither Spirit Lord Huang Liang nor the young man from the demon race would be a match for Su Tian. However, both of them were also well aware of this, so they immediately teamed up to combat Su Tian together. In doing so, they managed to gain a slight upper hand over their opponent. All of a sudden, a crimson river intertwined with gray winds and golden light up above, while incessant explosions rang out on the battlefield down below. A blue streak of light flashed through the air as a massive sword of light came crashing down, destroying a dozen or so massive stone giants in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, a massive crimson hand appeared among the spirit tribe forces, descending toward the humans and demons with devastating might. Several human cultivators didn't have enough time to evade and fell into the grasp of the crimson hand, where they were incinerated into ashes. One of the humans in the battle flew into a thunderous rage upon seeing this. He made a hand seal and his body swelled drastically, transforming him into a giant that was over 100 feet tall. He brandished a pair of glistening black iron fists before swinging them viciously through the air. This was none other than the brawny man with the Jin surname, and as a top-grade body refinement warrior, he had unleashed a secret technique to drastically increase his own size and strength. Several gusts of black wind erupted from his fist like giant black pythons, howling through the air with immense power. All of the wooden birds and stone giants were forced to take evasive measures in the face of his brutal attacks. However, at the same time, a loud roar erupted from among the ranks of the spirit tribe, and a silver humanoid figure suddenly began to expand at an alarming rate. Soon, a silver humanoid figure that was even bigger than the black giant had appeared among the spirit tribe army. This was none other than Tai Ren from the metal spirit tribe. The ground tremored violently as the silver humanoid figure rushed over to the black giant before swinging his gargantuan silver fists wildly through the air. The black giant was unwilling to back down, and he retaliated with his own fists. A series of earth-shattering booms immediately erupted as a result of their exchanges of blows. All of the humans and demons nearby felt as if they were being deafened by the commotion, and all of them hurriedly sped away from the battlefield between the two giants. All of the other spirit tribe cultivators and demonic cultivators were also beginning to reveal their abilities. A black flaming phoenix suddenly shot forth from within the demon beasts, sending black flames sweeping through the air that incinerated over 100 wooden birds into ashes. The black phoenix then swayed as it abruptly disappeared. However, in the next instant, it re-emerged at the entrance to the chaotic valley before revealing itself to be the young woman in palatial robes amid a loud phoenix cry. As soon as she reappeared, she immediately flew into the valley as a streak of black light without any hesitation. City Lord Lan was struck by an overwhelming sense of urgency upon seeing this. He took a deep breath, and the 7 shimmering blue flying swords around him suddenly unleashed over 100 streaks of sword chi toward the stone giants that were attempting to keep him at bay. Thus, he managed to carve out a path for himself, and he also flew into the chaotic valley as a streak of blue light. The 7 or 8 humans and demons nearby also took advantage of this opportunity to fly into the valley after them. The last of them to enter the valley was a young man whose entire body was enshrouded by red light. It was none other than Hanli. Even though he possessed no magic power in his current state, he was somehow able to summon powerful fire spiritual chi that allowed him to fly into the valley at an alarming speed. As soon as Hanli entered the valley, he immediately discovered why this place was known as the Chaotic Valley. The sky up above, the ground down below, and all of the mountains were of a murky gray color, as if a permanent gray veil had enshrouded the entire valley. Hanli abruptly came to a halt. He looked on at the humans and demons flying deeper into the valley, and he narrowed his eyes as he abruptly made a hand seal. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth to blast forth a ball of silver flames. A crisp cry erupted from within the fireball before it transformed into a fire raven that was roughly a foot in size, circling around Han Li's body in an agile manner. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he looked at the silver fire raven, and he murmured to himself, "Should I call you Shi Yen, or should I call you the Great Yin True Flame? You've already absorbed the pure sun flame essence, and now you've devoured the soul of that spirit tribe cultivator named Shi Yao. So be it. I'll call you the Heavenly Spirit Devouring Flame. I'm lucky I converted all of my purple apex flames into Great Yin True Flames while I was still in the human world. Otherwise, I would have been in a lot of trouble there." It turned out that after Shi Yen had infiltrated Han Li's body, he was unable to devour Han Li's spiritual sense. Instead, as soon as he entered Han Li's body, the massive influx of fire spiritual power immediately awakened the Great Yin True Flame, which had temporarily gone dormant within Han Li's body due to the lack of magic power. The flame possessed the ability to devour all things, so it immediately engaged Shi Yen in battle within Han Li's body without even necessitating an instruction from Han Li himself. If it was just this fire raven alone, then it naturally wouldn't be a match for Shi Yen, who was comparable in power to a deity transformation cultivator. Unfortunately for Shi Yen, Han Li was also a deity transformation cultivator. On top of that, he had cultivated the Great Development Technique, which made his spiritual sense even more powerful than the average mid-deity transformation cultivator. As such, Shi Yen naturally stood no chance after entering Han Li's body. Just as Shi Yen was engaged in a fierce battle with the Great Yin Fire Raven, Han Li unleashed his spiritual sense to forcibly bind Shi Yan's spiritual sense, thereby allowing the Great Yin Fire Raven to devour him alive. Even the crimson bead treasure that was his true body had been absorbed into the Great Yin Fire Raven. This was engulfment in every sense of the world. Not only had his soul been absorbed, even his memories had been completely taken by the Fire Raven, thereby allowing it to become the heavenly spirit devouring flame that it currently was. As such, Han Li was able to use the Fire Raven to imitate Shi Yan's aura and voice to perfection after the spirit general's soul was devoured. Of course, through absorbing Shi Yan's memories, Han Li also learned about the spirit tribe's objective for coming to the setting sun tomb, as well as the existence of that spirit tribe traitor and the drop of divine blood. He was ecstatic upon making this discovery. He couldn't care less about that spirit tribe traitor, but the so-called spirit tribe divine blood was something that he was very interested in. This blood was a type of mysterious liquid that would be produced by the soul of a Holy Spirit-level spirit tribe cultivator following death by natural causes. If the blood were to be dripped onto any sentient object, the latter would develop intelligence and evolve to become a low-grade spirit. Of course, the spirit tribe wasn't entirely created by such a method. Most of them evolved on their own to become low-level spirits. However, this divine blood was still an extremely important tool for the spirit tribe in their quest to maintain their population. As such, it was something that they guarded as secret treasures. However, on this occasion, an artifact spirit tribe being somehow managed to steal a vial of divine blood right under the noses of the guards before immediately contacting the human race, seemingly to offer an exchange. If that was the extent of the story, then Han Li would be rather surprised, but he wouldn't pay much heed to it. What was tempting to him was that aside from its miraculous ability to create low-grade spirits, it also possessed many beneficial effects for human cultivators and body refinement warriors. Cultivators could use this divine blood as an ingredient to create a type of spirit medicine known as the Bloodyang pill. Consumption of this pill could enhance one's cultivation base to the same extent as what could be achieved by a nascent soul cultivator through over 100 years of arduous cultivation. For body refinement warriors, smearing this blood all over one's body could allow one to attain a secret technique known as blood crystal armor. It was said that this secret technique could enhance one's body even to an even greater extent than complete mastery of the Vajra arts could, allowing a body refinement warrior to take no damage from any attacks below the spatial tempering stage for a period of time. However, this armor was a disposable tool that would disappear once its energy was completely exhausted. Furthermore, if this divine blood were to be consumed by a high-grade body refinement warrior, it would be able to stimulate their spiritual sense, giving them a very high chance of immediately breaking through a cultivation bottleneck. Of course, directly consuming divine blood was a rather risky endeavor. The lower the level of a body refinement warrior and the weaker their spiritual sense was, the greater the chance of death due to backlash from the power within the divine blood. If a body refinement warrior intended to consume this blood in order to facilitate a breakthrough, they would normally find pills like the Heavenly Heart pill to bolster their spiritual sense before daring to ingest the blood. Even so, it was still quite a dangerous affair. However, Han Li was ecstatic after discovering this information from Shi Yan's memories. He possessed deity transformation stage spiritual sense, yet he was cultivating as a body refinement warrior, so the divine blood was perfect for him. Han Li was confident that he would be able to eventually master the last layer of the Vajra arts on his own. But he had no idea how long it was going to take. Furthermore, he didn't know when his minor heavenly tribulation was going to strike, so it was naturally best for him to recover his magic power as quickly as possible. The other reason why he decided to venture into the chaotic valley was because he had temporarily recovered his ability to use magic power. Even though it was only around 60% to 70% of the magic power he had in the past, the density of the magic power he had at the height of his powers meant that this was still comparable to the magic power of the average deity transformation cultivator. After the great fire raven had devoured Shi Yan, his pure fire attribute spiritual power had temporarily been stored within the fire raven's body. Han Li was currently spreading this spiritual power within his body and using it as his own. It was just that this spiritual power had been attained through cultivation and was an exhaustible resource that would run out eventually. Due to the fact that it was all fire attribute spiritual power, he was unable to utilize it as well as he would like. However, his abilities and treasures still placed him above cultivators of the same cultivation base. Furthermore, even if he didn't use this fire attribute spiritual power now, it would slowly seep away and disappear over time anyway. By his estimations, he would likely revert back to being immortal within a month. Han Li didn't want to squander this opportunity. As such, he decided to take a risk, posing as Shi Yan and following the instructions assigned to him to mingle himself with the humans in the chaotic valley. Now, he had finally made it into the chaotic valley, and it was time for him to enact his plan. Moments later, Han Li pointed a finger toward the spirit devouring fire raven, upon which the latter spread its wings and disappeared into a nearby rock face. Meanwhile, Han Li flipped a hand over and a faint yellow talisman immediately appeared between his fingers. He slapped the talisman onto himself and brilliant yellow light erupted from his entire body. He made a hand seal, and his body swayed as he prepared to unleash his earth movement technique to burrow into the ground. However, things didn't progress as Han Li had planned. After sinking around a foot or so into the ground, he was unable to burrow down any further. It was as if there was an invisible resistant force that prevented him from being able to descend any further. Han Li's heart jolted upon encountering this obstacle. It appeared that there were some peculiar features in this chaotic valley that he had to be wary of. With that in mind, he hesitated momentarily before pulling out a purple talisman from his storage bracelet. There were a few silver runes shimmering on the talisman, and they were inscribed in none other than the beveled silver text that was rarely seen even in the spirit realm. After assessing the copy of the Endless Sky Beast's insights and observations derived from the half-page of the Golden Jade Tome, then drawing upon his own observations, Han Li had finally managed to create this semi-immortal talisman in the human world after countless failures. Even though this was only the simplest among the few talisman refinement methods recorded on the half-page of the tome, the materials required were still very difficult to gather in the human world. Only after many attempts was Han Li able to find some substitute materials, thereby allowing him to refine this semi-completed talisman. This was a concealment talisman known as the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman, and due to the fact that it was a disposable talisman, Han Li had never tried to use it before. Now, Han Li was planning to steal the divine blood, and at his current drastically impaired cultivation base, there was no way that he would be able to hide himself effectively using his other concealment techniques. As such, he naturally immediately thought of this talisman. After pulling out the talisman, Han Li released it from his fingertips and allowed it to flutter in the air before him without any hesitation. The purple talisman abruptly exploded and several beveled silver text runes surfaced before dancing around Han Li. The runes then disintegrated into clouds of silver mist that inundated Han Li in the blink of an eye. The silver mist dissipated moments later, and Han Li had completely disappeared. Right at this moment, several more streaks of light flew into the valley, heading directly toward Han Li. However, none of them were able to detect Han Li's presence, flying past him in a flash, as if he actually didn't exist. Han Li was ecstatic to see this. He hadn't moved a single step from his original spot, and nor had he taken any extra measures to conceal himself. However, this group of humans and demons were completely oblivious to his presence, and there was even a deity transformation cultivator among them. However, his current situation was rather peculiar. His entire body seemed to have transformed into some kind of transparent mist-like substance. It was as if his body had become completely formless and could be blown away by a gentle breeze. He then conducted some experiments to find that he was unable to use any secret techniques or treasures that consumed a lot of spiritual power. That was rather disappointing to him, but it didn't matter. He was content as long as he could conceal himself from fellow deity transformation cultivators. After all, due to material constraints, this wasn't even the fully refined version of the High Zenith Invisibility Talismans, so he was already overjoyed by its miraculous abilities. After completely mastering the content on that half-page and truly refining this talisman, such drawbacks could be avoided. At the thought of the other types of immortal talisman refinement methods recorded on that half-page, Han Li was struck by a sense of eagerness and excitement. However, all that would have to wait until he recovered his magic power and transcended his first minor heavenly tribulation in the spirit realm. Hence, Han Li quickly focused his attention back on the task at hand and hovered into the chaotic valley, which was only under 100 kilometers in size. The scorching light pond was the center of the entire valley, and its surroundings were completely enshrouded under gray mist. Han Li was aware of the pond's approximate location, but he didn't dare to use his spiritual sense to survey his surroundings in fear of blowing his cover. After finally arriving at the pond, they discovered that there were already a dozen or so human and demon high-grade beings present, facing off against one another on either side of the pond. The humans were naturally led by City Lord Lan and Tutua, both of whom wore dark expressions on their faces, while the demons were led by the young woman from the Black Phoenix race, as well as three completely identical thin young men who appeared to be triplets. Upon seeing this, Han Li cast his gaze toward the surface of the pond. Aside from the fact that the water in the pond was remarkably clear, it was completely mundane and nondescript otherwise. Just as Han Li was feeling rather surprised and perplexed about this, City Lord Lan appraised the three identical young men, and he suddenly asked, "I heard that there's a mutated wolf demon in the Silvermoon wolf race that was able to cultivate its three heads into three different avatars with the assistance of an immensely powerful being. Each and every one of those avatars possesses a cultivation base at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and when all three join forces, they're capable of taking on a deity transformation being. Could you three be those very same avatars? The three young men chuckled in unison upon hearing this. One of them immediately said, I didn't think us three brothers would be so widely renowned. That's ready we are that Cerberus Moonwolf. We've also heard much about you, City Lord Lon. Care for a spar? I have no time for such activities. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you planning by entering the valley alone? City Lord Lon disregarded the challenge being directed at him, turning toward the young woman instead with an interrogative gaze. What am I planning? Didn't Senior Huan say that there are spirit tribe cultivators trying to capture this called spirit tribe trader in the pond? I came to stop them, of course. The young woman replied with a dainty smile. City Lord Lon looked at the young woman for a while, then glanced at the pond before asking, Is that so? I'm glad you have such intentions, fellow Taoist Xiao. Please continue. I will guard the pond in the meantime to prevent any spirit tribe beings from entering the pond. How about that? The young woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling at the sight of Tutuo and the several other nascent soul cultivators besides City Lord Lon. If you hadn't come here, then perhaps I would indeed be venturing into the pond. However, seeing as you're here, I'll leave this opportunity to you, Brother Lon. You're not going to make a frail woman like me enter the pond in your stead, are you? I heard that you have a water-warding jade rhinoceros horn treasure. That thing will surely be very useful for when you enter the pond. I can enter the pond, but you have to take your forces and exit the chaotic valley first. City Lord Lan's expression suddenly darkened as his voice became cold and uncompromising. Seeing as City Lord Lon had cast aside all semblance of pleasantries, the young woman's expression also changed slightly and she gave a cold harumph before falling silent. Neither side was willing to back down at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, City Lord Lan's lips were twitching as he discussed something with Tutuo through voice transmission. As he did so, a hint of malicious intent surfaced in his eyes. Aside from the young woman and the three identical young men, there were only 3 other metamorphosis stage demonic cultivators present. In contrast, aside from City Lord Lon and Tutuo, there were still 7 or 8 other nascent soul cultivators among the human forces, so they held a clear upper hand. No one else had managed to arrive at this pond after all this time, clearly indicating that they were being held off by the spirit tribe beings. As such, neither side was going to receive additional reinforcements in a short time period. If one side could take the divine blood first, there was no way they'd actually be willing to split the divine blood evenly between both sides. Everyone knew that the prior agreement they had made was only for show, and it was merely an empty promise made so that a temporary alliance could be facilitated. The young woman could sense the aggressive intentions from the humans, and her brows furrowed slightly as she unleashed a secret technique to caution her own troops. At the same time, she rustled a sleeve and an object fell into her hand. The atmosphere became extremely tense, and a physical altercation appeared to be imminent. All of a sudden, the ground near the pond suddenly tremored violently, and the peaceful water within the pond abruptly began to tumble and surge. Immediately thereafter, strands of white light shot forth from within, some of which rose directly into the sky while others descended toward the nearby demons and humans. Upon being struck by these strands of light, countless needle-sized holes were instantly punctured into the nearby rocks. The beings from the 2 races were greatly startled upon seeing this, and all of them hurriedly unleashed their abilities or treasures to defend themselves. Right at this moment, a layer of blinding light suddenly appeared within the transparent water of the pond, as if an incandescent sun was rising up from down below. Just as the water in the pond was churning and bubbling, a scorching burst of heat suddenly erupted from the white light within. What's going on? Are the spirit tribe beings down there doing this? Han Li was hiding in the air up above, and had also been forced to take evasive measures in the face of the strands of light. Looking at the bizarre phenomenon taking place in the pond now, he was given a massive surprise. He wasn't the only one. The young woman, City Lord Lon, and everyone was also quite bewildered and perplexed. Something's not right. Isn't the scorching light only able to hide within the pond? How is it able to leave the water? Could it be? City Lord Lon was clearly rather familiar with this pond. Yet before he could finish his analysis, a dozen or so pillars of white light that were as thick as water tanks rose into the air. As soon as they left the surface of the pond, they immediately changed directions, hurtling directly toward the humans and demons nearby at an astonishing speed. This unprecedented surprise attack had caught the beings from the two races completely off guard. The powerful beings like the young woman and City Lord Lon were immediately able to unleash a secret technique to flee the scene, while the three identical young men managed to also unleash some kind of secret technique that made them disappear without a trace right before the pillars of light struck them. No one had any time to activate any protective techniques or defensive treasures. Everyone was beset with shock and rage upon seeing this. Before they had even had a chance to figure out what was happening, 5 pillars of yellow light suddenly erupted from the soil around the pond, and there was a series of indiscernible patterns carved onto the surfaces of these pillars. The humans present had the largest number of nascent soul cultivators among them, but they also suffered the most casualties. Most of these people were City Lord Lan's trust subordinates and disciples, and he was naturally furious that they had perished in a place like this. At the sight of the yellow pillars of light erupting from the soil down below, he immediately roared, "Who dares to attack us?" Immediately thereafter, he laid a hand over the top of his own head, and 5 small blue swords immediately shot forth before transforming into massive swords that were several tens of feet in size. Slash! City Lord Lon commanded in a cold voice. The 5 massive swords immediately flashed through the air, flying toward the 5 yellow pillars before rapidly flying in several circles around the bases of these pillars. A string of resounding booms erupted, but the pillars remained intact with only a series of sword indentations left on their surfaces. City Lord Lan's pupils contracted as he hurriedly made a hand seal to summon the 5 giant swords back to him. Right at this moment, a green viscous liquid suddenly seeped out from the sword indentations on the pillars, emitting an extremely peculiar rank odor. Meanwhile, City Lord Lon kept his sword circling above his head, preparing himself for any further attacks. He was naturally well aware of just how powerful his flying swords were. They were normally capable of easily slicing through small mountains, let alone a few pillars. However, these pillars didn't appear to be normal pillars. Their surfaces seemed to possess a hint of suppleness, as if they were living creatures. The young woman also wore a bewildered expression at the sight of City Lord Lan's failed attack. A burst of low buzzing rang out from the pond down below as if something had just been awakened. Following the emergence of the strange sound, the 5 yellow pillars suddenly became completely stationary. However, a massive ball of light with a diameter of around 100 feet suddenly shot forth from within the pond. The ball was entirely white in color, but there was a shimmering golden spherical object at its center that was roughly the same size as a human head. "That's the setting sun crystal," Tutua suddenly exclaimed upon seeing this object. As soon as he blurted out those words, he deeply regretted not keeping a tighter lid on his own mouth, and he immediately hurtled forth as a streak of white light to claim the treasure for himself. Upon hearing the words setting sun crystal, the young woman and the 3 identical young men were also ecstatic. The young woman let loose a loud cry before transforming into a black flaming phoenix as she flew toward the object. Meanwhile, the 3 young men gathered together to form a thick pillar of silver light that shot forth in hot pursuit. However, for some reason, City Lord Lon remained on the spot, refraining from taking any action. Hanli also continued to look on without doing anything as he hovered up above. His target was very simple. He was here for the divine blood. No matter what other valuable treasures existed here, unless they were more valuable than the divine blood, he wasn't going to pursue it and blow his own cover. The young woman and the 3 young men had clearly sprung into action a split second slower than Tutua. The white light that Tutua had transformed into reached the setting sun crystal first, and he attempted to sweep it away. However, right at this moment, a startling change suddenly struck. An enormous burst of invisible suction force suddenly appeared around the ball of light, causing Tutuo's body to falter slightly in midair. He was naturally shocked by this turn of events and hurriedly unleashed his magic power to resist this force. However, several peculiar silver runes then suddenly appeared over his robes, following which Tutua was sucked into the pond, disappearing without a trace. The ball of light remained floating silently in midair as if nothing had ever happened. The young woman and the three identical young men were naturally greatly startled upon seeing this, and they hurriedly retreated before casting their bewildered eyes toward the pond down below. Meanwhile, City Lord Lon seemed to have gleaned something from the situation, and his expression suddenly became very strained. Right at this moment, another thunderous boom erupted from within the pond, following which 5 more yellow pillars of light identical to the first 5 shot forth from the soil. A roar that resembled violent thunderclaps then rang out from within the pond, gradually becoming louder and louder. The pond and the 10 yellow pillars began to tremor violently amid the sound of this thunderous roar. All of a sudden, City Lord Lon turned around and flew toward the entrance to the valley as a streak of blue light, disappearing into the mist in just a few flashes. This came as quite a surprise to everyone else. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he began to drift higher up into the air. In contrast, the young woman and the 3 identical young men glanced at one another, and even though solemn expressions had appeared on their faces, none of them departed from this place. Shortly thereafter, the water within the pond began to swirl rapidly, transforming into a giant vortex in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 10 yellow pillars suddenly grew over 100 feet taller. The ground also began to crumble as 2 gargantuan creatures emerged from either side of the pond. Han Li was in the process of ascending to higher altitudes when he took a glance at what was taking place down below, and he was immediately flabbergasted by the sight that greeted him. He discovered that the colossal pillars that had appeared on either side of the pond were merely fingers on the hands of the 2 gargantuan creatures that had just appeared. Now, a pair of those enormous hands were slowly extending upward from within the soil. The water in the scorching light pond had somehow disappeared, and at the center of the pond, a giant eyeball around 20 feet in size appeared. The eyeball slowly rolled around before emitting a sinister light. Han Li shuddered upon seeing this, and his face immediately paled as he recalled a vastly renowned race within the spirit realm. He immediately sped up, flying up into the air without any hesitation. However, he was unable to fly all that quickly anyway due to the limitations of his incomplete high-zenith invisibility talisman. The young woman and the 3 identical young men hadn't noticed all of this yet, but they were also struck by a sense of indescribable peril. The young woman harumphed coldly before opening her mouth to expel a crimson handkerchief. She then raised a hand, and an azure WRM of light that was around 10 feet in size appeared before circling around her body. It was an extremely profound azure flying saber. The handkerchief rose up above her head, then transformed into a red barrier of light that shielded her body within. Meanwhile, the 3 young men made hand seals in unison as faint silver light emanated from their bodies. The 3 balls of light then combined as one to create a large ball of silver light that inundated all 3 of them at once. After adopting these defensive measures, the 4 demonic cultivators were immediately greeted by the sight of the ground down below in a radius of close to 10,000 feet splitting open at once amid an earth-shattering boom. The massive eyeball at the bottom of the pond blinked, following which the setting sun crystal in midair descended rapidly before disappearing into the eye. A mountainous creature then slowly sat up from the ground. From his vantage point, Han Li was able to see everything. The gargantuan creature was several thousand feet tall, and most of its body was covered in grayish-yellow soil as it raised both arms into the air. It was an unfathomably massive living being. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li had seen demon spirits like the Rahu and the heaven-roaming Kuan Pang in the human world, he would struggle to believe that something so massive could exist in this world. The giant was only wearing a loincloth made from some type of unknown beast hide, and it had a single gargantuan eye on its head. The eye was slightly caved in on the giant's face, and it was none other than the depression created by the eye that had given rise to the pond. Aside from that, the giant had a hideous nose and a long mouth that extended almost from ear to ear. As it opened its mouth, sharp white teeth could be seen within. The giant hadn't completely stood up. It had only sat up while the lower half of its body was still buried deep in the ground. It was looking at the 4 demonic cultivators in the air with no hint of expression whatsoever in its single eye. Impossible! This is a primordial giant. Run! This is not something we can handle, the young woman immediately exclaimed after finally realizing what they were dealing with here. She finally understood why City Lord Lon had fled without any regard for Tutuo's life. He must have identified the signs in advance and fled for his life. The young woman immediately made a hand seal without any hesitation. The red light barrier around her body rapidly rotated before shattering into shards of red light, while the young woman herself abruptly disappeared. However, her lithe and graceful figure resurfaced in the air 500 to 600 feet away amid a flash of red light. The three young men were also stunned by the sight of the giant, and only after witnessing the young woman escape did they return to their senses, preparing to unleash a movement technique that would take them away from this terrifying creature. However, right at this moment, the Cyclops giant suddenly opened its mouth, and a strange sound rang out from within its throat as a burst of enormous suction force erupted from within. The three young men could feel themselves being sucked toward the giant's mouth, and they hurriedly made hand seals as they tried to resist with all their might. Unfortunately for them, this was a fearsome being that even deity transformation cultivators like the young woman and City Lord Lon had to flee from, so three nascent soul cultivators were certainly not going to be able to resist its power. Thus, the three demonic cultivators were forcibly drawn toward the giant's cavernous mouth, and only then were they truly struck by shock and horror. One of the young men immediately transformed into a massive silver wolf that was several tens of feet in length. The wolf let loose a desperate howl, and the other two young men immediately flew into its body as streaks of silver light. Azure and red light immediately began to shimmer on either side of the wolf's head as a couple of smaller azure and red wolf heads emerged. The three wolf heads let loose a long howl in unison, following which silver, red, and azure light erupted from their respective mouths, instantly infusing themselves into the silver protective light barrier around them. Even though their momentum hadn't been completely arrested as a result, they managed to slow themselves down significantly. In the face of such a dire situation, the three demonic cultivators had finally combined once again to revert back to their Cerberus wolf form. Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he witnessed this from up above, and the image of a graceful figure suddenly appeared in his mind. However, he heaved a faint sigh to expel this image before focusing his attention on the events unfolding down below again. Seeing as the pond was a product of the giant's eye, then it was very likely to be the case that the spirit tribe trader had already been devoured by the giant. Furthermore, according to what he knew about primordial giants, all of them possessed extremely low levels of intelligence and took pleasure in devouring any being from other races, so there was no way that it would be able to identify divine blood. As such, the vial containing the divine blood was most likely contained within the giant's body. That was very troublesome. Even though primordial giants were severely lacking in intelligence, once they grew to maturity, they'd attain abilities comparable to that of early spatial tempering beings. Furthermore, with their brilliant aptitudes, they could even stand up against a body integration stage being. It was said that there was a legendary breed of thousand-eyed giants that could even hold their own against true heavenly spirits like dragons and phoenixes. Han Li was feeling rather hesitant, but he was also quite reluctant to give up on this opportunity. At this moment, the three heads of the Cerberus wolf blasted out several treasures to try and break free from the suction force. However, as soon as those treasures emerged, they were swept into the giant's cavernous mouth by a series of silver runes, rendering them completely useless. Thus, the Cerberus wolf could hold on arduously by expending its own magic power, but its body was still slowly traveling toward the giant's mouth. Even though the giant wolf was blasting out three-colored light with all its might, it was still unable to escape this suction force. Even so, the giant was still getting rather impatient. It suddenly raised a colossal palm before swatting at the Cerberus wolf as if it were taking a swing at a fly. A massive black shadow fell from the sky, enshrouding the body of the demonic wolf. Before it had even reached the wolf, the winds being swept up by the gargantuan palm were causing the barriers of light around the wolf demon's body to quiver and waver, threatening to destroy the barriers at any moment. If the fearsome palm were to actually strike the wolf, the latter would definitely be crushed into mincemeat. Unfortunately for the demonic wolf, it had been completely immobilized by the enormous suction force acting upon its body. Despair appeared in the eyes of all three wolf heads. Just as the gargantuan hand was about to grab onto the Cerberus wolf, an abrupt turn of events suddenly struck. Yellow light flashed near the massive wolf, and a thin and frail figure appeared from thin air before immediately throwing his fists through the air. It was none other than Huan Tianqi, the young man from the demon race. One of his fists was aimed at the oncoming massive palm, while the other had been thrown directly at the Cerberus wolf. Piercing spiritual light erupted from his fists, following which 2 balls of yellow light shot forth. A couple of resounding booms erupted as one of the balls of light clashed the gargantuan palm, but was only able to slow it down minutely before the ball of light was destroyed. Meanwhile, the other balls of light struck the barriers around the demonic wolf's body, forcibly launching it through the air like an arrow, thereby allowing it to escape from the insane suction force emitting from the giant's mouth. At this moment, the giant's hand came crashing down with devastating force, but Huan Tianqi's body merely swayed before disappearing from the spot. In the next instant, he reappeared several hundred feet away right in front of the Cerberus wolf before gently pointing a finger toward the demonic wolf. Specks of azure light appeared out of thin air, forming a massive azure mirror with a smooth and translucent surface in the blink of an eye. The demonic wolf's massive body crashed into the mirror, sending ripples surging through its surface before the former was slowly rebounded away. The demonic wolf shook its 3 heads to shrug off its dizziness before hurriedly extending words of gratitude to its savior. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior Huan. If you're all right now, then hurry up and get out of here. This is not something that you can handle. I didn't think that there would be a primordial giant here. Looks like it must have been lying dormant in this valley before the 3 human regions were founded. Otherwise, there's no way that it would have been able to sneak into this place." A ball of white light then flashed in the air nearby, and a white-robed man appeared with his hands clasped behind his back. The man was none other than Spirit Lord Huang Liang, and he looked on with narrowed eyes at the colossal creature up ahead with a solemn expression on his face. Humph, that must indeed have been the case. Otherwise, unless the guards stationed at the entrances to the 3 regions were blind, there's no way that they would have missed such a gargantuan creature. Thankfully, it's only a Cyclops giant, and it must have been severely wounded for it to be lying dormant in this valley. If we join forces, we should be able to kill it, Huan Tianqi analyzed. How do we split the spoils? I heard that this giant has a massive chunk of setting sun crystal on its body. That's a superb material for refining yang attribute spirit treasures, Spirit Lord Huang Liang mused with furrowed brows. Huan Tianqi seemed to have already considered this in advance, and he immediately replied without any hesitation. "I'm not interested in what the spirit tribe trader has, so I'll take the setting sun crystal." "All right, you have yourself a deal. All of you look out as well. Even though those spirit tribe cultivators have been forced back for now, we have to be wary of them making a return." Spirit Lord Huang Liang accepted this arrangement before suddenly turning to a few humanoid figures that had just appeared in the distance. Han Li was eavesdropping in the air above, and he also turned toward that direction. There, he discovered that City Lord Lan and the young woman from the demon race had returned along with some other humans and demons. There was not a single spirit tribe being to be seen. During the battle outside the valley earlier, profound Spirit Su Tian had thought that he'd be powerful enough to take on Spirit Lord Huang Liang and Huan Tianqi on his own. However, to his surprise, the cultivation arts used by the 2 of them complemented one another, and they were able to enhance each other to a much greater degree than Su Tian had anticipated. As the battle wore on, Su Tian knew that he had no chance of victory, so he didn't dare to prolong the battle any longer, choosing instead to immediately retreat with all of the other spirit tribe beings. Otherwise, Huan Tianqi and Spirit Lord Huang Liang wouldn't have been able to get into the valley so quickly. At this moment, the presence of so many people seemed to have reminded the Cyclops giant of some kind of traumatic experience, and a vicious light appeared in its eyes as it let loose a thunderous roar. It then lowered its head as piercing light erupted from its single eye, following which countless white strands shot forth in a frenzy, enshrouding both Huan Tianqi and Spirit Lord Huang Liang. Humph, I didn't think that it would have completely refined the setting sun crystal already, but it's dreaming if it thinks a few mere fire strands will hurt us. Spirit Lord Huang Liang harumphed coldly as he rustled a sleeve. That Yin mirror treasure appeared once again, swelling drastically to around the size of a fully grown man and positioning itself before him as a shield. As soon as the white light strands crashed into the mirror, brilliant spiritual light immediately erupted from the mirror's surface, rebounding all of the strands of light toward the giant's massive body. However, the strands of light simply disappeared into its body in a flash without being able to inflict any damage. On the other end, Huan Tianqi had also conjured up a massive mirror before him using spiritual power to reflect the oncoming strands of white light. This method of attack was clearly proving to be ineffective, so the giant immediately stopped blasting the strands of light out of its eye as it let loose a low snarl. At the same time, it spread open 5 fingers on one of its massive hands before swinging it toward its 2 assailants with devastating force. Prior to the palm even coming into contact with the 2 of them, a burst of gale force winds came sweeping forth first. Spirit Lord Huang Liang's expression darkened as he blasted a white paper fan out of his mouth. He grabbed the paper fan before waving it violently toward the gargantuan hand. All of a sudden, a gust of white wind appeared out of thin air, crashing into the gale force winds swept up by the palm and keeping the latter at bay. Meanwhile, Huan Tianqi rubbed his hands together, and an arc of gray lightning appeared. The lightning gradually changed shape between his hands, manifesting into a completely nondescript-looking silver saber. The saber looked sleek and sharp for sure, but it was completely dull and mundane. At the same time, Huan Tianqi began to chant something, and strands of yellow fur began to sprout from his youthful face while its eyes turned into a sinister green color. After letting loose an almighty roar, devastating spiritual pressure erupted from his body. He slashed his saber gently through the air, and a gray line immediately shot forth. The gray line elongated dramatically to over 10 feet in length before striking the thumb of the massive palm in a flash. The gray line was sharp to the extreme, and the giant only had a chance to shudder before its thumb detached itself from its hand. The giant let loose a howl of agony as it reflexively drew back its hand. The single eye on its forehead bulged and instantly became bloodshot with pain and rage. It glared intently at Huan Tianqi as an expression of thunderous rage appeared on its hideous face. After unleashing that saber strike, the gray blade disappeared in a flash, and Huan Tianqi's face paled significantly, as if that attack had expended a vast amount of his energy. Spirit Lord Huang Liang looked into the giant's furious crimson eye with a grim expression on his face as he said in a slow voice, "Take care, fellow Taoist Huan. It looks like your attack has truly enraged it. Its next attack is most likely going to be rather difficult to deal with. I wonder how its regenerative abilities are, though. If it can immediately regenerate its thumb, then that won't be good news for us. I know that much without you having to tell me, fellow Taoist Huang Liang. That attack was only to test its true power. The fact that its finger was cut down by me so easily suggests that it's just an ordinary giant. Looks like we have nothing to worry about now," Huan Tianqi replied in a calm voice. However, before he'd even finished his sentence, a layer of green light suddenly surfaced over the cross-sectional wound on the giant's thumb. Amid the green light, bone and flesh grew in a frenzy, creating a brand new thumb that was identical to the previous one in the blink of an eye. The giant then moved the thumb experimentally, and it appeared to be just as agile as it was before, thereby rendering Huan Tianqi's prior attack essentially completely ineffective. Huan Tianqi faltered initially upon seeing this before drawing a sharp breath. An immortal body. Spirit Lord Huang Liang's pupils also contracted drastically. At this moment, the giant violently slammed its 2 gargantuan hands into the ground, causing the entire chaotic valley to tremor and quake. Its height suddenly doubled as it finally stood up from the ground. What came as even grimmer sight to Spirit Lord Huang Liang and Huan Tian was that as soon as the giant stood up, it dug a black stone club out from the soil underfoot. The club was extraordinarily big, spanning almost half the giant's height in length. From the hints of azure light glistening over its surface, it appeared that this stone club had been constructed from the legendary azure spirit sand. This type of rare material was even heavier by mass than fine iron. If such a fearsome weapon were to crashing down at full force, there would be very few beings even at the mid-spatial tempering stage that would dare to take an attack from it head-on. It has a weapon as well. Looks like things really are getting troublesome. We'll have to fight at full power now. Spirit Lord Huang Liang's face twitched. I'm well aware of that, fellow Taoist Huang Liang. Let's take this thing down together. We can't allow it to live. Huan Tianqi declared expressionlessly before opening his mouth to let loose a low cry. Iridescent light flashed almost immediately thereafter in the sky, and a fist-sized moth appeared. It was none other than Huan Tianqi's spirit insect, the mature illusionary flame moth. The moth fluttered its wings before its body instantly swelled drastically within the mesmerizing iridescent light, reaching around 10 feet in size in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, yellow beastly fur that several inches in length sprouted in a frenzy from Huan Tianqi's body, and his nose and mouth also began to take on feral beastly characteristics. In the blink of an eye he had transformed into a half-human and half-demon being. Spirit Lord Huang Liang sat down with his legs crossed and laid a hand over the top of his head, upon which a burst of yellow light surfaced, carrying a nascent soul that was around half a foot in size. The nascent soul's appearance was completely identical to Spirit Lord Huang Liang's, but it was wearing a suit of shimmering silver armor and wielding a small green sword in one hand, as well as a white jade seal in the other. Furthermore, the nascent soul appeared to be completely concrete without the insubstantial quality most nascent souls possessed. The nascent soul abruptly opened its eyes before raising a hand to hurl the seal through the air. The seal immediately swelled to around an acre in size before crashing down directly toward the giant's head with devastating force. Meanwhile, Huan Tianqi shot forth as a streak of light while swinging his claws through the air. A series of translucent claw projections surfaced in mid-air, tearing through space as they hurtled toward the giant. Immediately thereafter, Huan Tianqi himself somehow disappeared into those claw projections. The giant let loose a thunderous roar of rage as beams of crimson pillars of light began to blast out of its eye. At the same time, it swung its stone club toward the oncoming seal with ferocious power. It also made a grabbing motion toward the ground down below with its other hand, drawing a massive clump of soil into its grasp. Yellow light flashed as the soil transformed into a massive rock that was several tens of feet in diameter. The giant drew back its arm before hurling the rock toward Spirit Lord Huang Liang with unerring accuracy. At this moment, the claw projections struck the crimson pillars of light amid a series of rumbling explosions. Following an even louder boom, the stone club slammed into the massive seal. The battle had officially commenced. Han Li spectated the battle from up above with tightly furrowed brows. As expected of a battle between spatial tempering cultivators and a legendary primordial giant, even the simplest of their movements were causing the world's origin chi to tremor violently around them. In particular, after Spirit Lord Huang Liang's nascent soul had left his body, the massive seal that it was using absorbed a vast amount of spiritual chi from the surrounding environment prior to every single attack, thereby significantly enhancing its power. Otherwise, despite the astonishing power of the seal itself, it would have never been able to withstand a few strikes from the stone club of the giant. Meanwhile, Huan Tianqi's body was still one with the claw projections he had unleashed, and he was like an unfathomable vortex, constantly absorbing the spiritual chi around him. As for that Cyclops giant, every time it opened and closed its mouth, it was unintentionally inhaling and exhaling a vast amount of spiritual chi of far greater quantity than what Spirit Lord Huang Liang and Huan Tianqi could summon, but the degree of purity was inferior in comparison. This was the first time that Han Li had witnessed a battle between spatial tempering stage beings at such close quarters, and he was unconsciously deriving insights and observations from the battle to assist in his one cultivation. It was quite a bountiful process for him. Just as Han Li was looking on with rapt focus, his expression suddenly changed as he turned his gaze toward a certain spot. There was clearly nothing there, and his spiritual sense couldn't detect anything either, but his spirit eyes that had been cleansed countless times by the bright sight spirit water was able to identify a faint transparent shadow standing in midair, also spectating the battle down below. Su Tian. Even though Han Li's spirit eyes were unable to identify exactly who it was, it appeared that the only being capable of lurking here without being noticed would be this profound spirit. Han Li was ecstatic upon seeing this. To him, the more tumultuous the situation became, the better. Just as Han Li was observing the transparent shadow, the latter abruptly raised his head, and also cast a glance toward Han Li's direction. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this. Thankfully, the shadow then immediately lowered his head again, leaving Han Li to wonder whether his cover had been blown or Su Tian, had merely cast an errant glance his way as an unintentional gesture. Han Li's eyes narrowed and an indecisive look appeared on his face. The fierce battle down below raged for half a day. The landscape in the chaotic valley had been ravaged so severely by the giant and the two spatial tempering stage beings that it was now completely unrecognizable. The terrain was completely riddled with massive craters, and the gray mist in the valley had been swept clean long ago by the enormous spiritual pressure emanating from the bodies of the three combatants. Furthermore, due to the drastic changes in the world's origin chi that the three had affected, the sky was filled with dark clouds and pelting with heavy rain at times, yet bright and scorching with sunlight during other times. There were even stretches where wind, snow, and hail were interspersed with storms of mud and rocks. Aside from the young woman in palatial robes and a few other deity transformation cultivators who could still spectate the battle from afar, everyone else had left the chaotic valley long ago in fear of dying as collateral damage during this battle for the ages. The Cyclops giant was just as ferocious as ever, and it appeared that he was completely indefatigable. However, Han Li could see that Spirit Lord Huang Liang and Huan Tianqi were intentionally employing guerrilla warfare tactics to wear the giant out, and even with the world's origin chi replenishing its body, the giant was still approaching the stage where it would soon be a spent force. All of its attacks had slowed down drastically, and it was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Sure enough, as Spirit Lord Huang Liang was distracting the giant with one attack, Huan Tianqi took the opportunity to slice off one of its toes. The giant bellowed in fury once again, but its severed toe was unable to regenerate on this occasion. Both Spirit Lord Huang Liang and Huan Tianqi's eyes lit up in unison upon seeing this. Thai knew that it was finally time for this battle to draw to a conclusion. Brilliant yellow light radiated from Spirit Lord Huang Liang's nascent soul, and the small green sword in its hand abruptly shot forth. Green light flashed, and the small sword transformed into a peculiar spirit beast with the head of a falcon, the body of a horse, and a pair of azure feathered wings. The spirit beast opened its mouth before pouncing toward the giant with ferocious might. The nascent soul then pointed a finger at the massive white seal that was hovering in the sky. In response, the seal began to rotate rapidly, transforming into a white smoky projection at the nascent soul's behest. All of a sudden, countless rays of light of different colors converged toward the massive seal, making its already astonishing stature expand even further. In just the span of a few breaths, the seal had swelled to several times its original size, seemingly filling up almost the entire sky. Huan Tianqi also stopped several hundred feet away from the giant. He raised both hands and two balls of gray lightning surfaced at once amid a burst of rumbling thunderclaps. A massive gray blade several tens of feet in length then abruptly appeared. It didn't appear to be anything special, but the difference in power between this blade and the blade Huan Tianqi had employed earlier was night and day. Huan Tianqi glared coldly at the giant before suddenly waving a hand toward the massive moth that had been hovering above him this entire time. The moth immediately spread its wings, transforming into the streak of iridescent light that disappeared into the giant blade in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, a cold, sinister light began to emanate from the giant blade, following which he slowly slashed it toward the giant's waist. A mesmerizing thin line shot forth in a flash. Even though the giant wasn't very intelligent, it could sense that it was in grave danger from these two devastating attacks unleashed by Spirit Lord Huang Liang and Huan Tianqi. It tilted its head back and let loose an almighty roar as white light abruptly flashed from its eye. A glistening white ball shot forth from within, transforming into a ball of white light that managed to keep the peculiar azure-winged spirit beast at bay. Immediately thereafter, crimson light flashed and a burst of powerful light erupted from its eye, clashing directly with the oncoming vibrant thin line. A peculiar scene then ensued. After the thin line and the crimson light came into contact with one another, no explosive boom erupted as a result. Instead, the clash was completely silent before the two became locked in an intense impasse. In response to the massive white seal crashing down from above, the projection of a small mountain appeared around the stone club in the giant's hand, and it hurled the club directly at Spirit Lord Huang Liang. It then clenched its hands into massive fists, causing the anaconda-like veins beneath its skin to bulge as it lashed out at the massive seal in the sky in a vicious strike. It was going to rely on its insane strength to take on the gargantuan seal with its bare hands. An earth-shattering boom erupted and incandescent light erupted from the seal. Even Han Li couldn't help but close his eyes in the face of such scintillating light as he spectated from above. He then felt an astonishing wave of energy surging toward him, causing the air around him to churn violently and threatening to sweep him away. Han Li's heart jolted with shock as he immediately circulated his magic power to stabilize his body. When he opened his eyes again and looked down, he was flabbergasted by what he saw. A dense yellow cloud had appeared beneath him, completely obscuring the three combatants within. Han Li hesitated momentarily before slowly releasing his spiritual sense into the cloud. He could hear the enraged roar of the Cyclops giant intermingled with the deranged cackles of Huan Tianqi ringing out from within the cloud. This was interspersed by bursts of resounding explosions, and the entire cloud itself was also churning and surging violently. Spirit Lord Huang Liang remained silent throughout this entire process. Perhaps he was at a critical juncture of preparing a technique and couldn't divert his attention, or simply couldn't be bothered to speak as he believed that this battle was already won. Han Li's heart stirred as he cast his gaze toward the transparent shadow in the distance, only to find that it had disappeared. A contemplative look appeared in Han Li's eyes as he directed his attention to the yellow cloud down below again. A resounding blood-curdling cry erupted from within the yellow cloud, following by an earth-shaking thump that made the entire valley quake violently, as if something absolutely colossal had fallen to the ground. All of the sounds within the cloud abruptly cut off. A peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes as he made a hand seal and began to descend from above. At the same time, Huan Tianqi's triumphant laughter erupted from within the yellow cloud. It's a good thing that this idiot didn't have much intelligence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to take care of it so quickly. That spirit tribe traitor must have been devoured by it. Let me slice open its body and see just what the spirit tribe traitor was carrying with it. I'll leave you to it then, Brother Huan. I've restricted that setting sun crystal as well, and I'll be handing that over to you shortly, Spirit Lord Huang Liang replied. The yellow finally gradually receded to reveal everything that was taking place down below. The Cyclops giant's body was riddled with wounds, and it was lying in a river of green blood. An arm and a leg were lying beside it, seemingly having been forcibly dismembered. Its massive head had also been completely pulverized, and less than half of it remained. There was also a gargantuan hole at the center of its chest, the edges of which had been entirely charred black. It appeared that it had been struck by some kind of Yang attribute treasure, destroying its heart in one fell swoop. That was most likely the lethal blow. Huan Tianqi had already reverted back to his human form, and aside from the fact that his face appeared a little pale, he didn't appear to have been wounded at all. At present, he was manipulating a white flying saber to slice open the giant's gargantuan lower abdomen. Meanwhile, Spirit Lord Huang Liang was fiddling around with a white crystal ball, wearing a faint smile on his face as he did so. The crystal ball was none other than the setting sun crystal within the giant's body. But Spirit Lord Huang Liang seemed to have used some kind of technique to shrink it down dramatically. Back when we were last in the primordial world, I recall that we'd slain a two-eyed giant. That one was much more difficult to kill than this one. Direct confrontations with primordial giants really should be avoided if possible. They're not like other ancient beasts or heavenly spirit beasts. Even with such massive bodies, there's nothing useful to be procured. Killing one expends a lot of energy, but you gain nothing from it. Huan Tianqi sighed as he continued to slice through the giant's stomach. Of course, under normal circumstances, we certainly wouldn't go around provoking giants in the primordial world. However, it may not necessarily be correct to say that we'll gain nothing from killing giants. I recall that divine wolf Celestial Kuei of the 7 demon monarchs once slew a 7-headed giant and found a small clump of myriad dawn soil, thereby allowing it to refine the myriad dawn demon tower on the chaotic roll. Only then was it able to become one of the demon monarchs. Spirit Lord Huang Liang disagreed with a shake of his head. That's true. Primordial giants like to devour just about anything, so it's indeed possible to find some valuable treasures within their bodies. However, the chances of that happening are far too low. Who would fight a giant in the primordial world just to enter a lottery? In particular, primordial giants are normally pack-dwelling creatures. Have you forgotten that after we slew that two-eyed giant, we were almost forced to jump into the ocean to escape the three-headed giant that came after us? A wry smile appeared on Huan Tianqi as he recalled those memories. Spirit Lord Huang Liang also chuckled upon the recollection of these past events, and he didn't say anything further. After slicing through a certain section of the giant's body, a pile of stuff suddenly fell out. Everything else was already completely dull and lusterless with the exceptions of a blue jade bowl and a translucent red vial, both of which were still radiating rays of spiritual light. The blue jade bowl was emanating a layer of faint blue light that just so happened to be shielding the small vial within. This should be it. Huan Tianqi immediately identified the blue jade bowl as the true body of an artifact spirit tribe being. However, the spiritual nature of the bowl had completely faded, clearly indicating that the artifact spirit tribe being had fallen. The spirit tribe trader had clearly given his life to protect that small vial, so it was most likely the object that they were looking for. An elated look appeared on Huan Tianqi's face. Yet just as he was about to reach out toward the small vial, Spirit Lord Huang Liang's expression suddenly changed drastically as he yelled, "Look out!" Huan Tianqi was an immensely powerful being in his own right, and he sensed an extremely well-concealed sneak attack aimed toward him from the shadows almost at the exact moment that Spirit Lord Huang Liang had cried out. In a fit of shock and rage, he didn't have time to do anything other than stomp a foot violently into the ground, catapulting himself straight into the air while a streak of crimson light glanced past the soles of his feet. A humanoid figure that was around a foot in size suddenly appeared nearby before abruptly reaching toward the small vial. "Don't you dare!" Spirit Lord Huang Liang let loose an enraged roar as he flicked his 10 fingers rapidly toward the humanoid figure. A dozen or so yellow streaks of sword chi immediately swept forth, but he was clearly too late. The humanoid figure gave a triumphant laugh before sucking the small vial into his grasp. His body then swayed, and he flew away as a crimson cloud. Su Tian, you're not getting away. Have just barely evaded that attack that would have sliced him in half. Huan Tianqi circled around in midair and was furious after identifying his assailant. Spatial fluctuations suddenly proliferated from above the crimson cloud as a massive moth around 10 feet in size appeared at his behest. The moth's green eyes flashed as it immediately flapped its wings downward without any hesitation. A burst of 7-colored mist immediately descended toward the crimson cloud. The cloud seemed to be extremely wary of the colorful mist, as indicated by the fact that it was unwilling to come into contact with the mist, skirting around it instead as it fled toward another direction. However, during the split-second delay, the dozen or so streaks of yellow sword chi unleashed by Spirit Lord Huang Liang were already upon him. Spirit Lord Huang Liang himself was also charging toward him as a streak of yellow light. Su Tian's heart jolted upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Master Su Tian, give the divine blood to me. I'm using a concealment technique, and I'll be able to get the divine blood out of this place." Su Tian faltered slightly upon hearing this, but he was quickly overjoyed. The one who had been spectating the battle with him up above was indeed Shi Yan. Su Tian had an ability that allowed him to faintly detect the presence of one of his brethren nearby, but he couldn't be sure if there was actually someone there, and nor was he able to determine who it was. However, the familiar voice answered all of the questions in his heart. He raised on hand to defend himself against the oncoming streak of sword chi, while the small vial appeared out of nowhere in his other hand amid a flash of spiritual light. He flicked his wrist through the air, and the small crimson vial shot forth toward the direction where the voice had come from. The cloud of blood roiled and instantly condensed into a blood lotus that twirled around its body. Over 10 streaks of sword light were absorbed into it. The small vial flew over 30 meters away and disappeared into emptiness in the blink of an eye. When Huan Tianqi arrived and saw this, he let out a furious roar, spitting out a gray demon wind with it. Hail and sand and stones swept over the area Han Li was hidden. Although the demon wasn't able to see Han Li's figure, he was rich with battle experience. He was able to make out that a human using concealment techniques had seized the bottle. When Han Li saw the demon wind come to attack him, his expression faintly changed. After he concealed himself, It was impossible for him to immediately fly out of range of the demon wind. Once the wind brushed past him, it would immediately dispel his invisibility talisman. In that split second, Su Tian's face turned sullen, and he pointed at the engulfing winds with an incantation gesture. A red sword light tore through the air from over the horizon and flew into his hand. It then flashed, cleaving through the demon winds and directly cutting at Hua Tianqi. Frightened, Hua Tianqi hastily reached out above him. A gray demon claw immediately appeared and cleaved at the incoming crimson light. The gray and red light intertwined, finding themselves in a deadlock for the time being. When Han Li saw this, he was elated and began to fly away, still concealed. But then, a cold snort sounded from behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" He suddenly sensed something flash from the yellow mist, and a white jade seal strangely warped above his head. In a blur, it turned over 30 meters large and pounded down towards Han Li. The attack was lightning swift. Su Tian shouted, knowing it was too late for him to help. Han Li had already witnessed its might, and when the giant pounded it, it was entirely unscathed. He absolutely couldn't receive the strike. His expression wavered several times before he let out a sigh. As the jade seal pressed down, silver light flashed and revealed Han Li. Han Li slapped the roof of his head and summoned a small cauldron wrapped in azure light. He opened it to release a string of clear cries, followed by a barrage of countless azure threads. They quickly waved together a net of light to catch the seal above him. The seal continued to press down, dropping right on top of the net. A chain of explosions ruptured. The seal appeared unharmed as usual, and the azure net began to slowly crumble. However, the Heaven Void Cauldron was a divine spirit treasure. With another wave of azure threads, it completely halted the jade seal's momentum. Han Li grasped his hands in an incantation gesture to use this opportunity. Thunder cried, followed by the appearance of azure-white wings on his back. His body seemed to twist as he turned into a white line, disappearing along with the small cauldron. When the seal broke free of the net of light, it naturally fell on top of nothing. At that moment, azure lightning flashed over 100 meters away, where Han Li silently reappeared. "How are you able to control that treasure?" "You aren't sure, Yen." Su Tian's inconceivable voice sounded from within the blood cloud. Then it roiled to reveal a silhouette that was several inches tall. The profound spirit Su Tian looked at Han Li with furious alarm. "You aren't from the spirit clan. You're a human cultivator." Light flashed from the yellow mist to reveal Spirit Lord Huang Liang, looking at Han Li with an astonished fash. Huan Tianqi used this opportunity to scatter the crimson sword light and flashed forward to Huang Liang's side, examining Han Li with bewilderment as well. Facing the spatial tempering stage existences, Han Li simply opened his mouth with an incantation gesture, formed and spat out a mist of blood. Soon after, a dense mist of blood enveloped him. "He wants to run." When Su Tian saw this, he saw that it was a profound movement technique, and he furiously shouted. Soon after, the blood cloud stirred beneath Han Li as if it were ready to pounce. Huan Tianqi snorted and said, "Fellow Taoist Su Tian, there is no need to be so anxious. I merely want to experience your blood fiend spirit lotus. Brother Han Li, since he's a human cultivator, you deal with him." His form then turned half-demon in an instant, and his body blurred as he pounced towards Su Tian. Huang Liang stared at Han Li and indifferently said, "Don't worry, he is a trifling deity transformation stage cultivator. Even with a spirit treasure, he will not escape me." He then glanced at the Heaven Void Cauldron at Han Li's side. As soon as those words were said, he opened his mouth and spat a small green sword. It blurred and arrived above the blood mist with WIRM-like agility. A clang lightly sounded as a golden light shot out from the mist. Although it was repelled from the impact, it managed to block the green sword. The golden light revealed itself to be a foot-long flying sword. Huang Liang sneered and pointed at his sword. The green streak flew immediately, intertwining with the flying golden sword. Under the bright clash, the golden light found itself further pressured and restrained as the green streak began to revolve and turn into a meter-long wheel, revolving at a force that would crush anything in its path. A series of sharp metal clangs sounded, but strangely enough, the golden sword appeared almost entirely unscathed from the fierce blows apart from growing dimmer. Instead, the flying sword continued to forcibly tangle with the azure sword and distract it. Huang Liang let out a yelp and his face stirred. Although he hadn't refined the green sword from extraordinary materials, when he completed the first cycle of cultivation, he honed it with several thousand years of effort. Its might already was equivalent to a spirit treasure, but now it was being repelled by the flying sword of a deity transformation stage cultivator. He was thoroughly shocked, but he retained a calm appearance and quickly formed an incantation gesture, causing his sword to let out a ring. It blurred as it turned into 36 identical copies. They all cleaved at the blood mist in a dense barrage of attack, intending on skewering Han Li's corpse. But what Huang Liang couldn't have expected was for Han Li's back to blur, summoning tens of small golden swords as well. They all flew out in sword streaks and blocked the azure lights, letting not one of them through. At that moment, the blood mist was growing violently unstable as Han Li continued to chant. His 10 fingers began to cycle through incantation gestures, as if he was about to finish his spell. When Spirit Lord Huang Liang saw this, his astonishment was clear to see, but a cold glint soon shined from his eye. Soon after, yellow mist brightly lit up and he vanished. Han Li let out a deep sigh and suddenly crimson marks flashed on his brow, followed by the appearance of a black eyeball. It immediately released a thin beam of jet-black light before disappearing. 30 meters away, a loud boom shook the air. Yellow mist and black light flickered together to reveal Spirit Lord Huang Liang. He cried out in alarm, "You have such a treasure?" "An annihilating treasure." The spatial tempering stage cultivator wore a grim expression, but after some surprise, there was neither rage nor joy. He raised his hand and slowly reached his hand out in front of him. The sounds of tearing space erupted above Han Li's head, and the winds drew up a storm nearby. Countless threads of mist appeared in the nearby air, condensing into a ball of light in each blink of an eye. A 3-meter-long crystalline jade axe appeared in the air. Huang Liang made a first with his hand and waved down, uttering, "Cleave!" The rainbow jade axe trembled and slowly moved down. But before the axe drew close, lightning rang. Balls of azure lightning flickered off of the axe, warping the nearby space it touched. The might's axe was beyond what it displayed. As he still casted from within the blood mist, Han Li's expression changed. Without another thought, he opened his mouth and spat out a small black mountain. It trembled to release halos of gray light from its surface. Wherever the strange halo of light passed through any of the azure swordlights, they let out a wail and trembled uncontrollably as if they were stunned. The huge jade axe clearly wasn't comparable to the azure swordlight, however. It easily brushed past the halos and scattered them with ease. Han Li's heart grew tense and the small mountain burst, suddenly condensing a dozen rings of light together into an incredibly dense halo. It disappeared with a tremble, suddenly reappearing nearby the jade axe and quickly wrapping around it. The rainbow light on the axe's surface pulsed in resistance, but then, the axe suddenly lost control. Huang Liang was completely aghast by the sight of this. Without another thought, he shouted and released a chain of spell seals. Suddenly, the jade axe let out a roll of thunder, and a series of azure lightning bolts exploded, fiercely cleaving down and tearing through the gray halo. But that moment of delay bought Han Li just enough time. He suddenly blurred in a crimson streak and he left the blood mist. At an inconceivable speed, he arrived hundreds of kilometers away, a mere black speck in the horizon. As for his flying swords and the small black mountain, they disappeared as well. With his deity transformation stage cultivation and his fiercely powerful body, this life-saving evasion technique possessed inconceivable speeds. In several flickers, he already disappeared from sight. At that moment, Spirit Lord Huang Liang and the others ceased their fighting and looked into the distance with shock. The three yelled with alarm at nearly the same time and cast incantation gestures at nearly the same instant, streaking forward in furious pursuit. Several seconds later, the nearby skies were completely empty, the three flying at a speed nearly comparable to the Blood Shadow evasion. With the speed of the Blood Shadow evasion, Han Li had arrived at the valley's entrance in the span of a few breaths. With his current cultivation, he was finally able to do what he couldn't at core formation and nascent soul stage. He was able to control his direction with the overbearing speed of the technique. In the blink of an eye, Han Li arrived over 50 kilometers away and he swept his spiritual sense past his surroundings. He discovered that Huang Liang and the others weren't far away and were in close pursuit. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Since they were all spatial tempering stage cultivators, Han Li didn't believe it would be so simple to escape them. Still within the crimson light, he flipped his hand and 2 pearls sparkling with crimson-black talisman characters appeared in his hand. He quickly tossed them behind him and began to chant with his hands held in a gesture. At that moment, he continued to blur through the air in a crimson flash and swept past the entrance to the chaotic valley. Behind him, the 3 were still in quick pursuit. The 2 pearls spun and let out a drone before detonating in a world-shaking explosion. Black and red light turned into 2 30-meter-wide blazing suns. To the naked eye, one could see waves of violent chi scattering around them like a storm. It completely engulfed the area of several kilometers. Of the 3 cultivators pursuing Han Li, Su Tian possessed the deepest cultivation and even used a secret technique to increase his speed. As a result, he was engulfed by the storm. As for the other 2, they had more time to react and quickly change direction, thinking of flying around the dangerous storm. Nevertheless, both the human and the demon didn't let go of this opportunity to give a free hit to Su Tian. Huan Tianqi's sleeve trembled and a gray demon wind roiled. Huang Liang waved his hand at the storm and released a yellow beam of light. The 2 attacks entered the storm and let out a large explosion. Su Tian's furious roar immediately followed. Seeing that Su Tian was somewhat harmed, he would be occupied for some time. The pair grinned at each other and then made their way to the valley entrance. Because of the delay caused by the Immortal vanquishing pearls, Han Li already turned into a blur on the horizon. The 2 didn't take the distance to heart as the 2 were confident they would be able to catch up using their secret techniques. But then 2 wounds cracked from the stone walls of the valley. Silver light flashed and 2 pillars of silver flames moved to engulf them. Because the flames traveled at immense speed within the narrow valley, it arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Spirit Lord Huang Liang chopped his hand through the air without another through, striking down the flames with a yellow sword streak. But as soon as the sword streak touched the flame, it was consumed entirely. The silver flame didn't stop there and rushed towards them with even greater momentum. The roiling temperatures left the cultivator completely dried out. Huang Liang's expression vastly changed and she shouted, "Spirit extinguishing bone flame!" Soon after, he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture, and he disappeared. The flame pillar engulfed the area where he once was. Huan Tianqi found himself in a similar situation. He cast a demon wind, but the silver flames cleanly engulfed it. He astonishingly blurred several times in response and let several afterimages in his place to escape the flame. Huan Tianqi looked at Huang Liang's still figure with an unsightly expression and explained, "No, it isn't spirit extinguishing bone flame. The white bone flame may be silver, but it is also filled with evil chi. Only Ancestor White Bone can control them and no one else." The 2 silver flames then condensed at the center to reveal a 3-meter-wide fireball. It shrunk several times in size to reveal a graceful silver flame bird. A fire spirit. The 2 were startled to see one. However, the silver flame bird coldly stared at the 2 before gently flapping its wings. Silver light flickered and countless fist-sized fireballs appeared nearby. A clear ring sounded and the fireballs trembled, enveloping the 2 in a dense barrage of attacks from every direction. When Huang Liang heard that it wasn't that spirit-extinguishing bone flame, he felt a wave of relief, and when he saw the fireballs, he snorted coldly. He waved his hand, wildly expanding an 8-trigram mirror in front of him. To his side, Huan Tianqi flipped his hand to produce a ball of silver lightning. Although the 2 didn't know the true nature of the silver flames, they couldn't treat it with contempt and would have to deal with it using full force. But at that moment, the fireballs that were about to strike them brightly glowed and trembled before disappearing. The roasting temperatures nearby seemed to completely disappear along with the fireballs. In his alarm, Huang Liang then narrowed his eyes as he looked at the silver flame bird. Under his stare, he heard a light bang. The flame bird combusted of its own accord. It scattered like the fireballs and strangely disappeared. With a sullen expression, he turned to look at Huan Tianqi. The Jasper Mouse clan elder wore an ashen expression. As doubt flickered through his eyes, Huan Tianqi coldly said, "Even if the flames weren't the spirit extinguishing bone flames, they were still significant. I've never heard of a cultivator like that before." Huang Liang shook his head and glanced in the direction outside the valley. He coldly laughed and said, "I don't recognize him. Perhaps he is a cultivator from another region. In any case, this is the first time I've seen him in the Heaven Origin region. But for a lone person to use such small tricks to escape our grasp, we must have been quite arrogant. Although it's too late to place a spiritual sense marker on his body, with our vastly powerful spiritual sense, we should be able to find him in the setting sun tomb if he hasn't escaped over 5,000 kilometers away." At the moment, Han Li had already disappeared past the edge of the sky. Huan Tianqi nodded and agreed. Afterwards, the two closed their eyes and slowly expanded their immensely powerful spiritual sense. After just a moment of time, their faces revealed wonder and astonishment as if they couldn't believe what they sensed. How can this be possible? All traces of his spiritual power have disappeared. Not a single trace. Huang Liang opened his eyes to reveal shock. I also couldn't find it. Even if he died, traces of his aura should have remained for a short time, Huan Tianqi muttered. Either his cultivation was far beyond ours, or he used a peculiar technique to conceal his aura from our spiritual sense. Spirit Lord Huang Liang frowned. It must be the second reason. Don't forget, this person was already concealed nearby, yet we weren't able to find him. It seems that this person must be skilled in formidable concealment techniques. How troublesome. With those abilities, we won't be able to find him. Huan Tianqi's cheek twitched. That might not be certain. We might have another opportunity. Now that he's concealed himself, he won't be able to travel far with his movement techniques. He should be around 1,000 kilometers away. So long as we utilize our subordinates, the entire area will be under our control. Besides, with your illusion flame moth's thousand moth technique, I am confident we won't be able to hide from us forever. A cold glint flashed from his eyes. The thousand moth technique would wear down their vitality, but I guess there is no other choice. It will be worth it to use this technique. However, as for that setting sun crystal. Huan Tianqi reluctantly nodded and then dropped his gaze to the treasure in Huang Liang's hand. Having already decided on the matter, Huang Liang answered, "He. So long as we acquire that item from the spirit clan, I will give the crystal. Even if you can't find him, I'll split the crystal in half." "Good. That will be fine." Huan Tianqi smiled and wanted to say something else when they heard a long screech from behind them along with a heaven-shattering eruption. An astonishing spirit wave spread throughout the sky. The two felt their hearts tremble and they quickly turned around. Not far away, the storm from the immortal vanquishing beads had already disappeared. There was a 30-meter-wide blood lotus twirling through the air along with a person at its center, staring at them with an icy, ominous gaze. It was Su Tian, who the two had struck while he was down. Huan Tianqi displayed not even a trace of fear and calmly said, "Fellow Taoist Su Tian, you still wish to fight us? The person who deceived you has escaped to who knows where. Let us stop for the time being. It might be likely he'll escape." Su Tian glanced around him to find no trace of Han Li. Then he glared at the two and coldly snorted. "I have no choice but to let you go for now. But if there is a chance in the future, I will be sure to test your skills." Afterwards, the blood lotus petals beneath him closed together. Then, it shrieked through the valley at piercing speeds. Not long after, it could no longer be seen. Huang Liang and the demon didn't take the spirit cultivator's threat very seriously. Not only is it impossible for spirits to remain in the human and demon domains for long, but the two held the advantage when their forces were combined. Afterwards, the two had a brief discussion before heading in their own ways. They prepared to gather their men and seal off an area over 1,000 kilometers wide. Not even a fly or mouse would be able to make it through. At that moment, Han Li was now at a small mountain over 1,000 kilometers away. He had a vastly changed appearance on his face. He was a shorter middle-aged man with long facial hair. His body completely lacked spiritual chi as he now appeared to be a run-of-the-mill body refiner. He was meditating on a boulder with an expressionless face. A while later, Han Li opened his eyes and wore a faint smile. He muttered, "The last thread of spirit flames in my body has been extinguished. Unless they personally examine me, they wouldn't be able to recognize them." Even so, Han Li made no attempt to leave. Even with his appearance and aura altered, Hanli had no desire to risk any danger. From then on, he leaped off the boulder and jumped several times, skirting off the mountain. Not long after, he found himself in front of a cliff covered in dense vines and shrubs. Hanli swept his gaze around him and nodded with a satisfied smile. Then he took a deep breath and began to pound against the cliff with fists shining in golden light. Huge rumbles sounded out and a 10-meter deep cave appeared. His figure blurred as he strangely shifted into it. Then inside the cave he struck above him, instantly covering the entrance in a pile of rubble and sealing it. The cave immediately became pitch black. He didn't mind this in the slightest and summoned a prepared moonlight stone into his hand with a flip of his palm. He grabbed the stone and slapped it at the top of the cave. With immense force, the moonlight stone easily embedded itself. Under the faint crystalline light, the stone cave became clear. Hanli looked for a clean area to sit down. Light flashed from his spirit ring and he fetched a small crimson vial from his storage bracelet. He examined it with curious eyes. Apart from a continuous red glow, the vial appeared quite ordinary. It had a common glossy surface like porcelain. As he stroked the vial with his finger, he inwardly muttered and began to think of the spirit Shuryan's memories relating to divine blood. A long while later, he frowned and he took out a palm-sized jade alms bowl. He then opened the vial and tilted it over the bowl. A purple light flowed out from the vial, slowly dripping a deep purple liquid into the alms bowl. It appeared unable to mix into the bowl. Hanli narrowed his eyes and closely examined it for a long while before extending his finger to touch the liquid. As a result, the purple liquid seemed to jump up of its own accord and wrap around his finger as if it wanted to enter. However, Hanli raised his brow and golden light flashed from his flesh, stopping the purple drop in its tracks. Then with a flick, he dropped the liquid back into the bowl. Not bad. It really is the spirit tribe's divine blood. A trace of interest lit up in Hanli's eyes. Afterwards, he put the purple liquid back into the vial and carefully placed it back into his storage bracelet. He now felt at ease to rest peacefully in the cave. Although he currently possessed no magic power, he still had no need to eat or drink. Not long after, a sliver of spiritual sense swept past Hanli. When it sensed that Hanli's body didn't possess any spiritual qi, it brushed past him and ignored his existence. Several days later, threads of spiritual sense often swept past the area, number up to 12 times in a day. But after half a month, it eventually died down to 2 or 3 times. 2 months later, a spiritual sense that was far more powerful than the others swept past him. But Hanli remained calm, hidden inside the cave. Then, a half-year passed without another reemergence of spiritual sense. When Hanli sensed this change, he rejoiced. But he waited several more months before he opened his eyes and broke down the pile of rubble blocking the cave entrance. He slowly walked out and took a look around him. When he saw there was nothing out of the ordinary, he waved his sleeve with a chuckle and leaped down the mountain like a shooting star. Not long after, he disappeared into the mountain forests. A year later, in a small city relatively close to Setting Sun City, a young body refiner with an unfamiliar face arrived at the city. He hurriedly purchased a few items and left as quickly as he arrived. This was because rumors of the missing divine blood slowly began to spread. When a few of the cultivators and body refiners that participated in the battle with the 3 races verified the matter, it became a hot topic in the following years. People clicked their tongues in wonder at the thought of a trifling deity transformation stage cultivator seizing the prize from 3 spatial tempering stage opponents. Unwilling to give up, Spirit Lord Huang Liang investigated this matter for a good number of years after returning from the city, completely focusing his attention on finding the identity of this cultivator. As a result, he found nothing. Although the cultivator displayed several powerful abilities, there was no trace of him as if he hadn't existed before that day. After another 2 years passed, Spirit Lord Huang Liang left Setting Sun City and arrived at a wild territory as he previously agreed with Huan Tianqi. This hadn't captured anyone's interest as the matter of the divine blood had long passed. Several years later, at a huge mountain far from human civilization, there was a pitch-black room inside the mountain where a human was meditating with golden light sparkling from his body. At his side was a small crimson bottle. It laid flat on the ground as if it were empty. The person sat motionless and cross-legged. If it were for the faint signs of breathing, he may as well have been a statue. To a mortal, 100 years would most likely signify the end of their lifespan. But to a cultivator with profound magic power, it was only the blink of an eye. After 100 years, the still mountain suddenly had a squadron of wolf-mounted cavalry. They were slowly traveling through the mountain while escorting several decorated beast carriages. There were 3 people in one of the carriages: an old man with graying hair, a 7-year-old boy with a dignified appearance, and a frail girl of the same age. The old man had a face full of wrinkles, but the body below his neck appeared as strong and fit as any young person. But his hands appeared to belong to the dried branches of an old tree. Strangely enough, the old man's fingernails were not only several inches long, but they were also exceptionally sharp. The red light they displayed was also quite mysterious. The boy and girl sitting across from him couldn't help but stare at his nails with wonder. The old man made no effort to conceal his nails and simply looked at the children with a silent smile. Suddenly, a beast hoofs sounded from the window and man's voice suddenly said, "Reporting to Elder Hua, the vanguard has returned. The beasts within a 500-kilometer perimeter of Cloud Dress Mountain have been exterminated." The old man's face stirred, and he raised his hand to open the window curtains. Good, good. With this, my business can open a new trade route without much problem. He saw a middle-aged cavalryman saddled on a snow-white wolf. He was facing the carriage with a respectful face. The old man glanced at the cavalryman and gravely said, "However, are you certain that all the demon beasts on the mountain were slain? It is common for demon beasts skilled on concealment techniques to hide their aura." The cavalryman's face slightly changed, but he quickly replied with a tone of certainty, "That isn't possible. In addition to demonic chi, I have asked many cultivators to sweep the mountain with their spiritual sense. There are definitely no demon beasts on the mountain." Oh, so it was like that. It seems there shouldn't be a problem. Although the cultivators are only at core formation stage, the mountain shouldn't have any demon beasts at too high a level. In that case, please continue forward. The old man nodded his head and uttered a word of praise. But just as he thought to close the window curtain, the sky suddenly changed. The sounds of an earth-breaking disaster sounded from a distance, followed by continuous thunder and the darkening of the sky. Whistling winds tore through the air. The vast change in the weather occurred in only the blink of an eye, all before the old man could close the curtains. The middle-aged cavalryman glanced up and stared at the clouds gathering at the peak of the huge mountain. The old man frowned and pounded the top of the carriage 3 times. The carriage slowed and came to a stop. The old man stepped outside and looked up at the top of the mountain. Soon his face vastly changed. The old man couldn't help but look at a distant mountain peak with bafflement. Heavenly tribulation. There is a cultivator undergoing tribulation. How strange. It seems unlike minor or greater tribulation. On the huge mountain top, the sky had turned pitch black and gold-and-silver lightning bolts danced across the black clouds. Their faint rumbles filled the distant air. White gales shrieked down to ground below and continuously struck the mountain top, cutting through trees and splitting rocks. At that moment, the entire caravan came to a stop and the cavalryman stared the odd scene completely dumbstruck. A few other members in the caravan soared into the air and circled once before flying to the old man's side. The yellow-robed youth with a handsome face seemed to be the leader of the group. He descended next to the old man and respectfully asked, "Elder Hua, can you see what sort of heavenly tribulation that senior is undergoing? It doesn't seem to be minor tribulation. Could it be a spatial tempering stage senior is hidden in the mountain?" His voice carried a faint trace of excitement. This came as no surprise. Cultivators at spatial tempering stage and higher were a rare sight even in the spirit realm. The old man shook his head and said, "It isn't greater tribulation. I've seen one before and the lightning was purple and golden. Its might was far greater than this one." The yellow-robed youth wore an odd expression and said, "However, minor tribulation isn't golden. It should be azure. I've seen my sect elders undergo it several times." The old man wore a solemn expression and doubtfully said, "It seems harsher than ordinary minor tribulation, but it can't be the metamorphosis tribulation of a demon beast. That has only silver lightning." When the core formation cultivators saw that Elder Hua was unsure, they wore disappointed expressions. The winds in the sky have already become more frequent and strong. A windstorm seemed to envelop the area 50 kilometers around the mountain. Black clouds also began to pressure the ground underneath. As a result, Elder Hua began to mutter to himself and order the caravan to form a circle for the time being and calmly wait for the tribulation to end before continuing forward. As the sounds of thunder continued to ring, the silver-gold lightning suddenly burst with greater ferocity. It roiled from cloud to cloud and began to strike down in a dense barrage akin to a rainstorm. As this continued, the silver lightning struck the mountain, breaking apart its top with explosions of dust and rock, easily cleaving the top of the mountain with blinding silver light. As for the golden lightning, it seemed to disappear upon touching the mountain. Soon after, thunder began to clap from the center of the mountain. A muffled explosion seemed even louder than the fierce claps of thunder from the sky. This came as a shock to Elder Hua and the other core formation cultivators. The golden lightning was odd in a heavenly tribulation and wasn't blocked by the mountain rock in the slightest, directly striking the target of the tribulation. This strange scene was something that only occurred with the purple-gold lightning of greater tribulations. Could it be a type of greater tribulation that the old man had never seen before? As these doubts welled in the hearts of these cultivators, a piercing azure light shot out from the center of the mountain. In a blur, it emerged from the center of the mountain, containing a faint silhouette. When the spectators saw this, they knew the person inside the azure light was certain to be the cultivator of great ability undergoing the tribulation. Unbeknownst to them, this person had emerged from the mountain since it did nothing to block the golden tribulation lightning. He felt that he would better deal with the tribulation's might in a wider area. At that moment, the golden and silver lightning striking the huge mountain swiftly changed targets to the azure light. A long shriek sounded from the azure light, and azure light flashed from above the person's head. A huge cauldron appeared, and its lid opened in a blur. A dense mass of azure threads shot out from the cauldron and fluttered through the air, concealing about half of the sky. The azure threads completely absorbed the silver lightning into the cauldron, but the golden lightning was still unaffected and brushed past the threads to strike at the person below. Good, good, good. The person in the azure light seemed surprised, but he laughed at the unexpected result. The person clutched his hands together and raised them to the air. Thunder deafeningly rang, and two dense bolts of lightning wildly flashed. Soon after, they spread out, creating a huge net of lightning above him. In the blink of an eye, the two types of golden lightning struck one another, resulting in a crackling explosion. Afterwards, they dissolved into countless thin golden arcs that jumped through the air in a gorgeous display. The Elder Hua and the others were dumbstruck by the sight. Many cultivators practiced lightning-attributed techniques in the spirit realm, but when common lightning touched tribulation lightning, they were unable to block it. Rather, the tribulation lightning would absorb it and turning it against its owner. The cultivator undergoing tribulation in front of them not only cultivated lightning ability on par with tribulation lightning, but he actually dared to use it to block tribulation lightning. He never heard of someone with the gall to do such a thing. However, the silver and golden lightning dropping from the black clouds seemed unending. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the lightning continued to strike, and with increasing ferocity. The lightning was originally as thick as a thumb, but now it was as thick as an arm. At that moment, the figure in the azure light had a faintly changed expression because the huge cauldron seemed to absorb as much lightning as it could hold. The azure threads seemed to be fewer, and it began to block even less silver lightning. As a result, a large quantity of silver lightning began to rain down on the person's golden net, draining the net's strength to near the point of exhaustion. The core formation cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Their leader, the yellow-robed youth, muttered, "This absolutely isn't minor tribulation. Even the tribulation of a consummate deity transformation cultivator isn't this powerful." Elder Hua, having witnessed this power, suddenly said, "No, I have heard of this kind of tribulation before. Is that true, Elder Hua?" The yellow-robed youth quickly turned to the old man. "Yes, I have heard someone mention it once before. However, it was so long ago that I can't remember it clearly," the old man said with a deeply contemplative expression. After all, he wasn't a cultivator. In his advanced age, his memory has begun to weaken. The core formation cultivators felt somewhat anxious, but Elder Hua was a peak-grade body refiner with power that could rival a nascent soul cultivator. None dare to urge him to remember. A core formation cultivator noticed a change in the sky and suddenly shouted, "Oh no! That senior doesn't seem to be able to hold on." When the others heard this, they looked over in alarm and Elder Hua snapped out of his contemplation and quickly looked up. They saw the tribulation lightning suddenly change. The arcs of lightning were replaced with head-sized balls of gold and silver lightning. It was as if a goddess flowers were drifting down from the heavens. The balls of lightning were clearly more powerful than the arcs that struck down. Under the dense and numerous attack, the cauldron was no longer able to endure and let out a mournful drone before withdrawing its threads and shrinking to the size of a fist. In a streak of light, it flew back into the person's body. It was clear the treasure suffered grave damage. The person still continued to channel golden lightning through his hands, but the golden net was soon about to collapse. Eventually, the net was scattered inches at a time under the barrage of lightning balls. Just as the spectators believed that the cultivator was about to fail his tribulation, the silhouette to let a bone-chilling snort and he slapped the back of his head to produce a gray misty light. He then opened his head to spit out a pitch-black inch-large rock. When the gray mist spread itself to receive the balls of lightning, an inconceivable event occurred. Regardless of the color of balls of lightning, the gray light immediately stopped the balls in their tracks. They appeared as if they were suspended in the air by an invisible force. The gray light appeared to only have this kind of power against the lightning balls and could do nothing else. But as lightning balls continued to drop down, it continued to gather them up with ease. Although the gray mist was only 100 meters wide, in the blink of an eye, it amassed an overflowing number of lightning balls. It appeared filled to the brim as if it could hold no more. At that point, the person formed an incantation gesture at the inch-large rock in front of him. It surged into a 40-meter-tall mountain instantly. Immediately, after the silhouette let out a deep and cryptic incantation, waves of light challenged through the entire surface of the pitch-black mountain and gray rings began to fly off the mountain, sweeping past the suspended lightning balls. An incredible scene followed. When the gray rings began to sweep past them, the balls of lightning faintly trembled, but they didn't have any greater effect. However, the gray mist seemed to ripple and those ripples soon began to warp. The balls of lightning eventually grew unstable as the gray mist twisted with greater intensity, causing the balls to strike one another and explode ferociously, scattering countless arcs of lightning everywhere. Following that, the gray rings trembled and the arcs of lightning seemed to be brought under their control, striking down at the pitch-black mountain in a uniform manner. The person in the azure light then continued, using the gray mist to dissolve the balls and using the small mountain to absorb the resulting loose lightning. These actions appeared to be done with ease, but in the person's heart, he was cursing without end. Although the divine essence-fused light possessed fantastical abilities and he could draw on the essence-fused mountain to deal with the tribulation lightning, it consumed astronomical amounts of magic power. Of course, the person in the azure light was Han Li, who cultivated in the mountain for over 100 years. At that moment, not only did he cultivate the Vajra arts to full completion, but he reformed his dissolved nascent soul with the aid of spirit medicines. He completely didn't expect that heavenly tribulation would strike down on him the moment he reformed his nascent soul. Caught unprepared, he had no choice but to deal with it using force. After a dozen more waves of lightning balls rained down, Han Li's magic power had taken a steep dive, consuming a majority of it. But the tribulation didn't seem to be exhausting its lightning anytime soon. Han Li's face paled. Although he possessed many abilities, there weren't many that could block the heavenly tribulation. As for the flame bird he refined from Shuryan's heavenly flame, it has been withdrawn into the body of his nascent soul since the start of tribulation. As the Sink Devils and Weeping Soul Beast were sentient, they cowered before tribulation and weren't very useful in this regard. The 8th Spirit Ruler and the 6 Divine's Talisman were suitable treasures, but they had been destroyed in the journey through the spatial node. Now he was left with sparsely few countermeasures, all of which he had prepared as last reserve life-saving measures, but he was still found wanting. But how could a minor tribulation in the spirit realm be so formidable? If they were all this frightening, how could other deity transformation stage cultivators survive? He didn't believe that each one of them was even more powerful than he was. There must be some trick to surviving it. As he sullenly thought this, he regretted not doing more research on minor tribulations. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that what he was experiencing was far beyond what a minor tribulation could amount to. Even with his several heaven-defying abilities and his 2 top-grade treasures, the Heaven Void Cauldron and the Essence-Fused Mountain, a normal deity transformation stage cultivator would have already perished under the first wave. Now he let out a deep sigh and a crimson light faintly shined from his body, as if something was about to emerge. At that moment, over a kilometer outside the area of Han Li's tribulation, space fluctuated, followed by the appearance of a formation of white light. The light formation was only about 30 meters wide and had talisman characters drifting within it with blinding light. Although Han Li was mostly focused on blocking the tribulation, the strange appearance of the formation hadn't escaped his notice. His heart trembled and a crimson streak flickered from his body. As he continued to use the divine essence-fused light to block the lightning balls, he turned his head coldly over. It was no wonder Han Li was so cautious. During a crucial moment of calamity, an odd item he's never heard of suddenly appeared near him. However, the formation of light appeared rather familiar, much like when Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the spell formation, he began to ponder. As the formation of white light droned, it flashed and a square golden boat suddenly sprang forth from it. The boat seemed to be forged from pure gold with exquisite detail, and it was also covered densely in faint silver talisman characters. When Han Li saw those talisman characters, his face faintly changed. The silver rune scripts, they were actually spirit scripts from the spirit realm. The golden boat was about 20 meters long, and its surface was engraved in talisman characters of the rune script. The huge light formation seemed to be a teleportation formation without a base. Han Li felt shocked. But what astonished him even more was the yellow dome barrier at the center of the boat. It appeared incredibly thick, preventing even his powerful spiritual sense from looking inside. Shortly after the golden boat appeared, the formation of light beneath it crumbled away inches at a time. Meanwhile, the yellow barrier at the center of the golden boat disappeared to reveal 2 cultivators wearing golden battle armor. One of them appeared quite elderly, either in his 60s or 50s, and wore a goatee. The other appeared to be only in his 30s, and he had a white complexion with no facial hair. The silver rune scripts were also engraved into the 2 cultivators' armor and would also have these talisman characters occasionally float around them. It was clear to see that the 2 sets of armor possessed great value. Just as Han Li swept his spiritual sense past them, the divine essence-fused light above him trembled, nearly on the brink of destruction. Spatial tempering stage cultivators. One of them is even at mid-spatial tempering stage. How could such characters appear here and right as he was undergoing tribulation? Could it be that they've come for him? As Han Li looked at the 2, he wore an unsightly expression. From the distance, the caravan naturally saw the sudden appearance of the golden boat and the 2 gold-armored cultivators. For a time, the core formation cultivators were left in a daze. But when Elder Hu saw them, his face vastly changed in shock, and he shouted out, "The Golden Court boat! The Deep Heaven Guards! The Deep Heaven Guards! Could it be that Senior has a relationship with Deep Heaven City?" When the yellow-robed cultivator heard this, their faces turned snow-white with disbelief. Elder Hu stared at the boat and vacantly muttered, "I've got it! That person is truly undergoing minor tribulation, but he must be a rare cultivator that ascended from a lower realm. He also hadn't cleaned his essence with the earth-exterminating pill, causing 2-colored tribulation lightning to claim his life. Those Deep Heaven Guards must have sensed the tribulation and have sent help. But what's more strange is that they would be in the area to begin with. The core formation cultivators were left even more shocked by what they heard. Soon, everything seemed to verify the old man's words. When the 2 spatial tempering stage cultivators appeared from the boat, they looked at the balls of lightning hailing down from Han Li's tribulation. The 2 betrayed some astonishment at seeing him able to still hold out. Nevertheless, one of them immediately raised their hand and released a purple talisman from his hand. As soon as it left his hand, it let out a thunderous clap and transformed into a 30-meter-tall person of light wrapped by purple lightning. The figure had its arm crossed and its upper body was bare, emitting a ferocious aura. However, its face was blurred and only a long mustache could be made out. As for the other armored cultivator, he released an azure and a gold talisman. When the two talismans were released, they let out thunderous light and turned into a 3-meter-large azure spike and a golden hammer. The two items were wrapped in azure sparks and golden lightning respectively, releasing an astonishing pressure. The other cultivator began to solemnly cast spell seals into the huge light figure. Suddenly, the giant of light reached out to the azure spike and the golden hammer, two weapons formed from talismans, and promptly summoned them into its hands. As for the one who released the weapons, he began to chant in conjunction with his companion. The giant raised its head and let out a dragon's roar. It raised its hand and pointed the azure spike in Han Li's direction. Then it fiercely swung down with the hammer. A huge bang resounded, followed by heaven-shaking lightning. Purple lightning sparked from the entire giant. The golden hammer and the azure spike both let out a blinding glare. A streak of purple, azure, and golden lightning poured out from the all. At first, it was thin, but in the blink of an eye it became thicker and longer, quickly expanding from 10 meters long to over 300. At the peak of its expansion, the lightning took the form of a tricolored true dragon. Its radiant visage even lit up the nearby skies. The display left the spectators dumbstruck. The giant streak of lightning disappeared in an instant and reappeared above Han Li. Lightning zapped and tricolored light flashed. Below, Han Li's heart sank and his breath turned shallow. But immediately after, he let out a sigh of relief. The huge arc of lightning had changed direction and struck the black sky. Soon after, crackles sounded as various colored lightning wildly danced through the skies. The balls of lightning that were originally hailing down quickly became rare. When Han Li saw this, he felt great surprise at the fact those two had suddenly assisted him in passing through his tribulation. But he wasn't about to refuse the favor. And without another thought, his figure dropped back to the ground. The tribulation cloud was extremely dangerous, so he may as well use the opportunity to create more distance. Just as he created more distance between him and the tribulation cloud, the huge tricolored lightning dragon reappeared, but its entire body soon dissolved. Countless tricolored lightning jumped across the clouds and a roll of lightning shook the air. In the blink of an eye, the incredibly dense tribulation clouds turned sparse and beams of sunlight began to shine through in the spans of a few breaths. This minor tribulation had actually been broken. Before Han Li showed his joy, he first retrieved the divine essence-fused light and mountain, then turning to face the golden boat. From the distance, the golden board calmly drifted closer and soon the two gold-armored cultivators could be clearly seen. Han Li frowned, faintly sensing that trouble had come knocking on his door. He stood still in place and quietly waited. The golden boat appeared at ease, but it was still deceptively swift. It silently arrived before Han Li in the span of a few breaths as the two gold-armored cultivators closely examined Han Li. The pale 30-year-old cultivators eventually spoke with a neutral tone. "You're a cultivator that ascended from a lower realm? It is quite strange for early deity transformation stage cultivators to do such a thing. Regardless, it is your good fortune that we've arrived. Follow us." "What do you mean, senior? Where will we go?" When Han Li heard that they mentioned he came from the lower realms, his heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm face. The pale cultivator's lip twitched and he calmly replied, "What do I mean? When you ascended, there were problems. Since you didn't appear at the Spirit Flight Tower or serve Deep Heaven City, a spatial storm appeared during your tribulation as someone that ascended through a spatial tear." Spirit Flight Tower? Han Li was initially confused when he heard this, but a trace of surprise soon appeared on his face. The older of the two cultivators then smiled and explained, "That's right. There are over 1,000 people that ascended to the spirit realm from the lower realm. Each lower realm has a special spirit flight tower for them. Normally, cultivators that ascend immediately appear at Deep Heaven City. However, there are rarely those like yourself that encounter mishaps during their ascension and land in other areas. Because these people haven't taken any earth-cleansing pills, they will encounter two-colored lightning during their first tribulation and perish. Fortunately, you came across us while we were on business and waived your life. The older golden-armored cultivator explained, you haven't consumed the earth-cleansing pill and cleanse your body of the aura of the lower realm you came from. It will cause your minor tribulation to become two-colored. Even if you are vastly powerful, there will be no way for you to survive it. This time, we've helped you disperse of the tribulation, but as a result, the next tribulation will come earlier. In 100 years, you will experience your second tribulation. So long as you consume an earth-cleansing pill every year, it will change your aura to one native to the spirit realm, preventing your tribulation from becoming two-colored. Our Deep Heaven City gives one to every ascended cultivator each year. If your tribulation remains two-colored, it will become a third greater in power than the last. Hanli blinked and asked, Senior, does that mean I will have to live the rest of my life at Deep Heaven City? The pale cultivator insipidly said, Of course not. So long as you consume the earth-cleansing pill for 300 years, you'll cleanse yourself of the aura from your lower realm and be freed of Deep Heaven City. Deep Heaven City may be a place where ascended cultivators gather, but you can't be giving away the pills for free. What are we tasked to do? Hanli asked without further delay. The older cultivator stroked his beard and smiled. Fellow Taoist is quite intelligent. Although the earth-cleansing pill is quite useful to ascended cultivators, it requires rare materials that are found in the wildlands. You will have to purchase the pills for a price. However, this matter is best explained when you are in the city. First, you should follow us. If you refuse, we won't force you, but you should understand what will happen to you. When Hanli heard this, his face slightly changed. He muttered to himself for a moment and looked at the cloudless skies in the distance. He then took another look at the boat and boarded it in a blur. The two gold-armored cultivators smiled at the obvious result. Having witnessed the fearsomeness of the two-colored lightning tribulation, there was only one choice left. Furthermore, he was only an early deity transformation cultivator, so it was quite a miracle for him to last long enough for them to arrive. When Hanli arrived on the board, he looked around and discovered a small-scale spell formation at the center of the boat. Just as he was examining it, the two gold-armored cultivators stepped into it and called out to Hanli. After some brief hesitation, Hanli joined them. The two then struck the formation with a spell seal and it let out a drone, lighting up in dense light and enveloping the three of them. Afterwards, the older cultivator flipped his palm and produced a golden plate. The plate had many silver rune characters on it. He then slapped the plate on the top of the board and golden light began to shine from it, along with dazzling silver talisman characters. Meanwhile, the golden boat trembled, suddenly releasing streaks of milky white mist. The mist wrapped around the bottom of the golden board and began to circle around it, eventually forming the light formation Hanli saw from before. The entire spell formation flared blindly and the boat disappeared with a tremble. The spell formation then scattered without a trace. This was all seen from a distance by Elder Hua and the core formation cultivators. Ever since the two golden-armored cultivators appeared, they completely kept silent and even their breaths turned quiet. When the golden boat eventually disappeared, they let out a large sigh, glancing at each other with happiness. The yellow-robed youth hesitated and eventually said, Elder Hua, it seems the Deep Heaven Guards aren't as fearsome as the legends say. It seems they are exaggerated. Elder Hua hesitated from a moment and said, What do you know? In the 3 human regions and the 7 demon lands, the sole city free from the jurisdiction of the 3 human sovereigns and the 7 demon kings is Deep Heaven City. Those gold-armored soldiers are among the highest existences in the city. Each of them can freely travel through any region without restriction. Furthermore, they can openly slay any human or demon they deem to be a threat. Their vast authority even inspires some dread in the 3 sovereigns. Furthermore, in their wars against the other tribes, the 3 sovereigns and 7 kings first seek to dispatch the Deep Heaven City's elders. So it was like that. The yellow-robed youth widely opened his eyes in shock. Then after a pause, he said, I've only heard from my master to never offend a Deep Heaven soldier no matter what. I think a while back the Deep Heaven Guard spent an entire month butchering over 100 cultivator clans. However, nobody knew what caused it and the 3 sovereigns turned a blind eye to it. That is so, but I don't have much information regarding Deep Heaven City. However, the city's cultivators don't normally appear in the demon and human territories. They are specialized in dealing with great foreign enemies. Furthermore, even if they appear in the territories of the two clans, they would only be the gold-armored Deep Heaven Guard. As the two chatted, the other core formation cultivators listened in. They didn't know much about the city and could only look at each other in dismay. At that moment, Han Li was inside a nameless city's secret teleportation formation. The two gold-armored cultivators jumped off the golden boat and replaced several of the formation's glittering spirit stones. Then they struck the boat with more spell seals and activated the spell formation once more. When Han Li looked at the crystals, he felt his heart jump. They were extremely valuable high-grade spirit stones. Just as his thoughts churned through his head, the golden boat was engulfed in white light. They teleported to another area. It was clearly an underground cave with a similar teleportation formation underneath the golden boat. The two cultivators did the same again, and the boat teleported once more. As Han Li indifferently observed them, the boat continued to teleport another 20 times. In the past, Han Li only used a mid-grade spirit stone to deliver him from the heavenly south to the scattered starseas. By using high-grade spirit stones so many times, they were traveling a distance that Han Li found difficult to imagine. Whoosh! The golden board teleported once more. But this time, Han Li looked around and felt his heart tremble. He immediately realized that they've finally arrived in Deep Heaven City. This time, the teleportation formation was set on an altar-like platform that was over 30 meters tall. There were 4 black-armored cultivators surrounding it. The black armor appeared cruder than the armor of the 2 golden-armored cultivators, but silver characters still shined from their surface. The platform was in a huge hall over 300 meters wide and over 50 meters tall. Outside the huge platform, the surrounding space was empty. There were no other objects inside of it. In the instant the golden boat appeared, the 4 black-armored cultivators immediately wore a vigilant expression. But when they saw the golden-armored cultivators, their expression relaxed, but they floated up to the platform. Among them, a large green-eyed man immediately stepped forward and respectfully kneeled. "We pay our respects to the Elder Heaven Guards." When Han Li looked at them, his face stirred. The 4 appeared to be nascent soul cultivators of varying cultivation, 1 at peak stage, 1 mid, and 2 early. "Stand up. This is a newly ascended cultivator. I recall your squad is missing a Dark Azure Guard. Perhaps he will become your squad leader. Bring him to the Spirit Flight Hall to rest for a night. We will report our mission to the elders and see to him later." "Yes." When the large man saw that Han Li was a deity transformation cultivator, he showed no surprise at hearing the Deep Heaven Guard. He simply bowed to Han Li. The pale cultivator then said, "Go ahead, follow them. We'll talk about other matters tomorrow." Han Li nodded. The 3 then descended from the platform and arrived at the hall gates. Han Li took note that the large green-eyed man was the only one following after them. The other 3 were sincerely guarding the platform. It seemed that the spell formation and the golden boat was very important, as 4 nascent soul cultivators were guarding it. When they left the hall gate, they appeared in front of a huge road that was 20 meters wide. Gray stone walls were raised to either side, but every interval of the wall had a portion that was engraved with silver talisman characters, giving them an air of mystery. The road was circular and made a shallow incline. Han Li raised his brow, but he didn't have any detailed thoughts. The 2 gold-armored cultivators then went off to a different direction, and the black-armored guard led Han Li away. Every kilometer along the huge road, there would be identical gates that appeared, but some were shut while others were open. For the open gates, Han Li could clearly see within them. They had identical boats, platforms, and teleportation formations, along with several nascent soul cultivators guarding the location. They were also just as empty. As for the halls that were shut, Han Li swept his spiritual sense past them, but he discovered that the silver inscriptions on the wall blocked him. Occasionally, he would see other cultivators on the road. A vast majority of them wore black armor and were at nascent soul stage, but he did come across several cultivators wearing dark azure armor. They possessed deity transformation stage cultivation and were the so-called Dark Azure Guards. When these cultivators saw Han Li, an outsider, they gave him a curious glance, but didn't ask him any questions. They simply marched on their way as if out of training. When Han Li saw this, he frowned. After walking for another 3 kilometers, Han Li saw his surroundings suddenly light up, and he arrived in front of a giant hall that was over 3 kilometers wide. Nearly 100 armored cultivators were bustling through the hall in a busy manner. There were dozens similar roads connected to the hall that had people frequently using them. A trace of surprise flashed on Han Li's face, but when he looked up at the ceiling, he felt deeply shocked. The so-called hall didn't have a flat ceiling. Instead, there was a ring-shaped cylindrical opening like a hollow tower. That meant the opening they arrived from was a gap in the tower wall. This was the first time Han Li had seen such a huge stone tower, but he soon recovered from his shock and his ordinary expression returned. The large green-eyed man leading him didn't mind Han Li's surprise, nor did he make any attempt to rush Han Li. He simply nodded at Han Li when he regained his bearings and led Han Li out the hall once more. When Han Li went outside, he looked to the distance and felt his heart thump. There were towering azure towers in a dense arrangement as far as the eye could see, numbering over 100 at the very least. The base of the towers were surrounded by rows of pagodas attached to smaller buildings. The tallest of the pagodas were 3 kilometers tall, while the shortest were at least 300 meters tall. Each building appeared ordinary apart from its size. Having seen this for the first time, Han Li was left dumbstruck. When the two both left the hall, they took off in streaks of light to a building below a pagoda. The green-eyed man called out to Han Li and brought him to a pavilion that was 300 meters tall. The pavilion was divided into 10 stories, with an opening with each story. There was a 100-meter-tall gate at its very center with the words, Spirit Flight Hall written in silver words. The green-eyed man brought Han Li to the 4th floor of the hall. When they entered the small hall, he saw 7 passages heading off in different directions. The small hall had various dressed cultivators gathered together, speaking to each other with a smile. When Han Li glanced at them, he saw that they were early deity transformation cultivators like himself. When Han Li and the green-eyed man entered, they all turned around and looked at them. Well, if it isn't esteemed nephew Zhua? Have you brought us a newly arrived companion? A white-haired old man with a dark complexion asked with a smile. As the green-eyed man was a late nascent soul cultivator, he didn't dare to be negligent. When the green-eyed man entered the hall, his solemn expression vanished and his bearings appeared entirely changed. He answered with a respectful tone, so it was Senior Lu. This senior is someone that the Heaven Guards personally brought in from the outside. He isn't someone that entered the city. An odd expression appeared on his face. Could it be that he is a cultivator brought in from the Spirit Flight Tower? Could it be he ascended from another world? How can he be at early deity transformation stage? Did they say that one can only ascend with their cultivation is at late deity transformation stage? When the early deity transformation cultivators heard this, an uproar was raised in the room and they all looked at Han Li with an odd expression. Han Li smiled at them and saluted the crowd, but said nothing else, thoughts quickly running through his mind. Could it be that also ascended from a lower realm? But that didn't seem to be the case. If they were natives to the spirit realm, why would they be here? Didn't the Spirit Flight Hall have something to do with ascended cultivators? The green-eyed man quickly greeted the crowd and gave a few vague answers before leading Han Li down one of the passages and taking him to a suite connected to several rooms. The rooms were fashioned after a small-scale cave residence. Not only was there a secluded room for cultivation, but there was also room for pill and weapon refinement. Furthermore, there were a set of restrictions that sealed the rooms which could only be opened by the person who possessed the restriction medallion. When Han Li saw this, he nodded with satisfaction. The green-eyed man then mentioned a few of the restricted places and immediately handed him a restriction medallion, then uttering a farewell before Han Li could flag him down. Han Li thought to ask him some questions about the circumstances of Deep Heaven City. As of current, he leaned back in a wooden chair in the living room and fiddled with a silver restriction medallion in his hand. He began to think about everything that had happened since his tribulation. According to his original plan, he was going to find a hidden area with abundant spiritual chi and cultivate. He would first enter the spatial tempering stage and then spend the rest of his life pursuing the Great Tao. He completely didn't think that ascended cultivators would actually carry the aura of another world and turn minor tribulations into something fearsome. For the first appearance of the two-colored lightning tribulation, he might have truly been able to protect himself, but he definitely wouldn't be able to protect himself the second time. Thus, he immediately followed the two spatial tempering cultivators to Deep Heaven City without much more consideration. But when he arrived, he found something that was much different from what he experienced from cultivator cities. It left him completely clueless as he didn't know much about how the city operated. The only thing he knew was that the city had a large relation to cultivators that ascended from lower realms. As these thoughts came to mind, he became restless. Just as he continued to ponder about whether he should inquire about Deep Heaven City circumstances with the cultivators on the outside, as well as what they did with ascended cultivators like himself. As Han Li's heart stirred and had thought to take action, an old man's voice sounded from outside the room. "Fellow Taoist, I am an old man by the name of Lu Hadao. Would you like to chat for a bit?" Han Li paused for a moment and smiled. He wouldn't have to take the initiative to come out. Someone had already come over to befriend him. So fellow Taoist Lu has come to take a visit. I, Han, am honored to have you. With that said, he waved the medallion in the direction of the door. A wave of silver mist rushed out and the large door creaked open by itself. A man with a dark complexion and white hair stood outside the door. "So you were surnamed Han. I hope you won't take offense at my sudden visit." The old man smiled and spoke with a polite tone. "Hee, how could I? Even if you didn't come, I planned on heading out anyways." As Han Li was long experienced throughout his journey of cultivation, he didn't believe himself to be superior to this old man Lu, and he replied with a beaming smile. As such, the two began to chat as if they were friends for years. "From that esteemed nephew, I heard that the Heaven Guards personally brought you back to the city. You must be a cultivator that recently ascended from a lower realm. Which mortal realm would that be?" Old man Lu suddenly asked. "Which realm? I'm not too sure about what the spirit realm calls the many lower realms, so I don't know how to answer that. How about this? I'll give you an answer when I come to understand this better. Could you help me with that?" Han Li glanced at him with a smile. He wasn't about to easily give answers about his true origins. After all, during his time in the mortal realm, he was involved with a few superiors in the spirit realm. Regardless of whether it was the soaring sky beast or the wolf king Tian Kuei that Silvermoon mentioned, they weren't people that he could currently provoke. Old man Lu laughed. "How foolish of me. You've only entered the spirit realm recently. Of course you wouldn't know. However, the initial generation of ascended cultivators all possess astonishing potential. Their chances of accomplishing spatial tempering is far greater than the descendants of ascended cultivators like me and those native to the spirit realm. They are viewed with importance by the elders. Most of them don't need to undergo examination and are directly appointed as Dark Azure Guards. Initial generation of ascended cultivators? Could Brother Lu explain that to me?" An odd expression appeared on Han Li's face and his smile waned. "It isn't a secret. In truth, Brother Han will soon figure this out after only staying in the city for a bit of time." Old man Lu chuckled. He continued, "The initial generation of ascended are those that enter the spirit realm like Brother Han. They are deity transformation cultivators that ascended from their realms. The dense otherworldly aura you carry will take 300 years' worth of earth cleansing pills to cleanse. The direct descendants of ascended cultivators will carry a portion of this otherworldly aura. So long as they enter nascent soul stage, they will also encounter two-colored tribulations. As for descendants like me, they would have to rush to Deep Heaven City and take an earth-cleansing pill to vanish their otherworldly aura, or else they will perish. Once the otherworldly aura is cleansed, you'll be able to leave the city. About 5 generations after the ascended arrive, their bloodline will not longer carry the otherworldly aura and be considered the same as a native cultivator." Han Li blinked and asked, "In that case, Brother Lu should have already cleansed himself of the otherworldly aura since you've entered deity transformation stage. Why did you stay?" Brother Han already sees a problem. "That's right, even if we've cleansed ourselves of otherworldly aura, there aren't many that are willing to leave Deep Heaven City of their own accord. I don't know more than a few. Not only us, but those native to this land that entered the city also aren't willing to leave." The old man answered with a chuckle. "Oh? How interesting. Could you tell me why?" Han Li's heart stirred, but he still wore a friendly smile. The old man said with a deep tone, "It's quite simple. In Deep Heaven City, the speed of cultivation is doubled compared to other areas. Items found in the 3 regions and 7 lands are certain to be found here. There are even things unique to our city. Brother Han should realize what I am saying." "What?" Could it be that this place has sacred areas with dense spirit qi? Han Li asked with roused spirits. There are several of these cultivation sites throughout the city, but we only have one that is equivalent to those found in the three sovereigns' main cities. But what is important is that not only do we have a stream of materials from the lands of humans and demons, but the city is also the sole entrance between those lands and the wilderness. As a result, there are countless rare treasures that are brought back from the wilderness. A vast majority of cultivators sell or exchange these materials. Even medicines that allow for advancement over a single night are on the market. However, their price makes them something that could only be looked at. The old man briefly paused before adding, there is also another reason why the cultivators of the city aren't willing to leave it. Every 10 years, the Deep Heaven City cultivators listen to someone from the Council of Elders explain the worldly Tao, can answer some doubts about cultivation, and all of the elders are at integration stage cultivation. Nobody else has the same opportunities we do. That is why those that join the city don't often wish to leave. Those benefits. Han Li felt joy at the explanation, but he soon frowned and asked, but why are there so many high-grade cultivators guarding the city? In addition to human cultivators, there are also large quantities of demon cultivators that guard the city. They occupy the other half of the city. And apart from that, there are large quantities of demon beasts and body refiners. Half of those low-grade existences originated from the city, while the other half comes from the outside. Our Council of Elders consists of over 10 integration stage cultivators. With such astonishing might, the city has naturally become a target of the wilderness outer tribes and true spirit-level existences. The elders have arranged an extremely powerful and profound immortal formation forcing successive generations of outer invasions to first go through the city. If so much power wasn't garrisoned here, the outer tribes would exterminate us. I heard that if we were to truly fight with the outer tribes, most of the city would be eradicated. Old man Lu wore a solemn expression. When Han Li heard this, his expression faintly changed. More than half eradicated? There is no need for Brother Han to be so worried. An outer tribe invades us once anywhere from 60,000 years at the earliest to 100,000 years at the latest. Against such a long period, there is no need for you to be worried. If there is truly an invasion, then you'd be out of luck and could only fight to the death. As for anybody that flees that Deep Heaven City's guard, they will be jointly pursued by both demons and humans. Since there is a smooth life in the city, it is natural to have a bit of danger with it. However, the last invasion of Deep Heaven City took place 30,000 years ago. We will have another 20,000 years before we have to worry about anything. So it was like that. In that case, I was brought here to Deep Heaven City so I could be profited from. Han Li stroked his chin with a pensive expression. Of course, initial generation ascended have far higher odds of entering spatial tempering than natives and descendants like me. Each ascended cultivator is viewed with great importance by the elders and aren't easily let go. Furthermore, over the past few years, there have been fewer ascended cultivators appearing at the Spirit Flight Tower. I heard several of the elders sent spiritual sense threads down to the lower realms to investigate the matter, but they hadn't succeeded. Since Brother Han came from a lower realm, did you notice anything strange? When Han Li heard this, he suddenly recalled the matter with the Elder Devil and felt his heart tremble. But he maintained a normal expression and answered, nothing. My world was quite normal. That is a pity. If Brother Han was able to come up with a reason, he would be heavily rewarded. However, of the cultivators that ascended recently, they also had no clues. I only heard in recent years that the demon clans discovered something. As a result, the Elder Council shouldn't interrogate you much over the matter. Han Li smiled and then asked, yes, Brother Lu mentioned something about the Dark Azure Guards. Could you tell me something about them? Are they the ones I saw wearing azure armor? That's right. Dark Azure Guards are a mid-grade existence in our city, and I am one of them. They command 10 black-armored guards. Dark Azure Guards require deity transformation stage cultivation, but not all deity transformation stage cultivators are Dark Azure Guards. Brother Han should realize the difference. I have an idea. They either lack leadership or aren't skilled in battle, I think. That is correct. Now that we're on the topic, there are two types of Deep Heaven City Guards. There are those that appointed missions on a fixed schedule and may make arrangements for themselves during other times. But these guards aren't given many spirit stones during their 10-year tenure and are often found wanting more, but there is very little danger. The other kind undergo missions that are assigned by the Council of Elders. Each finished mission will give good benefits. Not only spirit stones but treasures, medicine, and other treasures are rewarded. Of course, these missions are far more dangerous, and most often relate to outer tribes in the wilderness. One must make careful consideration before agreeing. However, after each completed mission, you don't need to take another assignment anywhere from decades to a century. You'll be able to peacefully cultivate for longer periods of time. Of course, the 2 posts aren't rigid and you can change your posts as you wish. Many thanks for Brother Lu's pointers, Han Li said with a calm expression. The old man chuckled and waved his hand. Then they chatted for a while more before the old man stood up and departed. After the old man left, Han Li's smile faded, and he walked into the secluded room and meditated in silence. As for the dark-skinned old man, he returned to where the other deity transformation cultivators were chatting. When they saw the old man, they all walked over to him. Did Brother Lu acquire any information from him? Information? That man is tight-lipped. Apart from acknowledging he is someone who ascended from a lower realm, he said nothing else. I only answered a few of his questions. The old man shook his head with a helpless expression. It is only natural for him to be cautious when Brother Lu came knocking on his door. He only just arrived in the spirit realm. However, we don't have any intentions other than befriend him. After all, the Ascended have high potential. The deity transformation stage cultivators continued to chat pleasantly, as if they had no evil intentions towards Han Li. As for Old Man Lu, he simply smiled in silence. On the morning of the next day, Han Li sat motionlessly in the secluded room before suddenly opening his eyes. He then walked out into the living room and used his command medallion to open the main door. There was a white-clothed cultivator standing there with a blank expression. Greetings, Senior. Han Li didn't dare to neglect him and saluted him with both hands. This was the pale-faced man in golden armor from before, but now he exchanged the armor for Confucian robes. The harsh aura from his body had eased and he gave a more humble impression. Fellow Taoist Han, there is no need to be so polite. I've only just arrived. Since Brother Li is busy with other matters, I will be the only one to see you today. My name is Zhao Wugui. The spatial tempering cultivator appeared to be far friendlier than the day before. Surprised, Han Li hastily addressed him as Senior Zhao. He then invited him into the room and gave him the main seat in the living room. As soon as Zhao Wugui took a seat, he offered Han Li an azure jade pendant. Since you've been here for half a day, you must have questions. I'll keep the long story short. As an ascended cultivator and someone who was able to persist against two-colored tribulation for so long, you must possess powerful abilities. As such, I've already had you apply for the position of a Dark Azure Guard. This is your identity token. Keep it well. When the time comes, you'll take over 3rd Squad 56. They are the small group of 4 you saw at the teleportation hall the day before. Han Li didn't immediately reach out for it and hesitantly said, as someone who's just arrived, there is much I don't understand. Isn't it a bit rash for me to suddenly be appointed to that position? Zhao Wugui chuckled. Fellow Taoist Han doesn't need to be so modest. Every ascended cultivator is appointed a Deep Azure Guard when they come to the city. They are mostly all extremely competent. As for your understanding of the city, you will know everything about it after living here for a year. Han Li's eye stirred and he eventually took the jade pendant. In that case, I won't decline it. Under close examination, he noticed silver rune patterns inscribed on it. It also had the golden characters 3rd Squad 56. When Han Li took the jade pendant, Zhao Wugui nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he began to explain some of the general knowledge regarding the city. Some of it had been mentioned by Old Man Lu the day before, and some of it was new. It was very useful, of course. Zhao Wugui took out a white jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it over to Han Li. All right, I've said enough. This is only a place where ascended cultivators are kept temporarily. It isn't appropriate for long-term use. All cultivators at nascent soul stage and above are given their own residence in Deep Heaven City. However, you'll have to strive for the better ones. You know more when you make arrangements at the Jade Fault Pavilion. This is a map of the city. Take a good look at it. For the first month you come to the city, there is no need for you to immediately take an assignment. But in a month you will be assigned a set of deep azure armor. Then he bid farewell. Han Li respectfully thanked him and walked him out. When Han Li went back inside, he took the jade slip into his hand and pressed it against his forehead, sinking his spiritual sense into it instantly. A moment later, his expression changed. Han Li swept his spiritual sense through it with a changing face. Deep Heaven City is actually this large. It appears even larger than the capital cities in the 3 human regions. He then stroked the jade slip in his hand for a moment more and casually left the room. Regardless, he first headed to the Jade Fault Pavilion and make arrangements for his cave residence. From what Zhao Wugui said, there should be something strange about it. A bit of his interest was piqued. Just as he committed the location of the Jade Fault Pavilion to memory, he left the pavilion in an azure streak. As he swept past a dozen giant nearby pagodas, Han Li took a hidden glance at the various cultivators he spotted on the way. He saw cultivators wearing various sets of armor, but they most commonly appeared near the huge buildings. Those farther away were wearing common cultivator attire from the spirit realm. It was unknown if they had taken off their armor or if they were cultivators not part of the city. However, there was something he was certain of. You are normally required to wear armor when you enter the huge pagoda. Furthermore, Han Li discovered that yellow and white armored body refiners used the first few floors of the huge pagodas. The yellow armored body refiners only possessed mid-grade cultivation, while white armored body refiners had high-grade cultivation. The number of them entering the huge pagodas was far beyond the cultivators wearing black and azure armor. When Han Li saw this, he came to understand a bit. It appeared that Deep Heaven City's military force was due to the countless soldiers stationed at the huge pagodas. The yellow, white, black, azure, and golden armor were all clear classifications of their fighting power. After Han Li took a few glances at the huge pagoda and the soldiers, he turned his attention over to his objective. After about an hour of flight, Han Li eventually caught sight of an extremely tall city wall in the distance. Then the light around his body darkened and he dropped down to an unremarkable 3-story building below him. Although the building was small and plain, many cultivators were bustling in and out of it. Han Li simply stopped and placed and examined the building and the streaking lights of flying cultivators for a moment more before he approached the gate. The pagoda gate signboard, the Jade Fault Pavilion, was written in bold artistic lettering. Han Li glanced at the sign with narrowed eyes for a long while before he slowly stepped inside. The first floor had a large hall that was over 100 meters wide. There were several dozens of cultivators standing in the hall, looking at a huge screen shining in azure light at the very end of the room. The screen was a map that was 6 meters tall and over 30 meters wide. Silver specks of light lit up on it, along with a few numbers on occasion. There was also an azure-robed middle-aged man that was standing in front of it with a smile. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past it and discovered that the cultivators standing in the hall were all at nascent soul stage. As for the azure-robed man, he was a deity transformation stage cultivator. Suddenly, a skinny old man walked up to the azure-robed man and bowed before handing over an iron plate shining in black light and a storage bracelet. The middle-aged man took a glance at the iron plate and the storage pouch and flipped his hand with a nod. The storage pouch disappeared and he handed the iron plate back to the old man. The old man's spirits immediately trembled. He grabbed the plate and approached the huge math and lightly waved it. Suddenly, a black line shined from its surface and it wrote 2 on one of the silver specks. The speck of light blurred and the number suddenly changed to 3. Afterwards, the old man immediately withdrew. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, over a dozen people approached the azure-robed man and gave him either an item or some spirit stones. Most of the time, the middle-aged man nodded and gave them a sign on the mark, but there were a few times where he would shake his head and the rejected person would only withdraw dejectedly. Han Li soon discovered that the huge map displayed the various spirit veins in Deep Heaven City. The deeper the azure light in an area and the greater the number that appeared, more contested the claim of the land. There was even an azure light near some green parts of the map that had an astonishing number of 12. When Han Li saw this, he stroked his chin and he remembered what Zhao Wugui said. It appeared he would have to vie with others for a suitable cave residence. Suddenly a clear voice spoke from behind Han Li. Senior, are you looking for a suitable spirit land to establish your cave residence? Han Li slowly turned around with a calm expression. He saw a slender, beautiful woman that was politely standing to the side. Her cultivation was only at foundation establishment stage, but it was to be expected given her maid attire. That's right, but I'm still looking for a good place. I'm not very satisfied with the spirit mountains here. Han Li calmly replied. Senior must be a deity transformation stage cultivator. The first floor is only for black armored guards. Senior should head to the second floor, the girl said with a smile. How did you know I was a deity transformation stage cultivator? You shouldn't be able to tell with your cultivation. Han Li's heart trembled and a cold glint lit up from his eye. There is no need for Senior to be surprised. The girl immediately lifted her hand and revealed a palm-sized plate with silver rune characters flashing from it. Although this junior's cultivation is low, I possess a spirit pressure plate. Unless there is a senior hiding their aura, I can see their cultivation. Han Li looked at the plate and felt a bit of a headache. It was unknown if those human elders have acquired imperial records relating to tool refinement or if their comprehension in this field had reached a stage where they can utilize these understandings in the city. Either way, this seemed to smash his initial understanding of common conventions. He would have to pay more attention. If he was caught unaware during a crucial time, some problems would occur. Of course, none of these thoughts were betrayed by his face. He simply nodded at the girl and had her lead the way upstairs. There were far fewer people on the second floor, but it appeared far more decorated. Although many areas were set up on the screen, there were simply 5 people calmly having a seat as they closely examined the map on the screen. To the side of the screen, there was a large purple-robed man lazily sitting there. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the large man and his expression changed. He was an early spatial tempering cultivator. As for the people that were studying the map, there were deity transformation stage cultivators like himself. Each of them had a fair maid dressed in similar robes. All of them were exceptionally beautiful and at foundation establishment stage. Han Li took a deep breath and saluted the large purple-robed man in the distance. Then he followed one of the maids to one of the chairs. Like the others, the girl stood behind Han Li in a deferential manner. Han Li glanced at the others and saw they were looking at the green areas on the map. It appeared they were the mountain ranges in Deep Heaven City. But there were far fewer silver characters on the map than downstairs. Most of them only said 1 or 2. At most, there were several that said 4, but that was only for one location. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment, and he waved to the maid behind him. He said, I'm not too familiar with the spirit lands near here. Can you give me an introduction? Yes, Senior. This map contains the 3 mountain ranges in the city. The central mountain range, the Jade Rapid Mountains, have the most abundant spiritual chi. This is where most deity transformation stage seniors live. Furthermore, they also have many particular spirit medicines that grow there. This time, there are 2 deity transformation stage seniors that hadn't survived their tribulation, and there is one that also reached the end of this lifespan. According to the rules, their residences have been made available. Many fight for them. The other area is the Heavenly Sound Mountains. Many deity transformation stage cultivators live there as well, but the spiritual chi isn't as abundant as in Jade Rapid Mountain. As for the Jade Sound Mountain, it is a place that was originally meant for nascent soul cultivators. It has recently been opened for use to deity transformation stage seniors, but I fear it may not be very suitable for you. However, there are very few cave residences placed on the mountain. If Senior wishes to have a large stretch of land exclusive to himself, that may be the better choice. So it was like that. Han Li slowly nodded and he took another look at the screen. The maid tactfully stood back behind Han Li and couldn't help but take another glance at Han Li. Han Li only appeared to be in his 20s, but he was already a deity transformation stage cultivator. Although she had seen many deity transformation cultivators during her time in the Jade Fault Pavilion, seeing one so young had piqued her curiosity. Suddenly, a wealthily dressed fat man boldly stood a few steps forward and raised an embroidered box and an azure jade pendant. He respectfully brought it up to the large azure-robed man and said, This junior recently acquired a talk of silver immortal grass at 4,000 years of maturity. Can Senior decide if I have the qualifications to choose a spirit land? Even with one of 4,000 years, it will be difficult. Let me take a look. The large purple-robed man spoke casually and raised his hand to take the pendant and the box. When he opened the box, he found a sparkling silver light that released a refreshing medicinal scent. Even as someone well-versed in medicinal plants, when Hanli smelled it, he couldn't help but concede its quality. The large purple-robed man narrowed his eyes and examined the medicinal plant for a long while before reluctantly saying, "For 1,000 years? It seems to be lacking a few hundred, but I'll let it go. It'll qualify." The fat man let out an inward sigh of relief and thanked the purple-robed man with a smile. He used the jade pendant on a speck of light that said 4. The number that said 4 was touched by the pendant's azure light, and it blurred to a 5. This was a location in the Jade Rapid Mountains, the place with the densest spiritual chi. When the other sitting cultivators saw this, their expressions vastly changed. A few of the others had a similar idea to him and now had no choice but to take a change of plans. Because the fat man was a late deity transformation stage cultivator, his cultivation and words seemed to weigh down on the other cultivators. Now that the fat man had chosen, he returned to his own seat and wanted to see what the others would pick. Because of his choice, the remaining cultivators eventually stood up to make their choice, both taking an area at Heavenly Sound Mountain, one without any people and one with. Once those two made their selection, they immediately headed down. The remaining cultivators each frowned as if unable to come to a decision. At that moment, Hanli suddenly stood up and walked to the purple-robed man. The other cultivators were faintly startled. After all, Hanli had only recently arrived, so it was unexpected for him to quickly come to a decision. Hanli stroked his storage bracelet and took out a white jade box into his hand. Then, with a smile, he handed them to the large purple-robed man with his own jade pendant. The purple-robed man didn't immediately take the jade box. Instead, he glanced at Hanli and said, "I heard there was a newly ascended cultivator that arrived in the city. Are you that fellow surnamed Han?" Senior is well informed. "That is me." Hanli's heart trembled, but he showed none of his shock on his face. "In that case, this should be the first time you've picked a cave residence. You won't need to pay a price and can choose a spirit land." "Many thanks, Senior." Hanli's face blanked and he quickly withdrew the jade box with a smile. When the cultivators heard that Hanli was a newly ascended, they glanced at him with an odd expression. It seemed newly ascended cultivators were a special existence in the city. The large man quickly examined Hanli's pendant and gave it back to him with a nod. Hanli didn't hesitate and waved his pendant over an uninhabited area. The azure light passed through it and marked the area with 1. An uproar was raised when they saw the area Hanli chose. The area Hanli picked was an area on Jade Rapid Mountain with the most inferior spiritual chi. It wasn't strange for a deity transformation stage cultivator to choose that mountain range, but there were other areas on the mountain range with no one as well. Hanli instead chose the most unremarkable area with the least spiritual chi. This left them bewildered. The spirit land's sole benefit was that to make up for the land's deficient spiritual chi, they gave a larger plot of land to make up for it. The land spanned thousands of kilometers, several times in size compared to the other spirit lands on the mountain range. But everyone knew that the quality of the land was directly related to the amount of spiritual chi on the land. No matter how wide the land may be, the medicine and ores would certainly be lacking. It is even worse for the cultivator in question. In the purple-robed man's surprise, he glanced at the man for a long while and frowned. "You truly chose that as your cave residence. You should know this selection can't be changed for 100 years. Hanli calmly answered, "I've only arrived in the spirit realm. I want a place to stay for the time being. I don't wish to fight over space with other fellow Taoists. Although the area is lacking, there is no one else there." The purple-robed man then glanced at Hanli with an odd expression and waved his hand. With his originally lazy voice, he said, "If those are your thoughts, then so be it. In any case, after you mark it, no one else will be able to change it." Hanli saluted him without further concern and returned to his seat, planning on staying a while longer. Then, another cultivator stood up and selected the same area as the large purple-robed man. But then, footsteps clapped and someone entered the second floor unattended by a maid. When the cultivators on the second floor saw this person, their expressions all changed. The fat man with the largest cultivation, on the other hand, looked at him with bright eyes and he called out, "So it was fellow Taoist Wang. I didn't know you were interested in contesting spirit lands." The person who entered was a blue-robed man with a headband. He had sharp, slanted eyebrows, giving him a menacing impression. He glanced at the fat man and smiled. "Hee, if Brother Jean has come to change his cave residence, then so can I." This person was a mid-deity transformation stage cultivator, but he spoke to the late-stage fat man with a friendly tone. This caused Han Li's heart to stir and take another look at the blue-robed man. After all, at this stage of cultivation, every difference in grades signified a vast disparity in power. Of course, those like him that possessed spirit treasures, created heavenly flames from devouring spirits, and practiced heaven-defying abilities like divine essence-fused light were the exception. Since the blue-robed man acted so familiarly with the late-stage cultivator, he should belong in this category. Little brother Wang must be joking. You hold a top-grade spirit land. What would you exchange it for? The fat man stroked his chin and wore a trace of confusion. Hee, I've been recently cultivating a secret technique that doesn't need too much spiritual qi. I require a larger area, or it will be difficult to cultivate. I'm going to change it for the time being. The blue-robed man replied with a shock. So it was like that, the fat man said with understanding, but it was unknown if he truly believed him. When Han Li heard the two talk, he frowned for a brief moment. The blue-robed man took several steps to the purple-robed man and saluted him. "I pay my respects to Martial Uncle Jiao. My master sends his regards." From that old eccentric's rotten character, why would he say that? Nevertheless, you master hide from 6 greater tribulations already. I fear he won't be able to hide from the 7th, the large man said with a cold laugh. When the blue-robed man heard the purple-robed man's reply, he wore an embarrassed expression, but he soon answered, "My master has been secluded for 200 years. He is preparing to forge a spirit treasure that can withstand the next calamity." A spirit treasure? It seems your master's luck is quite good. Last time, he had his spirit treasures destroyed to withstand the tribulation, and he managed to gather enough materials for another. In that case, your master does have a chance at surviving the next one. All right, enough of that. I am on duty. Quickly make your choice. The purple-robed man's expression sank, and he said no further. As you wish. The blue-robed man quickly swept his gaze past the man, and looked at several areas with a number, and his expression sank. Someone actually chose such a remote area on Jade Rapid Mountains. Not daring to ask the purple-robed man any questions, he turned to the fat man and pointed at an area on the map. "Brother Jean, you've been here a while. Do you know who chose that place?" When the fat man saw where he pointed, an odd expression appeared on his face and he unconsciously glanced in Han Li's direction. The blue-robed man quickly understood what the fat man's face meant. He promptly turned around and closely examined Han Li. When he saw Han Li's cultivation was only at early stage, he wore an arrogant expression and he coldly said, "So you're the one who chose the spirit land?" After a moment of silence, Han Li replied, "And you also want it." The blue-robed man snorted and eerily said, "My secret technique can only be cultivated in a suitable place. If you're smart, you'll renounce your claim. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless in our fight." His threat was clear to see. Han Li remained silent. In order to avoid a fight, he intentionally picked an area with sparse spiritual qi. He wanted to avoid provoking any problems as he only had interests in cultivating. He didn't want to make any enemies that would disturb him. He completely didn't expect this plan to backfire and have someone come knocking on his door. Han Li found this matter to be truly laughable. With blue light shining from his eyes, he took a quick glance at the others. The large purple-robed man still lazily sat in his seat and had yet to raise his eyes. It appeared he didn't really care. As for the other cultivators, they looked at him with schadenfreude. "Senior, if I renounce my choice, will I be able to pick another area?" Han Li calmly asked the purple-robed man. "You cannot. There are only so many spirit lands. Everyone will only have one opportunity to fight for it. If you lose, you'll have to contest an empty land in another 100 years." He replied expressionlessly. When Hanli heard this, he sighed. To delay the maturation of his spirit medicines and creation of spirit pills for 100 years was something he found intolerable. To the side, the blue-robed man sneered and said, "Even if you have to wait 100 years, you'll be able to pick another area. But if you don't listen to me, When Hanli heard him, he raised his brow and smiled. "I will not agree to your request. From the way I see it, it'd be best for you to look for a different area to cultivate. I don't wish to injure you." If I were to make a mistake, Hanli spoke casually, and although he only finished half his sentence, his blunt words were extremely obvious. The spectators were stunned. Hanli was only at the early deity transformation stage, and he had been feigning weakness this entire time, so his words naturally came as quite a surprise to everyone. Even the perpetually expressionless purple-robed man turned to Hanli with a hint of surprise on his face. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the man with the sharp eyebrows. "You're a brave one. It's been several hundred years since I've met someone who dared to talk to me like this despite having an inferior cultivation base. In that case, we won't have to hold back in the battle for the spirit land in 3 days," the man said in a menacing voice. "I'll be sure to take everything you throw at me when the time comes. I'll be taking my leave now." In response, Hanli gave a nonchalant reply before extended a slight bow toward the purple-robed man and departing from the second floor. The man with the sharp brows looked on at Hanli's departing figure with a dark expression. Not long after that, the fatso and the man with sharp brows appeared in the air high above the heavenly jade pavilion, and the two of them were discussing something through voice transmission. "Brother Xian, what use do you have for that spirit land that you're fighting for? You couldn't disclose this information in there, but you can tell me now, right?" the fatso asked with a benevolent smile. "I spoke the truth earlier. It is indeed to cultivate a type of secret technique that necessitates a switch of cave abodes. Otherwise, why would I go out of my way to find someplace with such sparse spiritual qi?" The man with sharp brows replied with a faint sigh. The fatso chuckled with a disbelieving expression. The man with sharp brows was quite resigned to see this, and he put on an expression that said, "I can't do anything if you don't believe me. So be it. Regardless of what objective you have, there must be some circumstances involved that make you unwilling to disclose your goals. Are you really planning not to hold back in the battle against that Hanbrat?" The fatso suddenly changed the subject. "Why do you ask? Could it be that you have some ties with him, fellow Taoist Jean?" The man with sharp brows was rather displeased to hear this question. "How could I share any ties with him? I just wanted to tell you that he's a cultivator who's only recently ascended to Deep Heaven City," the fatso cautioned. "A recently ascended cultivator? So what? A new cultivator will ascend to our Deep Heaven City once every 2 or 3 years. Do you think I'll lose to an early deity transformation cultivator, Brother Jean? I was wondering why this man dared to be so arrogant. He must have dominated whatever lower realm he came from, and he's taken that cocky demeanor all the way here to the spirit realm." The man with sharp brows gave a cold chuckle in response. "Ha, this man's cultivation base is naturally not noteworthy at all. With your powers, even I wouldn't dare to say that I can defeat you. No matter how powerful an early deity transformation cultivator is, there's no way that he'd be a match for you. However, the ascended cultivators in the city always like to look after one another, so just teach him a lesson and don't actually kill him. Otherwise, even with Senior Ming as a backer, things could become quite troublesome for you if those guys become aware that you killed one of them," the fatso cautioned in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. "This man has been far too arrogant, so I'll naturally be teaching him a good lesson. As for whether I'll actually be taking his life, we'll see when the battle comes." A cold light flashed through the man's eyes. "All right, in that case, I have nothing else to say. In 3 days, I also have to go and fight those 4 guys. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to win my own battle." A concerned look appeared on the fatso's face. "You're being far too modest if you say that, Brother Jean. I heard that Brother Jean recently obtained a primordial treasure that possesses incredible abilities, and it's no less powerful than a spirit treasure." A peculiar smile appeared on the man's face. The fatso's expression changed upon hearing this before he quickly recomposed himself. "I didn't think that you'd heard about that already, Brother Wang. Indeed, I did obtain a rather powerful treasure recently, but to say that it's as powerful as a spirit treasure is a bold exaggeration. It simply has some protective properties. The fatso waved his hands in response. Oh really? A hint of a smile appeared on the man's face. After that, the two of them conversed for a while longer, each of them harboring their own ulterior motives, before the fatso departed as a streak of red light. The man with the Wang surname looked on with a dark expression and harumphed coldly. Humph, he's trying to anger me and make me strike up a vendetta against those ascended cultivators. What a devious plan. That man knows a lot about you and is already beginning to suspect you, so you should be more careful from now on. He's not anything to worry about, but his grandfather is someone whom even I'd rather not face. Another man's voice suddenly sounded above him. Spiritual light then flashed there, and a green jade-like WRM that was around a foot in length appeared. The man immediately extended a respectful bow toward the green WRM as he said, "Don't worry, Master. As soon as I obtain the spirit land, I'll completely seal it off immediately. Unless the fatso knows anything concrete, he won't be able to do anything. I trust that you'll do a good job. This is quite an important matter, and if it weren't for the fact that I'm at a critical juncture in refining my spirit treasure, I definitely wouldn't just be deploying an avatar here. I hope you won't disappoint me." The WYRM nodded in response. "I'll be sure not to disappoint you, Master." The man vowed before a hesitant look appeared on his face. "But Master, are we sure that the information we have is accurate? The spiritual chi there really is quite sparse. It doesn't appear possible that that man would have passed away there. Of course we're not completely sure, but with that person's identity, we have to give it a try even if there's only the slightest sliver of a chance. If it's true, then we'll be able to obtain that person's treasures and cultivation arts. In that case, not only would I not have to worry about my upcoming tribulation transcendence, it's quite possible that you'll be able to reach the spatial tempering stage as well. Hence, defeat is not an option for you in 3 days. If the opponent does indeed prove to be quite troublesome, then there's no need for you to hold back. Just kill him on the spot. The aftermath may be a little troublesome, but it's nothing compared to that person's treasures and cultivation arts." The WIRM's voice suddenly cooled significantly. The man's heart jolted upon hearing this, but he immediately replied, "I understand, Master. All ascended cultivators have different tricks up their sleeves, so make sure you don't get complacent. Even though this man is only at the early deity transformation stage, I'll lend you my 1,000 soul bell just in case. You'll have 3 days to refine it, and that should be enough for you to temporarily use the treasure. With that treasure, your victory will be assured." The WRM opened its mouth after a brief period of contemplation, following which a ball of yin chi was expelled from within its body. A black bell that was around an inch in size was enshrouded within the yin chi, and there were countless runes visible on the surface of the bell. The man was ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly extended words of gratitude toward the WRM. He then rustled his sleeve, and a burst of blue light shot forth to accept the bell. After that, the WIRM gave him a few more instructions before disappearing up his other sleeve. Only then did the man turn around and fly toward another direction as a streak of blue light. Han Li was naturally oblivious toward these exchanges, and nor could he have imagined that someone really did intend to kill him. After departing from the Heavenly Jade Pavilion, he didn't immediately return to the Flying Spirit Palace. Instead, he flew for over half a day according to the annotations on the map, finally settling in the air before looking down at the city in the distance with his brows furrowed in contemplation. Come to think of it, it was more accurate to call this place the state of Tianyuan rather than Deep Heaven City. The area governed by this city was comparable to a small state in the human world. However, the Deep Heaven City wasn't actually all that vast in a strict sense. It was only several tens of thousands of square kilometers in area, and had been sealed off by massive city gates. The city itself was trapezoid in shape with city gates on the front and rear, while the thick mist from massive immortal formations obscured the remaining 2 sides. Even true spirit-level beings wouldn't be able to barge their way through the mist. The wall that facing the primordial world was the narrowest one at less than 100 kilometers in length, yet the watchtowers that had runes carved into them stretched for several tens of thousands of feet into the sky, striking the onlooker with a sense of awe and fear. Outside this massive wall, there was a large number of human and demons patrols guarding this area day and night, and all types of restriction formations were also constantly activated. Within the city wall, there was an army of over 1 million humans and demons that was permanently situated in the city. Such meticulous defensive measures ensured that Deep Heaven City had never been successfully invaded by foreign races ever since the day of its founding. In comparison, the city wall on the other side was nowhere near as imposing and well-guarded. However, it stretched for over 500 kilometers, and there were many humans and demons who would access it to enter and exit the 3 regions and 7 territories. Most of these beings were planning to go on adventures in the primordial world while the rest were coming to buy and sell things in Deep Heaven City. As such, the city was an extremely lively and bustling place. After exiting the boundaries of Deep Heaven City, there was a vast stretch of mountain ranges and the occasional small mortal settlement. However, there was definitely no second cultivator city. On one hand, these mortal settlements provided some essential supplies for Deep Heaven City, and on the other hand, they provided a constant supply of low-grade cultivators and body refinement warriors. Of course, in the areas that had been assigned to the demon race, there were also countless beasts and low-grade demon beasts, thereby providing replenishments to the demons in the city. The humans and demons were forced to join forces and guard Deep Heaven City together here in the spirit realm. But the inevitable truth was that the 2 races did not see eye to eye. As such, in order to prevent interracial conflict, the entire city was split in half using a massive light barrier, with each race governing one half of the city. As for the area outside the city, there was also an unnamed no-man's land acting as the border while each race governed half of that land. The only place where humans and demons could coexist was the Elder Tower at the center of the city. Not only was this tower several times thicker than other massive towers, it was also where the most powerful beings in the city were gathered. Among them, there were a dozen or so body integration stage elders from both races who made decisions on important matters. As such, this tower appeared extremely mysterious in the eyes of the city's residents. The place that Han Li was situated at was over 10 kilometers away from the Elder Tower. He looked at the massive azure stone tower, then extended all the way up into the clouds, and his eyes were flashing with a contemplative light. According to his knowledge, there was always at least one body integration stage elder, each from the human and demon races that were stationed at the tower, and that was a rather disheartening notion to Han Li. Back in the human world, all deity transformation cultivators were extremely mysterious, and it was very difficult to encounter one. However, here in Deep Heaven City, he was so close to even body integration cultivators, and he could ask them for guidance in the future. It appeared that prior to cleansing himself of the aura of an alternate realm, this was a good place to stay. Han Li was hovering in mid-air with a contemplative look on his face. He naturally wasn't thinking about his battle against the man with the Wang surname. He had even faced spatial tempering cultivators in the past, so this wasn't a concern for him. After inspecting the city for a while longer, Han Li flew back toward the Flying Spirit Palace as a streak of azure light. After returning to his own room, Han Li immediately deactivated the restriction, and he only made his way into the secret chamber before sitting down with his legs crossed after verifying that nothing was amiss. Even though he was rather confident in his ability to emerge victorious in the upcoming battle, he naturally wasn't going to make no preparations at all. However, prior to that, he had a small matter to take care of. Han Li rustled a sleeve and a petite little silver bracelet appeared in his other hand. The bracelet appeared to be extremely intricately crafted, yet was extremely light, thereby suggesting that it was a hollow object. This was none other than a spirit beast bracelet, which was similar in nature to the storage bracelets of the spirit realm. The space within the bracelet was split up into several compartments so different types of spirit insects and spirit beast could be stored in it at once. Following his trip to the setting sun tomb, Han Li had stored all of his spirit beasts into the bracelet, including his gold-devouring beetles and weeping soul beast. As such, his spirit beast pouch was naturally in disuse now. He swept a hand over the bracelet and a fist-sized ball of yellow light immediately emerged from within. The ball of light rapidly expanded before transforming into a little beast that was around a foot or so in size with its body tightly bound by azure ropes. It was none other than the mutated leopard Kirin beast that had been captured by the spirit tribe beings in the setting sun tomb. After sifting through Sher Yan's memories, Han Li had learned that even though this little beast appeared to be no different from a normal leopard, it actually possessed traces of a Kirin's bloodline. Furthermore, it was a mutated leopard Kirin beast, so it already possessed nascent soul stage power, even though it hadn't yet reached full maturity. After Han Li had recovered his magic power, he had naturally considered taming the beast. However, this beast was extremely feral and already possessed a certain degree of intelligence, and it appeared that it would rather die than submit to Han Li. As such, Han Li had no choice but to put it into the spirit beast pouch to try and grind down its rough edges through captivity. After being detained for several decades, the little beast was finally at the end of its wits. A few days ago, the spirit beast had sent a signal to him from within the bracelet expressing an urge to submit to Han Li. However, Han Li was busy preparing for his tribulation transcendence as well as a string of other events, so he had no time to take care of this matter. He now had 3 days within which he could tame this little beast. As soon as the little beast appeared from the spirit beast pouch, it immediately began to whine at Han with a beseeching look in its green eyes. In conjunction with its petite little feline body, it was rather adorable. "I'm going to place a restriction on your body now. If you accept the restrictions, I'll release you from your bindings, and I'll also give you some benefits. Otherwise, I'll lock you up for another century." Han Li immediately delivered a cold threat. The little beast wasn't a highly intelligent creature, but it had clearly understood Han Li's words. Its body shuddered as it considered the prospect of captivity for another century, and it could only nod its furry little head. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he flipped a hand over to produce a dozen or so thin silver needles. He then raised his hand and all of the silver needles disappeared into the little beast's body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, Han Li brought out a vibrant red talisman. He opened his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence before pinching the talisman between his fingers and gently waving it through the air. The talisman transformed into a ball of blood mist that refused to dissipate. Han Li then began to chant something before patting the top of his own head. Azure light flashed and a nascent soul that was several inches in size appeared atop a miniature cauldron. As soon as the nascent soul appeared, it opened its mouth to blast out a ball of green light. As soon as the green light appeared, the blood mist surged toward it, and the two quickly combined to form a ball of green and red light. The nascent soul then made a hand seal and cast several incantation seals into the ball of light. All of a sudden, the ball of light began to surge and churn violently, transforming into a fist-sized ghostly head with a set of sinister facial features. The nascent soul pointed toward the little beast, following which the ghostly head opened its mouth before burrowing itself into the little beast's head in a flash. The little beast let loose a loud cry before falling unconscious to the ground with its eyes rolled over into the back of its head. At the same time, a layer of green and red light began to flash erratically all over its body. A pleased look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion toward the little beast. A muffled thump rang out as the azure ropes around the little beast's body snapped into countless segments before disappearing. Han Li then paid no further heed to the little beast as he began to close his eyes in meditation. In the remaining time, Han Li remained in his secret chamber, and 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 4th day, a streak of light flashed through the restriction outside the door, flying toward the secret chamber within which Han Li was situated. However, after flying into the door of the secret chamber, a layer of white light surfaced to repel the streak of light. It then attempted to fly through the door again to avail, and it immediately began to emit a ringing sound. All of a sudden, azure light flashed and a humanoid figure appeared out of thin air, reaching out before grabbing the streak of light. It was none other than Han Li, who had been in seclusion for 3 days. There was a little leopard beast sitting on his shoulder, and he delved his spiritual sense into the ball of light in his hand in an unhurried manner. This was a voice transmission talisman sent by the Heavenly Jade Pavilion regarding the battle for the Spirit Land. The vast martial hall, Han Li murmured to himself before rubbing his hands together, and the ball of light immediately disappeared. He then strode directly over to the door. For hours later, in the air high above an outdoor plaza, Han Li hovered in midair within a massive barrier of white light. Outside the light barrier, there was a burly man wearing a suit of golden armor with a scar on his face, wearing a cold expression. Time passed by slowly, and Han Li continued to wait patiently, but the same could not be said for the man clad in golden armor. He looked up at the 7 scorching suns in the sky from time to time, as if he were calculating the amount of time that had elapsed. All of a sudden, spiritual light flashed in the distance, following which a streak of blue light shot forth. It appeared beside the light barrier in the blink of an eye before the light receded to reveal a cultivator. Please forgive me, Senior. I'm late because I was refining a treasure. I hope I'm not too late. The man extended a respectful bow toward the armor-clad cultivator with a fawning smile on his face. This man was none other than the man with the Wang surname. The armor-clad man replied coldly, "Humph. If you had come any later, I would have disqualified you. You're lucky that you made it in the nick of time. Get up there now." He then made a hand seal and cast a golden incantation seal toward the white light barrier. Immediately thereafter, brilliant spiritual light erupted from the barrier, following which a passageway around 10 feet wide opened up before Han Li's opponent. "Thank you, Senior." The man was ecstatic as he shot forth into the light barrier as a streak of blue light. When he cast his gaze toward Han Li, a twisted, sinister smile appeared on his face. "So you really came. Looks like you have some guts, after all. To think that you would dare to accept my challenge as a mere early deity transformation cultivator," the man said in a sinister voice. Han Li merely gave a lazy smile response as if he couldn't even be bothered to offer a reply. The man was immediately enraged upon seeing this, and the killing intent in his heart grew even fiercer. "Listen up. There are no rules or restrictions in this battle. As long as you don't leave the boundaries of this restriction, anything goes. Unless one side surrenders in a verbal concession, I won't step in. If you feel like you're not up to the task, then it's best to concede early on. Not many people have perished during battles for spirit lands, but it's rather common for severe injuries to be inflicted. If neither of you have any objections, then we'll begin soon," the armor-clad cultivator announced. Han Li and his opponent looked at one another from afar, and neither of them said anything. The armor-clad man nodded and loudly declared, "Begin!" Han Li and his opponent sprang into action at the exact same moment. In the face of an opponent whom even late deity transformation cultivators treated with respect, Han Li naturally wasn't going to make the mistake of underestimation and complacency. He rustled his sleeve, and 72 small swords shot forth in a frenzy, each of which was around an inch in length. Amid a burst of shimmering golden light, they transformed into golden lotus flowers that circled around Han Li's body. At the same time, he opened his mouth to expel a miniature cauldron. The cauldron swelled to around 10 feet in size amid a burst of brilliant spiritual light. It was none other than the Heaven Void Cauldron. In contrast, the man with sharp brows made a hand seal, and specks of blue light began to emanate from his body. These specks of light were only around the size of grains of rice, but there was an innumerable amount, and they almost inundated his entire body. The man then made a grabbing motion, and a ball of piercing silver light flashed, following which a shimmering silver wheel appeared over his hand. The wheel was around the size of a palm and was quite an antiquated artifact. From the layers of runes carved onto the surface of the wheel, it was quite apparent that this was an extraordinary item. The silver wheel was tossed into the air and immediately transformed into a ball of silver light. Following a string of urgent chants, the ball of light began to swell drastically. Moments later, it transformed into a massive ball around 30 to 40 feet in size, hovering directly above his head like a silver sun. After doing all that, he cast his gaze toward Han Li, and his expression stiffened involuntarily. The 72 golden flying swords weren't all that fearsome to him, but the massive azure cauldron hovering before Han Li made his heart jolt in shock. Even though it was impossible to identify the caliber and ability of the treasures based on its appearance alone, generally speaking, cauldron, lamp, and mirror treasures all had some special abilities that were very hard to defend against. In particular, the Heaven Void Cauldron was emanating spiritual pressure far beyond that of a normal treasure. So Han Li's opponent immediately became quite wary. He had a feeling that this battle wasn't going to be a very easy one. With that in mind, he immediately unleashed the first attack without any hesitation, hoping to seize the initiative. At the same time, he made a hand seal, and the specks of blue light around his body receded, transforming into grains of shimmering blue sand that rose up into the sky. These grains of sand then began to multiply at a staggering rate, obscuring the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the massive silver wheel also vanished within the cloud of sand. A loud cry erupted as the cloud of sand came crashing down toward Han Li, creating a sound akin thunderclaps from the countless sand particles grating against one another. Han Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, but he didn't immediately take any action. The golden lotus flowers twirled around him before flying up to meet the oncoming attack. As the lotus flowers flashed through the air, countless rays of light began to emanate from them, making them appear just as formidable as the blue sand cloud. As soon as the sand came into contact with the lotus flowers, the latter instantly expanded drastically to around 10 feet in size each, rotating rapidly in the sky. Their petals were like sharp blades, forcibly tearing through the sand cloud amid a string of resounding booms. The 72 golden lotus flowers had managed to stop the oncoming blue sandstorm dead in its tracks. A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of Han Li's opponent, but he then chuckled coldly as he cast an incantation seal. Silver light suddenly flashed within the sand cloud as a massive silver wheel emerged, crashing down with violent force and striking one of the 72 golden lotus flowers. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face. This metal-severing wheel was refined using a rare material sourced from the primordial world, dark gold sand. The wheel's sharpness was unmatched, and its destructive power stood well above that of normal flying swords and flying sabers. Ever since he had refined this treasure, they had helped him slice through countless flying sword treasures unleashed by his enemies. Those golden flying swords did appear to be quite powerful, but they shouldn't stand a chance against the silver wheel. A string of clangs rang out in rapid succession as dazzling golden and silver light intertwined with one another. The two treasures appeared to be evenly matched. The man's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. All of a sudden, the golden lotus flower suddenly spread open its petals to encapsulate the entire silver wheel. An anguished screech sounded from the wheel before it was shattered into countless pieces and disappeared into the lotus flower. Before the man had a chance to recover from his shock, Han Li pointed a finger toward the massive cauldron hovering before him. The lid on the cauldron immediately flew off of its own accord, following which countless streaks of azure light swept forth from within. The azure strands flashed past the golden lotus flowers, latching onto large clumps of the blue sand in the sky before dragging them back into the cauldron. Han Li had taken these measures as fast as lightning, and when his opponent finally returned to his senses, some of his blue sand had already been abducted into the cauldron, and his connection with those grains of sand had been completely severed. "Spirit treasures!" the man exclaimed. The blue sand and that metal-severing wheel were both treasures that he had personally refined. Aside from spirit treasures, no other treasures would be able to forcibly take them from him. Now that they had been taken away, over a century of arduous cultivation had gone to waste. With that in mind, he immediately opened his mouth to expel a fist-sized ball of blood essence. He extended his index finger and dipped it into the ball of blood essence, using it as ink to inscribe a crimson rune into the air. He then slammed a hand toward the rune, following which it disappeared in a flash. However, in the next instant, the rune reappeared only around 10 feet away from Han Li, having already transformed into a massive azure ghostly head with a pair of sharp horns before pouncing toward Han Li. It appeared that he was trying to use this surprise attack to force Han Li to stop acquiring the blue sand and silver wheel treasures. Han Li was in the process of making hand seals while the Heaven Void Cauldron assimilated the blue sand at his behest. As soon as the ghostly head appeared, it rushed toward him with ferocious might, but he remained completely unflustered as he abruptly opened his mouth. An arc of golden lightning shot forth from within, striking the ghostly head with unerring accuracy, causing it to vanish into a cloud of azure smoke. Even an avatar of the Elder Devil didn't dare to take an attack head-on from the divine Devilbane lightning, so this ghostly head naturally stood no chance at all. Han Li's opponent faltered upon seeing this. A thought then occurred to him, and his expression darkened significantly. At this point, the strands of azure light from the Heaven Void Cauldron had already taken half of the blue sand in the sky. A bone-chilling harumph sounded as Han Li's opponent furrowed his brows, then made a strange hand seal. At the same time, what sounded like Buddhist chants rang out, following which he slowly pointed a finger toward the air before him. The grains of blue sand that were locked in a fierce battle with the azure light and the golden lotus flowers suddenly became completely stationary. Immediately thereafter, Brilliant spiritual light erupted as the grains of sand began to expand drastically. In the blink of an eye, these tiny rice-sized grains of sand transformed into head-sized blue rocks, all of which were translucent and giving off vibrant blue light. These glittering and translucent rocks immediately came crashing down from above, finally causing the freely rotating golden lotus flowers to slow down. Even the strands of azure light from the heavivoid cauldron also became unable to draw in these heavy blue rocks. Han Li faltered upon seeing this before casting his gaze toward his opponent. He discovered that the man's entire body was radiating brilliant spiritual light while his hair danced in a frenzy around him. There was also white light flashing from within his visible orifices, and it was quite clear that he was using the power of his essence. Han Li's expression darkened as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head. All of a sudden, murky gray light erupted forth before sweeping through the air. The incredibly heavy blue translucent stones in up above immediately became almost completely weightless before being forced to revert back to their sand form. The gray light rapidly swept forth, completely capturing all of the grains of sand in the air. Not only did this turn of events cause the expression on the face of Han Li's opponent to darken even further, even the perpetually emotionless armor-clad cultivator outside the light barrier revealed a hint of surprise for the first time. It was quite clear that Han Li's divine essence-fused light had even drawn the interest of this spatial tempering cultivator. What ability is this? Why is it able to wrest away my blue crystal sand? The man asked with a vicious expression. Do you think I'll tell you? Han Li chuckled with a carefree expression. In his eyes, this man was only acting so cocky because his cultivation base far outstripped that of Han Li's. However, Han Li didn't know who this man was, and he also appeared to have a spatial tempering stage master. As such, he was rather cautious in his approach and had no intention of killing this man just yet. Otherwise, he would have already retaliated with a relentless storm of attacks, giving his opponent no chance to even catch his breath. Of course, this was also a sign of Han Li's extreme confidence in his current set of abilities. With the divine essence-fused light, aureate sword formation, and spirit-devouring heavenly flames, he wouldn't be fearful in the slightest even if he were to come up against a late deity transformation cultivator. An indecisive look appeared on the man's face. Han Li's abilities were far more powerful than he had anticipated, and defeat was not an option for him. With that in mind, he finally made a decision as he flipped both hands over at once. On one hand, a palm-sized yellow copper badge appeared with white mist swirling around it, making it impossible for anyone to glean its actual appearance. On his other hand, a silver talisman appeared, and it was filled with beveled silver text runes. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted upon seeing this as he activated his sword arts. The golden lotus flowers that were circling around overhead suddenly converged toward the center, forming a supermassive golden lotus flower that was over 100 feet in diameter, and the gargantuan flower hurtled toward the man at Han Li's behest. As for the murky gray light up above, it came crashing down to create a gray light barrier that formed a secure cocoon around Han Li. At this moment, Han Li's opponent raised both hands at once, and the copper badge immediately hovered into the air. At the same time, brilliant white light erupted from the badge, and a projection emerged from within before rapidly expanding. A half-naked giant of a man that was around 20 feet tall soon appeared. The giant was carrying no weapons, but its skin was like translucent green jade, and there was spiritual light shimmering in its eyes. It was a humanoid puppet. Meanwhile, the silver talisman exploded into a ball of silver mist that was around a foot in size. The silver mist materialized into a giant black wolf with a pair of sinister green eyes, which were cast toward Han Li in a completely expressionless manner. After summoning these two creatures, Han Li's opponent still wasn't content. He took a deep breath and his face suddenly turned as crimson as blood. He laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and blue light flashed up above as a blue nascent soul appeared, holding a black bell that was around an inch in size. That's the 1,000-soul bell. Has eccentric Ming gone senile? How could he lend such important treasures to his disciples? The armor-clad cultivator outside the light barrier displayed no reaction to the puppet, nor the giant black wolf, but his brows furrowed and his expression immediately darkened at the sight of the bell in the blue nascent soul's hands. Senior, This is a treasure that I borrowed from my master. I'm not breaking any rules here, right? The blue nascent soul chuckled as it spoke in an infantile voice. Humph, of course not. However, the Thousand Soul Bell is an extremely powerful treasure, and you'll only barely be able to use it through the help of a secret technique. Even if you come out on top in this battle, you'll sustain severe injuries for forcibly using power beyond your capabilities. Are you sure you want to do this just for a plot of Spiritland? The armor-clad cultivator asked in a cold voice. Thank you for your words of caution, Senior, but I've naturally thought long and hard before making this decision, the nascent soul replied. The massive golden lotus flower was almost upon it, and it immediately hurled forth the black bell in its hands in response. At the same time, the green puppet began to rush toward Han Li, expanding even further with each and every step it took. After reaching the halfway point between Han Li and his opponent, it had already swelled to more than twice its original size. Meanwhile, the giant black wolf swayed before disappearing on the spot as a burst of black mist. As soon as the black bell was hurled into the air, it released a string of crisp chimes. Han Li was suddenly struck by the feeling that a massive boom had erupted within his spiritual sense, following which his body spasmed as if he'd been electrocuted, and he almost plummeted from the sky. Han Li was naturally shocked by this development, and his great development technique activated of its own accord to send a stream of coolness circulating through his mind. His face had paled significantly, but his body was finally back to normal. That's also a spirit treasure. There's no way that a normal treasure could possess such power. A hint of wariness flashed through Han Li's heart as he reflexively retaliated. He made a hand seal, and his spiritual sense converged into a ball in his mind before being expelled toward his opponent. Meanwhile, Han Li's opponent was even more shocked than he was to see Han Li recover so easily from the effects of the Thousand Soul Bell. Even though this attack wasn't the bell's most powerful ability, it was very difficult for opponents of a lesser cultivation base to withstand such an attack. He gritted his teeth, and just as he was about to pour forth even more magic power into the bell, a burst of acute pain suddenly tore through his spiritual sense, as if a sharp spike had been forcibly stabbed into his brain. Unfortunately for him, his spiritual sense wasn't as powerful as Han Li's. As such, he was quite susceptible to Han Li's spirit stun thorn attack, causing him to let loose a howl of pain as he threw his hands over his head, while his body completely curled up into a ball. His nascent soul also instantly disappeared into his body. In an instant, he had lost control over the Thousand Soul Bell in the air. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he completely ignored the oncoming giant puppet as he pointed a finger toward the massive golden lotus flower in the distance. The massive lotus flower immediately rotated rapidly as it came crashing down from above, encapsulating the black bell in a burst of golden light. Just as the golden lotus flower enshrouded the Thousand Soul Bell, the green puppet had swelled to around 60 to 70 feet in size, raising a massive fist before swinging it violently toward Han Li. A loud thump erupted as the puppet's punch was kept at bay by the Heavavoid cauldron. However, the cauldron tremored violently as it shrank down to around half its size. This puppet possessed extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, a burst of ghastly howls rang out from within the massive golden lotus flower. A giant bell projection around 10 feet in size appeared at the center of the golden lotus flower, warding off all of the flower's sharp golden petals. At the same time, wisps of black threads emerged from within the black bell, binding the golden lotus flower, forcibly slowing down its rotation. Han Li was rather bewildered upon seeing this, yet just as he was about to inject more power into his treasure, the giant black wolf surfaced behind him like a wraith before pouncing toward him from behind. Its claws were able to pierce through Han Li's gray divine essence-fused light barrier without any trouble. The divine essence-fused light was indeed powerful, but its powers were not applicable to existences outside the realm of the 5 elemental powers. Just as the giant wolf thought that its sneak attack had succeeded, 2 shimmering golden fists suddenly hurtled toward its front paws. Following 2 resounding booms, its front paws were completely pulverized by the pair of golden fists. The wolf let loose a howl of anguish as its body shot back from the tremendous resulting force of the clash. Right at this moment, Han Li finally turned around to face it. His entire body was shimmering with golden light, making it appear as if he were a divine deity forged from gold. At the sight of the backpedaling black wolf, Han Li wore a cold expression as his body shot forth through the air. A string of afterimages was left in his wake, and he appeared above the wolf's head in the blink of an eye. After recovering his magic power, Han Li was able to unleash his shifting smoke steps. Even though this technique didn't grant him as much speed as the thunderstorm wings and the 9-gale transformations, when used in conjunction with Han Li's insanely powerful body, it was very effective for movement over short distances. Upon seeing Han Li appear above its head, the giant black wolf's feral instincts were set off as it blasted a ball of black light out of its mouth, which was aimed straight at Han Li. However, Han Li merely waved a casual golden palm through the air, and the black ball of light was swatted flying as if it were a pitiful fly. At the same time, he injected his magic power into his eyes in a frenzy, following which piercing blue light instantly erupted from his eyes, allowing him to glean the bodily structure of the entire wolf in a split second. Immediately thereafter, Han Li's body swayed before he appeared in front of the wolf's stomach in a completely expressionless manner. His hands shot forth lightning, grabbing onto the wolf's head and one of its hind legs respectively, catching the wolf in two vice-like grips that completely immobilized it. He then let loose a loud roar as he brought both arms apart in one violent motion. With Han Li's current unfathomable strength, even a demon beast constructed from metal could be torn apart with ease, let alone a creature manifested from a talisman. As a result, the giant wolf's massive head was wrenched off its body in one fell swoop. As soon as the wolf was decapitated, brilliant black light erupted from its body, dissipating into bursts of tumbling black mist. However, its head was still very much alive and kicking, even while it was still clamped within Han Li's golden grasp. Han Li chuckled coldly as he grabbed the air with his other hand, following which a ball of silver flames emerged. The ball of fire transformed into a fire raven in a flash, and the latter swooped down toward the black wolf's head following a crisp cry. Amid a howl of shock and horror, silver flames instantly engulfed the wolf's head, reducing it to a ball of black mist in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, the silver flames completely devoured all of this black mist before reverting back to its fire raven form. The bird opened its mouth to expel a silver talisman, which Han Li rapidly grabbed a hold of. This talisman was none other than the one that his opponent had summoned earlier, but the light shimmering on its surface had dimmed significantly, indicating that it had expended most of its power. Meanwhile, the fire raven was blasting silver flames out of its mouth, circling around Han Li in an excited manner. Han Li then turned toward the green giant puppet over 100 feet away before appearing above its head in a flash. The puppet had been impeded by the heaven void cauldron, and was ramming its fists into the latter over and over again. The cauldron was knocked back around 10 feet and shrank with every single punch, but it was able to withstand an attack from the avatar of an elder demon in the past, so it certainly wasn't an easy obstacle to get around. After each successive punch, it would simply return to its original spot and expand once again to its former size, thereby repeating the process over and over again. The puppet had no intelligence to speak of, and Han Li's opponent was still reeling from the excruciating pain inflicted by the spirit stun thorn. As such, he couldn't manipulate the puppet, and it could only attack the giant cauldron with brute force, seeing as it wasn't capable of formulating any superior strategies. Han Li wasn't very familiar with the puppetry techniques of the spirit realm, but the puppetry techniques in the Great Development treasured scriptures left behind by the Monarch of Soul Divergence were among the best that could be found in the human world. As such, despite this giant green puppet's obvious power, Han Li was able to immediately identify its weakness with his spirit eyes. He quickly stowed away the silver talisman in his hand before stepping forward. Golden light flashed, and he appeared almost instantaneously behind the massive puppet. A string of crackles and pops rang out from Han Li's body as he aimed vicious punch toward a certain spot right under the puppet's ribs. Prior to even making contact with the puppet, his shimmering golden fist was sweeping up immensely powerful winds that threatened to tear through space. An earth-shattering boom erupted as a massive fist indentation that was several inches deep appeared on the puppet's body right under its ribs. It was swept off its feet by the enormous force of Han Li's strike before thudding to the ground. However, Han Li refused to release the pressure as his fists rained down like a torrential storm on the exact same spot on the puppet's body. In the blink of an eye, a hole had been punctured into the puppet's body. Han Li immediately withdrew his fists before rubbing his hands together, sending an arc of golden lightning hurtling directly into the puppet's body through that hole. A series of explosions rang out from within the puppet's body, following which it began to shrink drastically amid a burst of brilliant green light. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk down to only around a foot in size before laying on the ground in a completely stationary manner. It appeared that a complex series of procedures had been undertaken to defeat the Black Wolf and the Green Puppet, but it had actually only taken Han Li the span of a few breaths. At this moment, his opponent finally recovered from the effects of the spirit-stunned thorn, just in time to witness Han Li destroying his puppet, while scintillating golden light radiated from his body. Complete mastery of the Vajra arts. You're a top-grade body refinement warrior as well, he exclaimed with incredulity etched on his face. The armor-clad cultivator outside the barrier of light didn't say anything, but he was clearly also quite astonished by what he was witnessing. Han Li turned to his opponent with a calm expression and asked, "Would you like to continue, fellow Taoist Wang?" The man's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. "Your abilities are indeed far superior to what I'd anticipated. But do you really think that you've won? Even if I have to sacrifice the fruits of over a century of arduous cultivation, I'm going to show you the full power of this 1,000-soul bell." Han Li's opponent flew into a thunderous rage as he looked up at the black bell, which was currently grappling with a giant golden lotus flower. He then began to chant something, and blue light flashed above his head as his nascent soul emerged again. The nascent soul wore a grave expression as it made a hand seal with one hand while raising its other hand into the air. A blue pillar of light shot forth, striking the black bell with unerring accuracy as the nascent soul began to chant an unintelligible incantation. The black bell shuddered before absorbing the blue pillar of light as specks of spiritual light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the man pointed a finger at the black bell from afar, and it gave off a crisp tinkle. A burst of violent spatial fluctuations abruptly erupted from within the light barrier, following which a thin black rift appeared in the air above without any premonition. As soon as the black rift appeared, the nascent soul flicked its fingers toward the black bell in quick succession. With each successive flick of its fingers, the man's face would progressively pale further and further, while the black rift overhead widened incrementally. After many tolls of the bell, the black rift had already formed a semicircular opening, within which black qi and yin winds swirled, making it impossible for anyone to glean what was lurking within the rift. An extremely unsettling burst of cackling suddenly rang out from within. Han Li's pupils contracted as brilliant golden light erupted from his mouth. At the same time, he expelled more divine essence-fused light to protect himself. He didn't dare to get careless in the face of a spirit treasure. Right at this moment, a peculiar sequence of events unfolded. Wispy black tendrils suddenly appeared in the air around Han Li, slowly circling around him, but not expressing any urge to attack. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, and before he could figure out what kind of technique this was, the black tendrils suddenly manifested into a black light formation that trapped Han Li right at its center. Crap! Han Li's heart jolted with shock as his divine essence-fused light hurtled toward the formation around him in a frenzy. However, it was clearly already too late. Black light flashed from the formation, and following a rush of dizziness, Han Li disappeared on the spot along with his giant cauldron and golden lotus flower. In the next instant, he stumbled into a peculiar space that was lined with black shadows, and unsettling ghostly cries rang out around him in unrelenting waves. He had been forcibly teleported into that black rift. Han Li faltered initially upon seeing this, but for some reason a smile then appeared on his face. At the same time, the nascent soul of his opponent outside the rift hurriedly began to unleash the black bell's power again. Amid a string of tinkling chimes, the black rift slowly closed, settling to become a thin black line that was over 100 feet in length, hovering in the air. The nascent soul then flashed before immediately returning to his body. Han Li's opponent then opened his eyes as a sinister smile appeared on his face. That black rift was an independent space opened up by the 1,000-soul bell. Even though its name suggested that there were only 1,000 souls within the bell, there were actually much closer to 10,000 Een souls lurking within the treasure. All of these Een souls were the souls of extremely vicious demon beasts that had been refined using a special secret technique, ensuring that they retained virtually all of the power they had in life. Furthermore, the main soul within the bell was even a mid-deity transformation stage heavenly spirit beast during its life. His master had only stumbled upon it during its dying moments in a stroke of massive fortune, thereby allowing him to refine it as the main soul of this treasure. With the assistance from the other Een souls, the main soul's power could be enhanced by around twofold. Furthermore, there was a restriction that severely debilitated the powers of all beings within the bell aside from Een souls, so all cultivators who were abducted into the treasure were placed at a severe disadvantage. As such, even a late deity transformation cultivator would most likely perish in there. The armor-clad cultivator looked up at the thin black line in the sky and a peculiar light flashed through his eyes, but he didn't take any action. Meanwhile, Han Li's opponent sat in midair with his legs crossed, waiting for the Een souls within the treasure to devour Han Li so he could end this battle. After around 5 minutes, the black bell in the sky suddenly began to tremor violently. At the same time, erratic halos of black light began to emanate from it, and bursts of peculiar cries erupted from within, creating a very bizarre spectacle to behold. Han Li's opponent was able to use the treasure but had not forged a spiritual connection with it, so he had no idea what was going on. The black bell suddenly let loose a grief-stricken chime, following which the massive projection around it abruptly shattered. The projection disintegrated into wisps of black chi that disappeared into the 1,000-soul bell in the blink of an eye. Impossible! The main soul was destroyed. The man finally understood what had happened, and an expression of shock and horror appeared on his face. Right at this moment, a burst of black light suddenly punctured a certain spot in the space overhead, creating a fist-sized black hole. Spiritual light flashed and a burst of azure light shot forth through the hole, quickly revealing itself to be a humanoid figure. As a mid-deity transformation cultivator, Han Li's opponent seemed to have detected something, and he hurriedly turned toward that direction. However, the humanoid figure disappeared in the flash before suddenly reappearing behind the man, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. A thunderous roar erupted, making the man's ears ring as a golden fist came flying toward him. Arg! The man was stunned by this turn of events, and his body suddenly shattered like a mirror, manifesting 7 or 8 projections at once that all fled toward different directions. Humph! You're not going anywhere. That humanoid figure was naturally none other than Han Li. He let loose a cold harumph as he launched a string of identical punches toward all of the fleeing projections at once, all of which struck the backs of the projections with unerring accuracy. All of the projections were vanquished and disappeared on the spot, but a small silver shield appeared behind the man's true body, keeping the golden fist at bay. However, the silver shield only managed to withstand the fist for a split second before it was violently shattered. The golden fist struck the man on the back without any hesitation, but right as it made contact with the man's body, a layer of azure armor suddenly appeared over his skin. A resounding boom erupted as the fist struck the suit of armor in a violent manner amid a flash of intertwining golden and azure light. The azure light tremored violently as the fist sank several inches into the man's body, sending him flying through the air amid a howl of agony. However, Han Li was not satisfied with the outcome of that attack. His fist had been imbued with immense power, but he felt as if he had struck a wall of feathers and only a small proportion of that power had actually impacted his opponent's body. Otherwise, that punch would have been enough to inflict a severe wound. In the instant that he was forcibly teleported into the Een soul space, Han Li finally sensed his opponent's killing intent, so he naturally wasn't going to hold back in his attacks. Even though he was surprised by the fact that his punch seemed to have been buffered, he didn't allow his surprise to slow him down in the slightest as he instantly appeared above his opponent. He grabbed the air with a single hand, upon which a golden longsword suddenly appeared in his grasp. Just he was about to plunge the sword into his opponent's body, the latter suddenly let loose a desperate cry. "Stop! I concede." Han Li's lips twitched upon hearing this, but he completely disregarded this plea for mercy as he brought his sword down without any hesitation. With the insane sharpness of his azure bamboo cloudswarm sword, he would definitely be able to slice the man's body cleanly in half, even with that suit of azure armor he was wearing. Spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby as a swath of yellow light shot forth, sweeping up Han Li's opponent and causing him to vanish on the spot. As such, Han Li's sword struck empty air. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he turned toward a certain direction. There, over 200 feet away, a ball of yellow light suddenly erupted, following which two humanoid figures emerged from within. They were none other than the armor-clad overseer of the match, as well as Han Li's opponent. The former remained expressionless as usual, yet the latter's face was deathly pale and his suit of azure armor was stained with blood as he glowered at Han Li with resentment in his eyes. It appeared that even though Han Li's punch had been buffered significantly by the suit of azure armor, his opponent had still suffered internal injuries, to the extent that he had thrown up a mouthful of blood. The fist indentation on the back of his armor was quite apparent. Han Li glanced at his opponent expressionlessly before stowing away his longsword and extending a salute to the armor-clad cultivator. "Thank you for stepping in, senior. I was unable to withdraw my attack in time and almost wounded fellow Taoist wing there," Han Li said with an earnest expression. His opponent almost threw up another mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Unable to withdraw his attack in time? He clearly had no intention of withdrawing his attack at all. He was striking to kill. A peculiar look flashed through the armor-clad cultivator's eyes, following which a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment in a battle, so that's very much understandable. In this battle for the Spirit Land, fellow Taoist Wang has conceded, so fellow Taoist Han is naturally the victor and will take possession of the Spirit Land. Do either of you have any objections?" Han Li smiled upon hearing this. He naturally wasn't going to pose any objections. His opponent wore an indignant expression and opened his mouth several times but refrained from saying anything in the end. Seeing as neither of them said anything, the armor-clad cultivator nodded before extending a hand toward Han Li. "Hand over your dark azure pendant." Han Li immediately flipped his palm over upon hearing this, summoning the azure jade pendant, which he then tossed over to the armor-clad cultivator. The latter caught the jade pendant before bringing it toward a thumb-sized green crystal in his other hand that he had already prepared in advance. The small stone immediately disappeared into the jade pendant right as the two made contact with one another. "All right, the coordinates of the Spirit Land have already been injected into your dark azure pendant. Unless you voluntarily relinquish this plot of Spirit Land, you won't be able to participate in the battle for the Spirit Lands that's held once every century. You two can leave now. The next match is about to begin soon." The armor-clad cultivator returned the jade pendant to Han Li before waving a dismissive hand at both of them. At this moment, an opening had already appeared in the white light barrier around them. Han Li didn't say anything further as he cupped his fist in a salute toward the armor-clad cultivator, then disappeared into the distance through that opening as a streak of azure light. Meanwhile, his opponent wore a thunderous expression as he also flew away from the venue. However, he paused nearby and glowered at the direction that Han Li had left in before flying toward the opposite direction. Even though he had sustained internal injuries during that recently concluded battle, he was still flying quickly. After a short while, he had appeared high in the air over an unfamiliar place, upon which he came to an abrupt halt. "Why is your aura so chaotic? Were you injured in the battle for the Spirit Land?" A familiar cold voice sounded, following which azure light flashed in the air nearby. That miniature green WIRM appeared and inspected the man with a cold expression. "Sorry to disappoint you, Master. That man was unfathomably powerful and I was defeated by him. If it weren't for the intervention from the Heavenly Guard in the end, I would have perished by that man's sword." As soon as the green WIRM appeared, the man hurriedly lowered his head in a respectful manner. "Your opponent is only an early deity transformation cultivator, and I even lent you my 1,000-soul bell. How did you manage to lose? When did you become so useless?" The green WIRM's expression darkened significantly. Cold sweat immediately began pouring down the man's face as he explained, "I did everything I could, Master, but there seemed to be no end to the tricks that my opponent could pull out of his sleeve. He had a cauldron spirit treasure, and he's also achieved complete mastery of the Vajra arts." "He also has a spirit treasure? And he's completely mastered the Vajra arts?" The green WIRM was rather surprised to hear this. Indeed, I speak only the truth, master. The man was slightly relieved upon hearing the hint of intrigue in the WYRM's voice. A contemplative expression appeared on the green WRM's face before it suddenly extended a claw toward the man. A ball of black light shot forth from his body, carrying the 1,000-soul bell into the WRM's grasp. It carefully inspected the bell for a while, following which its expression immediately darkened again. The man was feeling quite uneasy upon seeing this. The green WIRM chuckled coldly and scoffed, so that means this man is walking the path of simultaneous cultivation. He, such a style of cultivation was popular once back in ancient times, but barely anyone pursues this path now. Body refinement and cultivating magic power both take an extremely long time. Doing both works to a certain extent at low cultivation spaces, but over the long term, one's cultivation would inevitably trail behind their peers if they were to continue down this path. On top of that, body refinement requires a certain level of aptitude. As far as I'm aware of, there are only a small handful of people who have reached the body integration stage while pursuing this path, including the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign. All of these people were body refinement warriors to begin within and only became cultivators after consuming some type of spirit medicine. Otherwise, walking this path will only ruin one's future cultivation. This man has already achieved full mastery of the Vajra arts. Are there any other body refinement techniques for him to use to continue strengthening his body? The man asked with furrowed brows. Attaining full mastery of the Vajra arts is already the pinnacle among mortal body refinement warriors. The next step for him to progress is to naturally begin using some demonic cultivation arts to further refine his body. However, those cultivation arts naturally aren't meant for humans, so it'll be very perilous for him to engage in such practices. For him to be able to cultivate both his magic power and his body to such an extent makes it no surprise that you were no match for him. However, that doesn't explain how he was able to break free from my 1,000-soul bell. Not only was the main soul in the bell destroyed, around 60% to 70% of all of the other souls within are also missing. The WYRM's voice suddenly cooled as he spoke. I don't know how he managed to do this either. I trapped him in that space, but he managed to escape not long after that, and I wasn't able to witness what he did in there, the man hurriedly explained. The WYRM scrutinized the man for a long time before withdrawing his gaze with a cold harumph. Humph, the 1,000-soul bell isn't a powerful enough treasures to make it onto the chaotic myriad spirit roll, but it's more than powerful enough to crush a late deity transformation cultivator. It appeared that this man either possesses a treasure that is the bane of all souls, or has mastered an extremely powerful young attribute cultivation art. So be it, I'll just have to capture some more beast souls to replenish the ones that are missing. However, we can't give up on the treasures left behind by that person. The man was elated that the WRM wasn't pinning any further blame on him, but a hesitant look then appeared on his face as he mused. Thank you for sparing me, master. The problem is that the plot of Spirit Land already belongs to that man. If he sets up restrictions around the plot of land, it'll be rather difficult for us to go in and search for treasures there. That will indeed be rather troublesome, but the plot of Spirit Land is quite large, and he won't be able to set up so many powerful restrictions in a short time. Go to where my true body is residing in seclusion, and I'll give you something for you to take to my good friend, Gongyang Gue. He possesses a heavenly 5-colored flag that has extraordinary concealment abilities. Borrow that from him and we'll sneak into the spirit land at the right opportunity. In doing so, we'll be owing old devil Gongyang a big favor. The green WRM grumbled. The man didn't dare to say anything in response, and could only nod emphatically with a respectful expression on his face. Meanwhile, Han Li had just flown out of Deep Heaven City, and was traveling toward the plains outside of the city. Following the conclusion of that battle, he was heading straight toward the plot of Spirit Land he had chosen rather than returning to the Flying Spirit Palace. With Han Li's current abilities, he was able to fly extremely quickly, and it only took him an uneventful journey spanning around 3 to 4 days to reach a massive set of lush mountain ranges. This was the so-called Glorious Sound Mountain, and Han Li stopped in the air above one of the mountains in the mountain ranges. He scanned his gaze over this massive mountain, which was hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size, and his narrowed with a contemplative expression. Even though this was the most inferior of the 3 mountain ranges displayed by the Heavenly Jade Pavilion, it was still a set of mountain ranges that could be used for cultivation by deity transformation cultivators, so it naturally possessed high spiritual chi density. Compared to so-called cultivation holy lands in the human world, the difference was night and day. After inspecting the mountain for a while, Han Li gave a content nod before descending into the mountain ranges as a streak of azure light. Not long after that, he had already covered a distance of over 50,000 kilometers. Even though he was racing ahead at an astonishing speed, his powerful spiritual sense allowed him to detect everything within a radius of over 5,000 kilometers. Along the way, he had already passed by 4 or 5 shimmering restrictions, which were clearly where the cave abodes of other cultivators were situated. Han Li paid no heed to these neighbors and continued to fly on ahead. After passing through almost the entirety of the mountain ranges, Han Li finally found the plot of spirit land on the map that belonged to him. The plot of land stretched for over 10,000 kilometers, and there was no end to it in sight. Furthermore, there was not even a single cultivator here aside from himself. Han Li was quite elated, but he wasn't in a hurry to build a cave abode. Instead, he flew in a circle around the annotated border on the map, which indicated the boundaries of his plot of spirit land. During the process, he would toss out white formation flags at regular intervals, all of which burrowed into the ground and disappeared. These formation flags were only treasures of the lowest grade and only possessed a very lackluster illusionary effect. They were only there for symbolic purposes, informing other nearby cultivators that this plot of land now had an owner, thereby serving as a warning against trespassers, intentional or not. After that, Han Li began to travel through this area in a leisurely manner. Over half a day later, he discovered several small spirit mines and a few naturally occurring spirit medicine patches. Of course, the spirit stones and spirit medicines that could be found at those locations were all quite low in caliber, and it was most likely the case that the previous owner of this land couldn't even be bothered to excavate and farm those sites. These sites naturally didn't really catch Han Li's eye either, but they came as a minor pleasant surprise to him. After inspecting the entire area, Han Li hovered in the air high above the center of the plot of spirit land with a contemplative look on his face, feeling a little perplexed. He didn't discover anything special about this place, but his opponent had gone to such extreme lengths during their battle. Could it really be the case that he was simply targeting this place because it was beneficial for the cultivation of one of his secret techniques? Han Li shook his head to reject the notion as soon as it appeared in his mind. His opponent's reaction to losing the battle indicated that things definitely weren't as simple as that. Furthermore, the spirit land was such a vast area. Why was he willing to go so far for this particular plot of land, to the extent that he was prepared to kill Han Li? It appeared that this place would have to be carefully searched again. Otherwise, Han Li felt as if there was something constantly nagging at him and he wouldn't be able to cultivate with a calm heart. After making his decision, Han Li began to consider constructing a cave abode. Even though the land here was all quite similar, there were naturally a few locations where spiritual chi was especially rich and abundant. After some careful consideration, Han Li finally made a decision. As such, he immediately rose into the air as a streak of azure light and flew toward the location he had chosen. Not long after that, Han Li appeared between 2 massive mountains, in a place with tumbling 5-colored mist. This place seemed to be a massive swamp, and the vibrant 5-colored mist emanating from it reached altitudes of thousands of feet. It didn't possess extremely toxic properties, but inhalation was far from advisable, even for cultivators. Most importantly, there were some unknown constituents in this mist that restricted Han Li's spiritual sense to a certain extent, making him unable to detect what lay deep within the mist. Only after using his bright sight spirit eyes was Han Li able to discover that several kilometers into the mist, there was a natural valley that connected the 2 massive mountains. Such a naturally obscure location was perfect for Han Li's cave abode. As such, Han Li flew deep into the mist before easily carving out a hole in the side of a certain nondescript rock face within the valley. He then released his flying swords to dig out 2 extremely long passageways that led directly into the bellies of the 2 giant mountains. He was planning to construct 2 cave abodes at once. One of them was a hoax that would be used as a diversion, while the other one was the cave abode in which he would cultivate, as well as nurture his spirit insects, spirit beasts, and spirit medicines. As for that hidden fortune abode, it was too small, so there was naturally no need to use it now. After constructing his cave abodes, Han Li immediately transferred the spirit herbs and spirit medicines he'd taken here from the human world into the medicine garden. The gold-devouring beetles were also placed into an enclosure. After being nurtured for so many years, all of the gold-devouring beetles had reached astonishing sizes and appeared to be extremely menacing. They were clearly already close to full maturity. As for that leopard Kirin beast, Han Li also prepared a comfortable nest for it so it could cultivate on its own. However, after walking into a particularly eerie empty beast room, a solemn look appeared on Han Li's face. He gently waved his spirit beast bracelet toward the beast room, following which a burst of black light swept forth, and a black object that was around 10 feet tall abruptly appeared. The object was round and resembled a cocoon. It was emitting faint black light, and the image of a crimson malicious spirit could be seen on its surface. The malicious spirit possessed a single horn and 3 eyes, giving off a very sinister appearance. This cocoon was naturally formed by the Weeping Soul Beast. Back when the Weeping Soul Beast had last evolved, it had also transformed into a black cocoon just like this one. The image of the malicious spirit on the cocoon was identical to the one on the Weeping Soul Beast's back. Han Li stroked his chin as he looked at this cocoon, and a hint of elation flashed through his eyes. During the battle for the Spirit Land, when he was sucked into the Yin Soul space, he had immediately sensed the abundant Yin Qi in the air. Immediately thereafter, countless vicious souls materialized, all of which swept directly toward Han Li, led by a powerful ghostly monarch. Han Li naturally released his Weeping Soul Beast without any hesitation upon seeing this. This beast possessed the incredible ability to devour souls, and as light poured forth from its nostrils, none of the normal Yin souls were able to put up any resistance as they were reduced to sustenance for the Weeping Soul Beast. Only that ghostly monarch was a little troublesome to deal with. It had cultivated its body to take on a substantial form, thus allowing it to resist the Weeping Soul Beast's light. However, Han Li used his thunderstorm wings to appear behind it and unleash a sneak attack with his divine Devilbane lightning, upon which the situation changed drastically. After being wounded, the ghostly monarch was no longer able to use its secret technique to stabilize its soul. In the end, the Weeping Soul Beast swooped in to devour the ghostly monarch during its battle with Han Li. After engulfing so many vicious souls and this final ghostly monarch which possessed powers comparable to a deity transformation cultivator, the Weeping Soul Beast immediately broke through its evolution bottleneck, thereby transforming into this black cocoon. Thankfully, Han Li had witnessed the same phenomenon in the past, so he was filled with elation rather than panic. As such, he didn't have any time to take care of the rest of the vicious soul as he forcibly broke out of the Yin Soul space with his Law Destruction Eye, escaping into the outside world with this cocoon. Now he was placing the giant cocoon into this beast room, and he would only have to wait for some time for the Weeping Soul Beast to complete its evolution. Han Li took one final long look at this cocoon before departing from this room, heading for his medicine garden instead. The 9-curl spirit ginseng, dragon scale fruits, and other spirit medicines in the garden were quite rare even in the spirit realm, so Han Li had to treat them with care. The only thing that was missing was the profound goddess's palm that Han Li had painstakingly nurtured. The palm had borne fruit in the human world, but it had completely wilted and disintegrated into dust as soon as Han Li took this fruit. What was even more incredible was that the several cuttings he had taken from the palm in advance also disintegrated. Thus, there was no way for him to plant it again. It was most likely the case that not only had all of his cuttings been ruined, all of the cuttings carried by others had to have also ceased to exist. That was the effect of the law of exclusivity. No profound goddess's palms could exist in the same world, and that was something that Han Li couldn't change. Even the deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators in the spirit realm were powerless to alter the laws of heaven and earth. They were only capable of using the world's origin chi around them. It would take beings of higher levels to be able to control such things. Perhaps beings as powerful as heavenly true spirits would be capable of such a task. This was also an indication of just how much the profound heavenly fruit defied the natural order. At the thought of the profound heavenly fruit that he had finally obtained after several hundred years of work, Han Li was struck by a sense of excitement and elation. Due to his ascension and his subsequent complete loss of magic power, He hadn't had any time to carefully inspect the profound heavenly fruit. Now, he had some time before he had to report back to Deep Heaven City, and that was a sufficient interval for him to do some research on the fruit. As such, after setting up all of the required restrictions outside the cave abode, Hanli made his way into a secret chamber and sat down onto the ground with his legs crossed. He flipped a hand over and a pristine white box appeared over his palm. The surface of the jade box was plastered with 7 or 8 restriction talismans, all of which were shimmering with spiritual light. After a brief hesitation, Hanli tore off the talismans before slowly removing the lid of the box. A shimmering white object that was several inches in length appeared before Hanli's eyes. He extended a hand to extricate this object from the jade box, then carefully inspected it while stroking it with his finger. The object was of a thin oval shape and its surface was extremely smooth. It was ever so slightly yellow in color, and one end was slightly blunt, while the other was completely even, as if it had been chopped by a blade. It looked like a small oval rod. However, it was only around half a foot in total length. On the surface of the rod, there was a series of indecipherable dark green patterns. The rod appeared to be made from something that was a blend of metal and wood, and it was quite supple to the touch. This peculiar rod was the fruit from the profound goddess's palm. The humanoid puppet had informed him that in the beginning, the fruit from the palm wasn't like this in the beginning. Instead, it was a spherical fruit that was shimmering with white light, and it only became like this after being fertilized by the green liquid for years on end. Hanli was rather speechless when he first caught sight of this strange object. Back when he had just obtained this fruit, he had only examined it for a short time, but he was still struck by how peculiar this thing was. However, he was busy working toward ascension to the spirit realm at the time, so he didn't put in any diligent research. After a brief pause, Hanli carried the object with one hand while extending a finger from his other hand. Azure spiritual light flashed from his fingertip as he gently tapped it against the rod. The azure spiritual light tremored as if it had come into contact with some kind of restriction before completely dissipating, unable to penetrate so much as a single millimeter into the fruit's surface. Hanli raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't surprised to see this. This fruit had always rejected any injections of spiritual qi, and no spiritual power could be infused into it. After staring at it for a while longer, a thought occurred to Hanli as golden light shimmered from the hand that was carrying the fruit. A peculiar scene then unfolded. Hanli was able to sink his fingers into the fruit with ease, causing it to warp and distort as if were made from soft dough. However, when Hanli released the fruit again, it instantly reverted back to its original rod form. Hanli suddenly opened his mouth to expel a thin golden thread, which circled around the fruit once before returning to Hanli's mouth. However, the sword thread formed by the azure bamboo cloud's warm sword wasn't even able to leave the slightest trace on the surface of the fruit. Hanli was quite intrigued to see this, and he flicked his finger to blast an arc of golden lightning onto the rod. The arc of lightning was repelled by the fruit, striking a corner of the secret chamber, causing the entire chamber to tremor slightly due to the force of the resulting explosion. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he grabbed the air with his other hand, following which an egg-sized ball of silver flames emerged over his palm. Hanli immediately tossed the fruit into the fireball without any hesitation, but Hanli was disappointed by what he saw next. As soon as the fruit was hurled toward the fireball, the latter suddenly dissipated into specks of silver flames before materializing to form that spirit-devouring fire raven in the air several tens of feet away. As soon as the fire raven appeared, it stared intently at the fruit with horror in its eyes, letting loose a few sharp and urgent cries to express its fear. Hanli's brows furrowed even further as he grabbed a hold of the fruit again. His spirit-devouring heavenly flames were a culmination of the most powerful yin and yang flames. How could it be terrified of a piece of fruit? That was truly a surprise to him. Could it be that this fruit was even more mysterious and profound than he had anticipated? Immediately thereafter, Hanli brought out his glacial flames, wind blades, and various other types of attacks to experiment on the fruit, only for it to remain completely unscathed throughout this sustained assault. Hanli had even brought out a few gold-devouring beetles from the insect room and placed them onto the fruit. In his memories, the gold-devouring beetles were capable of engulfing anything and everything, yet they displayed a similar reaction to the spirit-devouring fire raven. hurriedly flying away in a panicked frenzy with no intention to try and devour this object whatsoever. Han Li then tried using his law destruction eye to attack the fruit, all to no avail either. Despite Han Li's vast array of abilities, he was completely stumped and was left scratching his head. He then injected all of his power into his eyes, upon which piercing blue light erupted from his pupils. He was trying to glean the internal structure of this fruit using his spirit eyes. Much to his surprise, his spirit eyes revealed to him a pea-sized speck of white light within the fruit that was flashing in an extremely feeble manner. Han Li was immediately reinvigorated upon making this discovery. However, further inspection yielded no other results. During the next half a month or so, Han Li was almost constantly carrying out experiments on the profound heavenly fruit. During the final few days, he even set up a few profound miniature formations within his secret chamber, trying to use the power of the formations to refine this fruit, but none of that worked, either. On the final night, Han Li stroked the profound heavenly fruit with his finger, but his expression was completely calm and devoid of urgency. It appeared that without encountering any miraculous opportunities, he wouldn't be able to do anything to or with this fruit. However, after transcending his emotions of frustration and urgency, his mental state had become more resolute than ever. As such, the past half a month or so wasn't a complete waste of time. However, he had to return to Deep Heaven City the next day. With that in mind, Han Li cast his gaze toward the profound heavenly fruit in his hand again. This time, choosing to inspect the dark green patterns that he had paid minimal attention to in the past. All of a sudden, an extremely peculiar look appeared in Han Li's eyes as a startling thought occurred to him. The diagram depicted by and the colors of the patterns suddenly reminded him of something. There was another object with similar patterns on its surface, and even though its color wasn't completely identical to that of the profound heavenly fruit, it bore a strong resemblance. Why hadn't he thought of this object before? Han Li suddenly reached for his storage bracelet and a nondescript-looking leather bag appeared in his hand. He tipped the bag over and a small green vial came tumbling out into his grasp. It was none other than that mysterious little vial. Han Li held the vial in one hand and the profound heavenly fruit in the other as he inspected the two side by side through narrowed eyes. The two items were different both in shape and mass, but the dark green patterns on their surfaces really did bear a strong resemblance. Could it be that the two objects were connected somehow? Could it be that the mysterious little vial was refined from a profound heavenly fruit? Han Li's heart rate began to accelerate as he considered the small vial's incredible abilities. The more the thought about it, the plausible this notion seemed. The small vial was made from a different material compared to the profound heavenly fruit, but it was also a material that he had yet to decipher the origins of. He inspected the objects in his hands before exhaling as he cast his gaze toward the small vial. All of a sudden, he placed the profound heavenly fruit on the ground before removing the lid off the mysterious little vial. A drop of green liquid dripped soundlessly onto the fruit. The scenes that followed struck Han Li with a sense of elation. Azure light flashed from the drop of liquid before it disappeared into the profound heavenly fruit. Brilliant blue light erupted from Han Li's eyes again as he gleaned the internal situation within the fruit. As soon as the drop of green liquid disappeared into the fruit, it immediately fused with the speck of white light at its center. A few moments later, the feeble speck of white light expanded slightly. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, but there were no further changes to the white light following further observation, and the blue light in Han Li's gradually faded. He lowered his head with a contemplative expression as he considered what he'd just seen. It appeared that only the mysterious green liquid in the small vial had any effect on the profound heavenly fruit. He didn't know what purpose that speck of white light could serve, but it appeared that the only way to find out was to continue feeding the green liquid to the fruit. After thinking to himself for a long while, Han Li carefully stowed away both the small vial and the profound heavenly fruit. He was going to infuse the green liquid into the fruit at regular intervals. Unbeknownst to Han Li, in the same instant that the green liquid disappeared into the white light within the profound heavenly fruit, something was happening in the heavenly spirit region of the three human regions, which was countless kilometers away from Deep Heaven City. At the center of a small island that was hovering tens of thousands of kilometers in the air, golden light suddenly erupted from a translucent jade wall that was inscribed full of golden and silver runes. At the same time, a crisp cry rang out, spreading throughout the entire island. Two green-robed cultivators who were seated in front of the jade wall with their eyes closed both opened their eyes in unison with shock etched on their faces. Golden light. Could it be that another divine spirit treasure has appeared? One of them exclaimed. The other cultivator remained silent, but his eyes were also filled with elation as he looked at the jade wall. All of a sudden, a dozen or so streaks of light shot forth from various locations all over the island, all of which converged toward the jade wall. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, a dozen or so green-robed cultivators had gathered before the wall, all of whom were scrutinizing the golden light with excitement in their eyes. A few moments later, the golden light from the jade wall gradually faded, which made the dozen or so cultivators rather nervous. All of them stared at the jade wall without even daring to blink, as if they were petrified of missing something. The third line of golden runes on the jade wall suddenly blurred before moving down a line. Meanwhile, a new line of golden text appeared on the vacated third line. All of the excited cultivators' expressions immediately stiffened. Everyone stared at the third line of golden runes with flabbergasted looks on their faces. It's a profound heavenly spirit artifact, and it's climbed to third on the roll as soon as it appeared. After a long while, an elderly green-robed man murmured to himself, "Heavens, could it be that another true spirit tribulation is about to descend upon our spirit realm?" All of the other cultivators were also alerted to this possibility upon hearing this, and all of their faces paled as horrified expressions appeared in their eyes. None of them seemed to want to say anything. Finally, the golden light on the jade wall completely faded, and everything returned to normal. Looking up above the jade wall, there was a silver plaque that was over 100 feet in length, hovering roughly 10 feet above the wall. There was a string of golden text on the plaque that read, "Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll." Not long after that, streaks of light shot forth from the island, heading toward the 3 human regions and the 7 demon territories. At the same time, within the restricted areas of the larger races in the primordial world, similar changes were taking place on all of the jade walls there. The same information was being relayed to all of the races, and this development had stunned all of the higher-ups among them. Not long after that, all of the higher-ups among the various races, including the human and demon races, had burst into an uproar. It appeared that the spirit realm hadn't changed at all, but drastic changes were taking place beneath the visible surface. All races were bolstering their defenses in anticipation for the ordeal that could befall them soon. Of course, as the instigator behind all of this, Han Li himself was completely oblivious to what was happening. He was currently meditating in his cave abode, preparing to return to Deep Heaven City the next day. Time passed by slowly, and just as daylight was about to arrive outside the cave abode, Han Li abruptly opened his eyes as an elated look appeared on his face. He immediately rose to his feet before rushing out of his secret chamber, heading straight for one of the beast rooms. Han Li stood outside the beast room and peered in through a window, upon which he was completely rooted to the spot. A head-sized hole had been punctured into massive black cocoon within the room, and the cocoon was now completely empty. Directly above the cocoon, there was an inky black cloud hovering in midair, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. Han Li was quite startled to see this, but he still cast an incantation seal toward the door of the room with furrowed brows. Azure light immediately flashed from the door as an invisible restriction was lifted. The door gradually rose up, and Han Li strode into the room. The black cloud in the air, which was around 10 feet in size, didn't display any reaction to Han Li's arrival. Han Li stared up at the cloud before making a hand seal. He opened his mouth. A black bead shot forth from within. It was none other than the weeping soul bead that he had refined long ago. Han Li began to chant something as he pointed a finger at the weeping soul bead. Green light flashed from the bead, and its surface began to flash erratically. The dark cloud in the air finally began to react. Gusts of powerful winds were swept up around it, and at the same time, arcs of black lightning erupted within the cloud amid a series of rumbling thunderclaps. The bead hovering before Han Li also began to vibrate, and the green light emanating from it began to brighten significantly. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this. He could sense resistance from the dark cloud, as if it were trying to shrug off the call of the Weeping Soul Bead. Following its evolution, the Weeping Soul Beast was following in the footsteps of the six-winged frost centipede, trying to escape from Han Li's control. However, Han Li had now recovered all of his powers, so he naturally wasn't going to allow this to happen. He immediately began to circulate his magic power as he flicked his 10 fingers in quick succession, casting incantation seals of different colors, all of which disappeared into the Weeping Soul Bead. The bead let loose an anguished cry, following which the brilliant green light radiating from it began to dim again. At this moment, a massive thunderclap erupted from the dark cloud, following which a dark figure emerged from within amid countless arcs of black lightning. The creature descended right in front of Han Li, staring intently at the black bead with a conflicted light in its crimson eyes. Han Li's heart jolted, but upon catching sight of the appearance of the creatures standing before him, a peculiar look appeared on his face. His expression was a mixture of astonishment, surprise, and exasperation. The figure standing before him was another black-robed Han Li. Aside from the fact that the color of its robes was different, it was completely identical to Han Li down to the very last detail. Upon seeing this expression on Han Li's face, Han Li also adopted the same expression, making Han Li feel as if he were peering into a mirror. Han Li was silent for a long while before his brows furrowed as he asked, "You're the Weeping Soul Beast?" The black-robed Han Li put on a bashful smile as he replied, "Mas? I am. Weeping Soul." His voice was extremely coarse, but he spoke with the proficiency of an infant. Han Li had already ascertained this being's identity through his connection with the Weeping Soul Bead, but he was still struck by a sense of shock upon hearing the beast's reply. "Have you taken on a permanent form, or have you learned a transformation technique?" The black-robed Han Li's mouth gaped open upon hearing this, and it seemed to be at a loss for how to reply. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before a wry smile appeared on his face. The Weeping Soul Beast had just attained intelligence, but how was it supposed to know everything straight away? He had to inject some knowledge into the beast's mind before it would be able to formulate a reply. This was a rather difficult task for other cultivators, but it was very simple for Han Li. He abruptly placed a hand over the top of his own head, following which black light flashed, and a black nascent soul that was around an inch in size appeared. This was none other than Han Li's second nascent soul. Back when Han Li had recovered his magic power, he had also materialized the second nascent soul again. However, this nascent soul still only possessed nascent soul stage power, so it wasn't much use for Han Li in battle. As such, Han Li was planning to infuse it into a puppet to help him to look after the cave abode. Thus, the nascent soul shot forth and disappeared into the body of the black-robed Han Li. Black lightning flashed all over the black-robed Han Li's body, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Han Li used the second nascent soul to inject some information about language and cultivation arts slowly into the Weeping Soul Beast's spiritual sense. Thankfully, he was able to do this with this second nascent soul as a medium. Otherwise, no other deity transformation cultivator would dare to adopt such an injection method. After a while, the black-robed Han Li's wooden eyes gradually became clearer, seemingly having attained a lot of knowledge. Han Li withdrew his hand seal before waving a hand toward the beast. The second nascent soul immediately flew out of the Weeping Soul Beasts, yet the spiritual light shimmering from the former had dimmed significantly, looking as if it had expended a lot of energy during that process. The nascent soul swayed before disappearing into Han Li's body again. "You understand what I'm asking you now, right?" Han Li asked. The Weeping Soul Beast blinked, and only after a long while did it reply, "I'm imitating Master's form, but I can transform into other forms as well." Even though it had attained a lot of knowledge, the Weeping Soul Beast was still like a newborn infant, so it didn't even know how to lie. Furthermore, it had been nurtured by Han Li for a long time, and its attempt to escape from Han Li's control was only an unconscious resistant reaction. After attaining intelligence, it no longer had any intention to resist Han Li, and had become extremely respectful toward him instead. That was why it had decided to transform into Han Li for its first transformation. Through his connection with the Weeping Soul Bead, Hanli could roughly glean what the Weeping Soul Beast was thinking, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, and the Weeping Soul Beast disappeared down his throat as a wisp of black smoke. "Can you show me your transformation technique?" Hanli was feeling rather curious about the Weeping Soul Beast's abilities. The black-robed Hanli nodded before letting loose a sharp cry. All of a sudden, it tore apart the black robes as thick long fur sprouted all over its body. At the same, it swelled drastically in size, transforming into a massive black ape around 20 feet tall in the blink of an eye. Hanli raised his eyebrows upon seeing this. So its so-called transformation technique was just to switch back to its original form? Just as a hint of disappointment was welling up in Hanli's heart, the giant ape suddenly let loose a loud harumph as gusts of winds and countless arcs of black lightning were swept up around it. Immediately thereafter, its body expanded once again. The fur all over its body began to turn red as 3 twisted horns slowly sprouted from above its head. A bulge also appeared on its glabella, following which a crimson demonic eye emerged. At the same time, its face elongated, and its teeth turned into sharp fangs. It had transformed into a malicious spirit akin to the image on the Weeping Soul Beast's back, except it appeared to be even more vicious. Furthermore, its massive body was around 60 to 70 feet tall, and filled up the entire beast room. What came as even more of a surprise was that 3 black bone spikes had appeared on the Weeping Soul Beast's back, each of which was around 10 feet in length. There was also black chi swirling around these spikes, and he could clearly recall that the malicious spirit in the pattern on the Weeping Soul Beast's back didn't possess those spikes. However, the deity transformation stage ghostly monarch that the beast had devoured was able to manifest similar bone spikes with its hands. Could it be that the two were somehow connected? Just as Hanli was contemplating this notion, the Weeping Soul Beast's body suddenly transformed into a dark cloud before shrinking to become a small black monkey. Immediately thereafter, it jumped onto the black cocoon, tearing it into pieces before feasting on it in large chunks. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this before a faint smile appeared on his face. It didn't take long for the little monkey to devour the entire massive cocoon, following which it let loose an elated cry and leaped onto Hanli's shoulder, settling there in an intimate manner. Hanli stroked the Weeping Soul Beast's furry head before stowing it away into his Spirit Beast bracelet. After doing all that, he went to the nearby insect room to check on the gold-devouring beetles. These beetles had reached half a foot in length each, and he was very excited to see this. All of a sudden, he raised a hand and azure light flashed as that small green vial appeared again. He looked at the vial for a short while, stroking it silently with his finger. Come to think of it, this mysterious little vial had become a lot more efficient here in the spirit realm. In the past, it had taken 7 days for it to produce a single drop of liquid, but that time had been shortened to 3 days in the spirit realm. What was most surprising to Hanli was that the phenomenon manifested from the creation of the liquid at night had also been minimized. In the past, as it basked in the moonlight, all types of strange phenomena would appear, but it only glowed with a faint white light under the moonlight now. Unless one was to inspect it from close quarters, it would be impossible to even identify the fact that it was glowing at all. Even if it didn't manage to catch someone's attention, they would only mistake it for a low-grade treasure anyway. Hanli discovered this after he recovered his magic power. It was almost certain that the 7 moons in the spirit realm, as well as the increased abundance of spiritual chi here, were responsible for these changes. This was naturally good news for Hanli. Not only was he able to extract green liquid from the vial with increased regularity, it had also become more understated and nondescript. He could even use the small vial in public on some occasions and not be afraid of it being noticed by anyone. Hanli contemplated the situation for a short while before stowing away the small vial. He also stored the gold-devouring beetles and leopard Kirin beast into his Spirit Beast bracelet before exiting the cave abode. He knew that there were most likely people with their eyes on his plot of spirit land, so he naturally wasn't going to leave anything important behind in his cave abode. Moments later, a streak of azure light emerged from within the 5-colored mist, traveling toward Deep Heaven City. Several days later, the streak of light passed over a massive city wall that was several tens of feet tall, thus arriving in Deep Heaven City. On this occasion, Han Li was already familiar with this place, so he quickly arrived in front of the massive Azure Tower. There weren't that many cultivators making their way in and out of the tower at this point in time, and Han Li strode in a leisurely manner. According to what Zhao Wugui had told him, there was no hurry for him to go and report his plot of Spirit Land. Instead, he visited a place in the tower known as the Heavenly Armor Hall first, and was assigned a suit of dark azure armor. During his battle for the Spirit Land against the man with the Wang surname, his opponent had also worn a suit of this armor, and it was what had buffered the force of Han Li's punch in the concluding stages of their battle. He then sought out one of the Black Iron Guards within the tower and inquired about the whereabouts of the 56th Squad in the 3rd team, and he headed directly over to that location. After a series of twists and turns, he finally stopped in front of a mundane-looking gate. Above the gate was a sign that read C56 in ancient text. Han Li looked at the shimmering white restriction on the gate before flipping over his palm, following which an azure jade pendant appeared in his hand. He waved the jade pendant toward the gate, following which a plume of azure light shot forth, and the white restriction on the gate was instantly dispelled. With his other hand, he gave the gate a casual push and it opened up quite smoothly. He made his way through the gate and found himself in a spacious hall. There were some tables and chairs within the hall, as well as 2 passageways on either side of the hall, seemingly leading to someplace else. At this moment, there were 2 cultivators clad in suits of black armor seated next to one another, discussing something in quiet voices. Both of them immediately turned to Han Li with surprised expressions following his arrival. Han Li cast his gaze toward the 2 men, upon which he immediately raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence! One of the 2 men was none other than the green-eyed man with the Xue surname who had taken Han Li to the Flying Spirit Palace. A hint of recognition appeared on his face at the sight of Han Li, following which he hurriedly rose to his feet and extended respectful bow. "Greetings, Senior Han. Could it be that you're our new squad leader?" "Indeed. I've been assigned the role of leader of the 56th Squad. I'll be in your care from now on." Han Li smiled as he tossed his jade pendant casually through the air. The man's heart jolted as he caught the jade pendant. He carefully inspected the jade pendant before returning it to Han Li in an even more respectful manner. "Zhuo Chong of the 56th Squad pays his respects to the squad leader." Seeing as Han Li's identity had been verified, the other man, who was a thin man that appeared to be in his 30s, also hurriedly rose to his feet. "Dogwafeng pays his respects to the squad leader." Han Li waved a hand to brush aside the formalities before asking, "Are you 2 the only ones here? Aside from Taoist Priest Ma and Fairy Su who aren't here, our other fellow Taoists are all meditating in the silent cultivation chamber. The 2 of us are here on patrol. Would you like me to alert everyone to your arrival, Senior?" Zhuo Chong asked. "There's no need to disturb them. I've only just arrived in Deep Heaven City and I'm not too familiar with this place yet. So you can give me an introduction about our squad?" Han Li replied with a smile. "I'll be sure to tell you everything I know, Senior." Zhuo Chong immediately vowed. During the following period of time, he introduced all of the members of their squad to Han Li, then also elaborated on the patrol missions assigned to their squad. Just as Han Li was listening to his introduction, a burst of golden light suddenly flashed before rushing into the hall, hurtling directly toward the 3 of them. Zhuo Chong and Dongguofeng glanced at one another at the sight of the golden light, but neither of them did anything. In contrast, Han Li casually made a grabbing motion, and the golden light immediately fell into his grasp as a small golden sword, attached to which was a red jade slip. Before Han Li had a chance to extricate the jade slip, someone suddenly pushed open the gate of the hall from the outside. At the same time, the refined voice of a man sounded. "Hee, was that a messenger sword from our higher-ups? Looks like I'm not too late after all." "Huh? You're..." A graceful Taoist priest strode into the hall before faltering at the sight of Han Li. "Brother Ma, this is Senior Han. He's been assigned to be our squad leader," Zhuo Chong hurried introduced. "Senior Han. This junior pays his respects to Senior Han." A hint of surprise appeared on the Taoist priest's face as he hurried over to Han Li before extending a respectful salute. "There's no need for formalities, fellow Taoist Ma. Looks like you've reached the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage, which means you're only one step away from the deity transformation stage. That's very much worthy of celebration." Han Li carefully appraised the Taoist priest before a warm smile suddenly appeared on his face. You have a sharp, discerning eye, Senior Han. Unfortunately, I've been stuck at this cultivation base for several hundred years already. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to take that final step before my lifespan runs out. The Taoist priest replied with a wry smile. Han Li gave him a faint smile in response and didn't say anything. He pulled the red jade slip off the small golden sword before examining its contents with his spiritual sense. The other 3 cultivators waited patiently off to the side. Moments later, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and uttered the name of a place. Floating Dawn Swamp. What? How could it be that place? Xianxia exclaimed upon hearing this. Dong Guofeng and the Taoist priest were also shocked by this development. Why? Is there something wrong with that place? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. That's an understatement. That place is regularly frequented by beings of other races, and many of our fellow Taoists perish there every year. It's an extremely perilous place, Xianxia explained in a grim voice. And we'll be the only squad patrolling this place? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise on his face. That most likely won't be the case. The Floating Dawn Swamp is an extremely massive place. Even if we fly nonstop, it'll still take us half a month to fly a lap around it. Generally speaking, there would be 4 or 5 squads patrolling the place at once. Taoist priest Ma explained. If we're not the only squad there, then we have nothing to complain about. We'll just need to take extra care, Han Li said in an indifferent voice. Senior Han, you won't be aware of this, but 2 years ago, leader Xian Guang of the 12th Squad was attacked by Shadow Tribe beings in the Floating Dawn Swamp. And he perished on the scene along with 2 of his companions. Senior Xian Guang was already a mid-deity transformation cultivator at he time. Dong Guofeng explained with a fearful expression. Is that so? Han Li's expression finally changed slightly upon hearing this. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps rang out from the passageways on either side of the hall as a few more people emerged. Among them were 5 men and a woman, 2 of which were elderly men, 2 of which appeared to be a middle-aged couple, and the remaining 2 were a young man who appeared to be in his late teens, as well as a boisterous-looking burly man. These were clearly the squad members who had been meditating in the silent cultivation chambers, and they had emerged clearly because they had somehow been alerted to the arrival of the messenger sword. All of them were naturally rather surprised to see Han Li before extending respectful bows toward him following introductions made by Xianxia. Han Li naturally responded politely in kind. After sweeping his spiritual sense through these squad members, he took an extra glance at the teenager, who introduced himself as bearing the Ying surname. This was at the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage, just like Taoist priest Ma and Xianxia. Surprisingly, the 2 with the lowest cultivation bases were the pair of elderly men. After learning of the fact that they were being deployed to patrol the Floating Dawn Swamp, all of them also became quite concerned. All right, we can't change the orders issues by our higher-ups, so we'll just have to be more careful in the next few years. Let's set off tomorrow. Make sure you're all prepared for our journey by then. Han Li issued a few instructions before making his way into one of the passageways. He then found a silent cultivation chamber for himself and settled in there. Han Li's nonchalant reaction made all of the cultivators present even more concerned. Everyone turned to Xianxia in the end. The young man who appeared to be in his teens asked, Brother Zhua, did you inform Senior Han of the perils of the Floating Dawn Swamp? Of course I did, but it appears that he hasn't really taken me seriously. Xianxia heaved a faint sigh. We have no choice in the matter anyway. The order was issued by the panel of elders. What are we going to do? Resist the orders? The woman among them said in a resigned voice. Obviously we can't resist the order, but we have to at least alert Senior Han to the perils of the swamp so he can treat the situation with more caution. If we really encounter those powerful beings from foreign races, we have to at least be prepared. Taoist priest Ma said with a concerned stroke of his beard. Xianxia was silent for a moment before saying, There's no need to be overly concerned, everyone. The Floating Dawn Swamp is indeed quite a perilous place, but truly powerful beings from foreign races are still quite rare there. On top of that, due to how dangerous the swamp is, we'll receive a handsome reward for our efforts and we'll be able to take a long rest after this patrol mission. As long as we can survive these next few years, we'll most likely be assigned to less dangerous areas thereafter. You've all heard what Senior Han said, go back and make preparations for our journey tomorrow. No one else had anything meaningful to contribute to the discussion, so they could only depart amid a rather gloomy atmosphere. At this moment, Han Li was seated with his legs crossed within the silent cultivation chamber, and there was faint golden light shimmering all over his body. He appeared to be in deep meditation, but there were golden halos flashing erratically behind his head, creating a rather bizarre sight to behold. A day passed by in the blink of an eye. When Han Li opened his eyes again and emerged from the silent cultivation chamber, Shuchong and everyone else was already waiting there for him. All of them immediately rose to their feet and extended respectful salutes at the sight of Han Li. Han Li waved a hand before turning his gaze toward a beautiful female cultivator. This woman appeared to be in her 20s, and her pristine fair skin was almost translucent. Her eyes were shimmering like a pair of bright stars, and Han Li was struck by a sense of familiarity when he looked at her, as if he had seen her somewhere before. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon making this observation. Senior Han, this is Fairy Su. She's the direct lineal descendant of an ascended cultivator, Taoist priest Ma introduced with a smile. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, but he merely nodded with a calm expression. The female cultivator also seemed to have a rather cold and aloof personality, and she only extended a clipped greeting toward Han Li before falling silent. If everyone's here, then let's set off. Han Li didn't delay any longer as he led everyone out of the hall, heading directly toward a teleportation stone hall nearby. This hall was guarded by another group of cultivators, and there was a golden ark situated within the hall. But there was no need to make use of that treasure, seeing as the teleportation was only going to be over a relatively short distance. After handing over his identification badge for examination, their squad split up into groups of 3 or 4 to be teleported in separate bouts. Amid 3 successive flashes of white light, all 11 members of the squad were teleported out of Deep Heaven City and appeared in an unfamiliar place. After shaking off the rush of dizziness from teleportation, Han Li inspected his surroundings and his brows furrowed slightly. They were situated within a small stone chamber with a one-way teleportation formation underfoot. There were all types runes carved into the walls, all of which were flickering and seemed to have been enshrouded under a restriction. Taoist priest Ma and the other cultivators that had been teleported to this place in advance were waiting for them outside of the formation. Han Li made his way out of the teleportation formation in an unhurried manner before striding toward the door of the stone chamber. He then pulled out his azure jade pendant and waved it at the door. A burst of azure light immediately shot forth, and the runes on the door flickered before it was slowly opened, revealing a passageway leading upward that was around 10 feet wide. Han Li immediately shot forth into the passageway as a streak of azure light. His 10 subordinates also hurriedly unleashed their movement techniques in pursuit. Not long after the final person left the stone chamber, spiritual light flashed from the door, and it slowly sealed shut again. Meanwhile, Han Li had already emerged from the passageway and was standing in the air above a small mountain, surveying his surroundings from his vantage point up above. They were currently situated within a set of bleak and barren mountain ranges. Around 50 kilometers behind them, a vast expanse of white light could be seen, beyond which lay a massive city wall. Even from such a long distance away, everyone could still see the astonishing spiritual light flashing from the runes on the city wall. Han Li appraised the city wall for a long time with a contemplative look on his face. As far as he was aware, the wall of Deep Heaven City that was facing the primordial world had no gate. Any humans or demons wishing to access the city from this side had to do so through the teleportation formations within the city. With this arrangement, the restrictions placed on the city wall would prevent beings of foreign races from being able to infiltrate the city. However, Han Li wasn't interested in that. Instead, he turned his attention toward another direction. There, he was greeted by the sight of a string of lush mountains, all of different sizes. A scene of peacefulness and tranquility was portrayed, making it quite difficult to believe that the place was situated within the primordial world. According to the map, the so-called floating dawn swamp was around 5,000 kilometers away from this place. Due to the special terrain there, cultivators' spiritual sense were impaired. which made it the perfect place for spies from foreign races to survey Deep Heaven City from afar. As such, Deep Heaven City had no choice but to deploy groups of cultivators to regularly patrol the area. However, all of the spies from the foreign races were quite powerful and were especially proficient in concealment techniques. As such, many humans regularly fell prey to these beings and perished within the swamp. This was why it was regarded as one of the most dangerous areas to be assigned for patrol duties, and all cultivators on patrol duty prayed that they weren't assigned to this accursed place. However, Hanli had been deployed to this area, so he had to take extra care during the next few years. With that in mind, he glanced at the group of cultivators behind him as he instructed, "Let's go." Thus, their squad of 11 flew into the distance as streaks of light. A distance of just over 5,000 feet was certainly not difficult to cover for a group of cultivators at or above the nascent soul stage. As such, it didn't take long before Han Li caught sight of their destination in the distance. A turbulent green light appeared in his field of vision first. After drawing closer, Han Li managed to identify that this was not some green line. It was instead a vast expanse of murky mist. He slowed down slightly as he flipped over a hand, upon which a special formation plate appeared over his palm. Hanli pointed a finger at the formation plate and a layer of red light immediately lit up over its surface. At this moment, all of the cultivators behind him also brought out identical formation plates and did the same thing. These formation plates were known as foreign spirit plates, and were treasures assigned to all cultivators from Deep Heaven City on patrol duty. The treasure could allow them to detect the presence of beings from foreign races within a certain distance. The limitation of this plate was that its detection effect was only applicable toward a single direction, but with so many plates summoned at once, all of which were focusing on different directions, they proved to be quite useful. Thus, Han Li and his group carried the formation plates in their hands as they slowed down and carefully ventured into the mist. Soon all of them had disappeared. The floating dawn swamp was worthy of its ominous reputation. For some unknown reason, when they entered the swamp, Han Li's spiritual sense couldn't spread past 300 meters away. There wasn't much one could do to protect themselves from the illusory fog. But what was most troublesome was the strange, sharp worms lurking in the dripping sludge. These worms had centipede-like limbs and body, but countless slender, sharp mouths lined its body, all capable of spitting venom that can corrode magic treasures and devour a cultivator's protective light. If it were only one or two, they wouldn't have caught their attention, but these types traveled in groups. Ever since they entered the swamp sludge, tens of worms would simultaneously emerge, all of them about 3 meters long and capable of flight. Naturally, each time a group of them were disturbed, the squad would scramble to respond. If they weren't given a patrol assignment, they would have simply flown over the swamp so they didn't have to deal with the sharp worms. As a patrol squad, they needed to examine traces of foreign tribes, which was impossible to do if they flew high in the air. They were only able to fly at low altitudes. As such, worm attacks became commonplace, but there wasn't anything that could be done to prevent them. There was even one time when they disturbed a huge number of worms, provoking over 400 worms from the swamp. If it weren't for Han Li's divine essence-fused light, they would have swarmed the squad and inflict heavy losses. Instead, the light suspended the worms in midair where they were incinerated by spirit fire. Initially, they had doubts about Han Li's abilities since they hadn't seen him use them prior, but now they felt far more at ease. Of course, the floating dawn swamp had other dangers than just the worms. There were the ancient silverhead beasts that were fond of concealing themselves in the dense jungle. They were able to separate their heads from their body and have their various body parts split, launching different attacks. Han Li found them difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the beasts' movements were slow and the area was difficult to traverse. So long as the squad flew out of their range, the beasts couldn't pursue them. As such, they weren't nearly as dangerous as the sharp worms. But soon, Han Li and the others came to have a deep understanding as to why the floating dawn swamp was named the Grade 1 patrolled area. They had to maintain a heightened level of vigilance nearly the whole time. If they weren't careful, they could suffer injury. Under these circumstances, 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The squad maintained their vigilance, but they didn't discover any traces of foreign tribes, much to the relief of those in the squad. The tense atmosphere in the squad eventually eased up. One day, a group of cultivators in the squad were holding the foreign spirit plates in their hand while flying for most of the day. Even high-grade cultivators couldn't help but tire from this. After all, one needed to remain vigilant on patrol and would cause much strain on their mind. At that moment, they arrived in front of a clear pond 300 meters wide. There was a small pile of rocks at the pond's side with a row of slender green bamboo growing from it. It was a refreshing scene one would find in a painting. Their spirits were roused. The large green-eyed man exchanged a glance with the others, and he drew close to Han Li. He respectfully said, "Senior Han, this place seems quite good. How about we rest for a moment before we continue the patrol?" "That's fine, but be careful. First, take a look if there is anything strange," Han Li calmly said. On their assignment, Han Li rarely gave orders and was welcoming of the squad's proposals. This caused the distance between Han Li and the squad to unconsciously become closer. "Of course," the green-eyed man said with a smile. He then waved to the others behind him. 2 old men and the pair of women spread out quickly, flying in the circle. With no reaction from the foreign spirit plate, they landed next to the scattered rocks near the pond with relief. They couldn't stay too long, so they simply found a clean area for themselves to sit and rest. As a deity transformation cultivator and someone who cultivated the great development arts, the patrol hadn't taken much strain on his mind. He hadn't joined them as a result and simply took a leisurely stroll around the pond as he glanced around. The pond wasn't very deep, but its water was very clear. Inside the water swam a finger-sized silver fish that appeared harmless. Han Li frowned when he saw this and unconsciously raised his head and turned to look at the dozen stalks of bamboo. A few winds seemed to be blowing nearby, but they didn't cause much sound, adding to the serene atmosphere. The squad cultivators were sitting either at the edge of the water or next to the bamboo forest, all still. Han Li then turned his glance at the mirror-like surface of the water and muttered to himself for a moment. His eyes became narrow for just a moment. He slowly turned around and lifted his leg in the direction of the bamboo forest. But in that brief instant, Han Li flicked his fingers hidden inside his sleeves. Red lights flashed and 10 red lines sank into the ground. This all occurred silently and without a trace. When Han Li slowly walked towards the bamboo forest, he stopped in front of it and looked at it with a calm gaze. This action seemed somewhat bizarre. The youth surnamed Een and the woman surnamed Su couldn't help but open their eyes when they detected the strange action and gave each other a strange glance. However, Han Li ignored them and his gaze soon became ice cold. He opened his mouth. A golden light shot out and chopped through the green forest in a crack of lightning. Then with a crack, a bowl-thick stalk of green bamboo was split through the middle. The youth surnamed Een yelped in shock. Fairy Su also looked with wide eyes. But before they could process what happened, an incomprehensible scene occurred. A fountain of dark green liquid spouted from the opening of the split bamboo, spreading an incredibly fishy smell in the air. What was even more astonishing was how the earth rumbled at nearly the same time. A painful roar shook the ground and the green bamboo trembled, turning into thick hair-like tentacles and fiercely striking at Han Li. As if he could allow such a simple attack to hit him. He disappeared in a blur and appeared above the water, coldly looking down at dancing tentacles that attacked him. The cultivators that were resting nearby were startled by this sudden change and soared into the air in panic. They even released several of their bladed weapons to strike the tentacles. When they saw that Han Li chopped off one of the tentacles, they unconsciously took the action lightly. However, they wholly didn't expect for the tentacle to give a strange metallic clang upon impact, easily repelling the weapons. In the astonishment of the other cultivators, they also thought to attack when the gray stones at the side of the pond suddenly turned black. The scattered stones twisted together to form skull-sized black scales. They belonged to a huge ancient beast. The beast appeared round, but one wasn't able to see its nose or mouth. However, there were thin tentacles on its back that were over 30 meters long. It seemed to be lying hidden next to the pond. The bamboo was a transformation of its flesh. Cultivators seemed to have been resting on the surface of the beast. It had used some sort of unknown ability to conceal itself not only from their spiritual sense but also from their foreign spirit plate. "Attack!" Han Li shouted from the air. The cultivators felt their hearts trembled and they immediately released their treasures. For a time, Various colored light shined in the air and engulfed the huge beast in a torrent. The ancient beast had no intention to flee. Rather, the tentacles on its back hurriedly danced, turning into a gray blurs of light, blocking the attacks on its body. Whenever a tentacle blocked an attack, a rumbling explosion sounded, and it fiercely blocked the magic treasure. Regardless of where the treasure struck, they were bluntly repelled, preventing any attack from striking at its true body. The youth surnamed Ing coldly snorted, clapped his hands together, and raised them. A ball of red and yellow light appeared in each hand, suddenly releasing a hail of fist-sized lightning fireballs upon the beast's face. As for Fairy Sue, a cold silver light glowed from her body and wildly flashed, producing countless ice-attributed balls of lightning. The two types of lightning flames seemed to merge and created astonishing momentum. A deafening boom resulted, creating blinding lightning, completely enveloping most of the beast. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Han Li had yet to take action and was merely observing his subordinates' attacks. Humph! A bone-chilling snort sounded from the direction of the lightning fireballs. An otherworldly wind suddenly blew from underneath them. The wind was hazy and shook, circling itself a few times before stirring up a tornado. It completely swept up the lightning fireballs. A series of explosions could be heard within the tornado, resulting in both the tornado and lightning flames disappearing. Youth Ing and Fairy Sue were both greatly alarmed. The others also appeared deeply shocked. A strange person appeared on top of the huge beast. The person had green flesh of some unknown hide. It had no clothes, a bald head, and nostrils, but its eyes lacked any emotion. But what was more strange was that the legs underneath his thighs merged with the huge beast as if they were one and the same. A savage beast man. Quickly kill him. We cannot allow him to join with the beast. When they saw this strange person, Taoist priest man shouted in terror. When the others heard this, they were aghast. Without another thought, they released rarely seen ancient treasures in streaks of light. In a moment, the beastman and the ancient beast was pelted by attacks. Han Li saw that his subordinates were truly fearful of this foreign tribe. To the confusion of the cultivators in the squad, Han Li still hadn't taken action. As the beastman was on the verge of transformation, he continued to float in the air with his hands behind the back, leaving the fight completely to them. As the cultivators felt somewhat stressed, the beastman suddenly counterattacked, blocking them from asking Han Li. The beastman let out a strange laugh and its shoulder blurred, creating a yellow tornado in the direction of the cultivators. As for the ancient beast, its body began to turn exceptionally green, soon extended its tentacles. They spread out in green blurs, striking at the air along with the tornado. Regardless of the magic treasure's attacks, be they lightning, flame, or swordlight, they were all swept into the tornado and disappeared. And when they were struck by the tentacles, they were repelled. The cultivators acted in a panic, unable to cope with what was happening. As Han Li looked on without lifting a finger, no one noticed the small silver fish in the pond had begun to form two orbs. They sparkled with silver light as if it in the form of silver eyes. Meanwhile, the calm surface of the water began to violently stir, exposing a transparent 10-meter large mouth. It had crystalline ice-like fangs. The pond had turned into a monster with a transparent body. At that moment, the huge transparent monster stirred and pounced at Han Li in midair. Not only was it transparent, but its movements were silent as if it were formless. Han Li silently looked at the battle that was unfolding between the beastman as if he hadn't noticed himself being attacked. Just as the transparent beast was 10 meters away from Han Li, its silver eyes flashed and it bared its fangs at Han Li. Gray light flashed from Han Li's back, and countless thin lines of divine essence-fused light directly shot at it. Alarmed, the huge beast thought to dodge, but it was too late. With the sound of pattering rain, the gray lines pierced through the huge beast's body and twisted, firmly wrapped around the beast's body. Han Li's body then blurred, turning to the huge beast. With a brief glance, he opened his mouth and spat out a small black mountain. It twirled in the air, surging several times in size until it was a 300-meter tall mountain above the transparent beast. The beast knew things were far from good, and it promptly shook its body violently in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, it was a water-attributed beast. With a body of the 5 elements, it couldn't hope to escape the bindings of the divine essence-fused light. The gray lines simply swayed a bit and tightened. At last, Han Li uttered an incantation. A roiling sound filled the air and the mountain dropped, crushing the transparent beast underneath. The impact vibrated the air. The mountain crushed the transparent beast into the earth, ensuring it was entirely trapped. He then took an expressionless look at the beast. However, a loud scream from behind him caught his attention, and he slowly turned around with a frown. The cultivators were still busy in their battle with the beast man, but when the beast man saw the transparent monster restrained by Han Li, it let out a panicked roar. The beast man no longer controlled the tornado or tangled with the green-eyed man. Instead, he slapped the beast below him and quickly sank inside the giant beast. Not good, he's about to merge with it. Quickly stop him. The large green-eyed man rejoiced at seeing Han Li silently restrain the other beast, but his face grew tense at seeing what the beast man had done. Yu Thing and the others were all alarmed and poured as much of their spiritual power into their treasures as they could, doubling all their efforts into attacking. But even without direction, the tornado still hindered their attacks for a time. In that delay, the skin of the huge beast shined with green light and bumps appeared on the surface of its body. First a pair of legs, then hands appeared. Finally, its body lengthened and a bald head grew. Under the control of the beastman, the huge beast turned into a black giant that was 100 meters tall. Its body was covered in purple-black scales, and it had ominous green lanterns for eyes. When it appeared, it wordlessly raised its hand into the air and fiercely pounded down with black light flashing from its fist. Booms thundered and a dozen magic treasures were crushed into dust. A majority of them, however, managed to escape high into the air with a wail. Fairy Sue raised her brow and snorted. Only she deemed to continue her attack and pointed at her snow-white flying sword. Letting out a keen ring, it turned 10 meters long and blurred, instantly disappearing. In the following moment, it reappeared 20 meters above the giant and fiercely chopped down. She actually planned on beheading the giant in a lone effort. But greatly against her expectations, the giant was incredibly fast despite its huge size. As soon as the sword moved, it opened its mouth and blew back the sword with a gale. Soon, it firmly grabbed a hold of the sword with its black-purple hand. A malevolent expression appeared on the giant's face as it pressed its other palm against the sword. It appeared to want to destroy the flying sword. Fairy Sue's face turned pale. The sword was her personally bonded magic treasure. If it was destroyed, she would suffer backlash from her mental bond with it. She was executing spell seals in utmost haste to free it, but despite its violent trembling and the series of white icy chi, the giant kept its grip steady. The giant took a deep breath. Just as it was about to press down, space fluctuated nearby. A dense beam of black light struck the giant's chest. In a baffling display, the attack seemed trivially small compared to its giant body, but its tumble several steps back. The black beam of light only appeared for an instant, and from where it appeared followed a silver flame bird. The fist-sized bird dived at the giant with its wings spread. Again, the difference in size was incredible, but it stepped back with a fearful expression upon seeing it. Rather than standing firm, it immediately turned around in a mad run. The giant only took 2 steps before a sharp wind sounded from below the nearby ground. A dozen red threads flew out and surrounded the giant's step. Red light glowed, turning into dense flaming ropes holding down the giant's legs. No longer able to move forward, the giant swiped down in furious alarm, wanting to break the flame ropes. The silver flame bird never gave it the chance. It swooped forward at lightning speed and struck the giant's back as a ball of silver flames. A muffled crackle snapped, and silver fire spread as the giant was covered in oil. It spread quickly and lit it ablaze. Yet unable to free itself, the giant could only scream in pain and swept yellow winds around itself, trying to extinguish the flames. When yellow wind and silver flames touched one another, the wind itself seemed to be lit up. In only a few short breaths, the giant was thoroughly enveloped by both flames and ignited winds. Soon, the scream stopped and the giant fell onto the ground. The body had been burned to a crisp, leaving no trace of the giant's existence. The black beam of light had unexpectedly appeared afterwards and arrived where the giant once was. The entire scene was witnessed by the squad of cultivators. Although Han Li already used his spirit-devouring flames once before on the sharp worms, it hadn't been in a display as fearsome as this. Now that the cultivators had seen it used on the helpless beastman, they were all mesmerized with disbelief on their faces. At that moment, Han Li blurred, arriving above the silver flames and beckoning to it. The silver flames suddenly condensed into a ball and returned back to him in the form of a firebird. As for the fire ropes, they returned into his sleeve in reed threads. Han Li swept his sights to the transparent beast being suppressed by the divine essence-fused mountain, and said, "Take back the savage beastman and have the foreign spirit hall deal with it when we go back to the city." "Yes, Junior Ma will immediately retrieve it." The heart of the large green-eyed man trembled and he acknowledged the command. Then, with a flip of his hand, he released a white gourd. The gourd was inscribed with large quantities of silver runes. It is a specially refined magic tool meant for temporarily detaining foreign beings. Regardless of the tribe of their many abilities, so long as they aren't at true spirit grade, they can be captured by the gourd. Of course, the beastman had now lost its strength and was completely motionless. It no longer put up a resistance. When the green-eyed man arrived near the essence-fused mountain, he held out the gourd to the transparent beast underneath. With a light toss, the gourd spouted out a silver mist in midair, and the mist circled around the huge mountain. It suddenly turned into giant silver characters entering the body of the huge beast in an instant. As silver light enveloped the entire monster, its figure quickly shrunk to the size of a fist. But strangely enough, the essence-fused mountain shrunk at the same speed as the transparent beast, denying the beast any chance of escape. The gourd then released another wave of silver mist that enveloped the shrunken beast. Meanwhile, Han Li pointed from far away and the small black mountain slowly rose into the air, allowing the beast to be absorbed in the gourd. The green-eyed man hastily put a lid on the gourd and stuck a golden talisman on top of it, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The others had already withdrawn their magic tools and landed on the ground. But when they looked at Han Li, it was with newfound respect. The recent battle clearly displayed that their squad leader possessed unfathomably profound abilities. He was by no means an ordinary deity transformation stage cultivator. While they were overjoyed by this, they also felt a degree of awe. "Take another moment to rest before we continue." Having taken the mountain back into his sleeve, he simply gave the squad a short word. He walked aloofly to the side and sat down with his eyes closed. Naturally, none of the others raised any objections. They also spread out and took a moment of rest to recover their magic power. Fairy Sue, however, remained standing. After some brief hesitation, she walked over to Han Li and curtsied, "Many thanks for Senior's assistance. My ice crystal sword would have been destroyed otherwise." Han Li opened his eyes and gave the woman a probing glance. "An ice crystal sword? You must have refined it from myriad-year profound jade." Fairy Sue's heart trembled. "Senior has great wisdom. The primary material in my sword refinement is profound jade." Han Li slowly asked with a flicker of his eye, "Since you use a sword of extreme cold, your cultivation art must also be ice attributed. Can I ask if you know a person?" "Please go ahead, Senior." After a brief pause, Fairy Sue immediately agreed. Han Li stared at her twinkling iris and continued in sound transmission. There was an ancient cultivator by the name of Fairy Ice Soul. She was an ascended cultivator who practiced techniques of extreme cold. "Do you know this person?" When he looked at the woman, he felt an air of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he found that her eyes appeared to be the same as Fairy Ice Soul's image during the opening of the Spirit Void Hall in the North Night Palace. There was a striking resemblance. Although it was only an image, Fairy Ice Soul's irises were flowing with light like twinkling stars. The remarkable sight had left a deep impression on his memory. Now that he saw the woman cultivated ice-attributed techniques and used a treasure refined from profound jade, he decided to ask her out of curiosity. "Fairy Ice Soul? That was a deceased ancestor of my Sioux clan. Did Senior know her? Could it be Senior also came from the same lower realm?" Fairy Sue quickly replied in voice transmission with complete shock. "I definitely didn't know her, but I did benefit from what she left behind in my lower realm." Brushing the rest off with a laugh, he asked HM. Why isn't your flying sword completely refined from myriad-year profound jade? Its magic power would have been raised by at least another half. Shocked at Han Li's connection with her ancestor, she soon recovered and replied, Senior must be joking. The myriad-year profound jade might not be as valuable as the top-grade materials found in the wildlands, but it is still very difficult to collect. The profound jade in my flying sword was all purchased at extravagant cost. Han Li ran through his thoughts and said, So that's the case. I happen to have some myriad-year profound jade on hand. It's enough for you to fully refine the flying sword. Since Fairy Su has a connection to Fairy Ice Soul, I'll give it to you. This can be considered as returning the favor. He swiped his hand through his storage bracelet and summoned a foot-long jade box into his hand before handing it over to her. Many thanks, Senior. The woman appeared overjoyed and hastily uttered thanks. And when she opened the box, she gasped. There were 4 fist-sized lumps of white rock, each emitting a white glacial light. Not only was it enough profound jade to refine the flying sword, there was enough to craft a magic treasure as well. A fiery gaze flashed through the woman's eyes, and she gave Han Li a deep salute after putting away the box. Han Li waved his arm in a casual manner and resumed meditation. Be it the Heva Void Cauldron, the Glacial Quintessence, or the Glacial Flames, they all seemed to be largely related to Fairy Ice Soul. Since he acquired much benefit from them in the past, helping out one of her descendants have relieved him of this debt, leaving him with less to worry about the next time he faces his inner demons. Having acquired this valuable treasure, she tactfully ceased bothering Han Li and quietly departed. The others naturally took notice of Han Li's actions with the woman from afar. Seeing her obvious delight at the jade box, a large departure from her usually collected attitude, many grew curious, but none were so foolish as to directly ask them. About 6 hours later, Han Li gave the command and they set off. For the rest of their journey, they didn't discover any other foreign tribes. Having finished their patrol route, they arrived at a predetermined point and awaited the arrival of a gold court boat. The squad was then taken back to Deep Heaven City in 2 waves. In their encounter, they captured a beast that was tamed by the Savage Beast Man. When they handed it over to the Foreign Spirit Hall, they acquired a significant reward. According to the rules, there was a half-year of rest after each patrol, and they finished their patrol assignment after a 10-year period. Afterwards, the patrol area and route would change. Because Han Li finished the patrol on his own for the first time, he was awarded an earth-cleansing pill and he promptly took it. Soon after, the small squad arrived back at the hall and separated. The cultivators all bid their farewells to Han Li before taking off. Just as Fairy Su was about to depart, she said, Senior Han, in 2 days, there will be a triannual auction for items found from the wilderness. You might want to take a look at it. Han Li raised his brow and asked, Items from the wilderness? Are you interested in it too? Senior must be joking. One must be at deity transformation stage in order to participate. As I am only a trifling nascent soul cultivator, I don't qualify. In addition, each item is bid at extraordinary prices. They aren't something I can hope to afford. Perhaps you might find some luck, she said with a wry laugh. Thanks for telling me, fellow Taoist. I'll be sure to take a look, Han Li said with a neutral tone. Seeing that Han Li received her friendly tip, she respectfully bid farewell. Han Li glanced at her back and unconsciously narrowed his eyes. In truth, even if the woman hadn't mentioned there was an auction, he had no intention of immediately leaving the city. Ever since he arrived in the spirit realm, he didn't have an opportunity to acquire suitable pill formulas and medicines. He originally planned on doing so after he finished the patrol. Now that there was an auction happening, he may as well take a look along the way. After all, he already knew of the inconceivable reputations about items from the wilderness. With that in mind, Han Li calmly departed from the huge stone pagoda and flew to the location of the market as noted on his map. The Deep Heaven City market was extremely large. It had about every rare material from the 3 human realms and 7 demon lands. The occasional appearance of wilderness items aroused even more activity. Both city guards and outsiders freely wandered the markets. But what was most astonishing was the huge light barrier that separated human and demon clans, splitting them into 2 areas. At the very heart of the city, There was a huge hall that led to an area where both humans and demons could trade materials or wilderness items. After all, there were items that weren't useful to either humans or demons but were possibly valuable to the other side. As for the auction, that would take place at a side chamber in the hall. In a streak, Hanli landed in a street in the market next to a medicine shop and casually walked in. "Senior, what are you looking for?" "Although my shop may be small, I have many medicines." The shop wasn't large. There were a core formation stage middle-aged shopkeeper and 2 foundation establishment servants. There were no other guests. When they saw Hanli walk inside with his dark azure armor, the shopkeeper smiled and personally stood up to welcome them. "Are there any pill formulas and spirit medicines that can progress one's cultivation?" Hanli bluntly asked. "For a deity transformation cultivator? I have 2 pill formulas, but many of the required materials are too precious to be held in my store." When the shopkeeper heard there was business, his spirits were roused. Hanli frowned and said, "Oh, then go ahead and take out the pill formulas. I'll take a look." "Yes, please wait a moment, Senior. I'll have it right out," the shopkeeper respectfully said. He then gave the order to a servant and hastily gave Hanli a seat with tea. Then he headed into the back of the shop. Hanli rejoiced at being able his wanted items with ease. He sat in a simple bamboo chair and sipped on some spirit tea in a leisurely manner. A while later, the middle-aged shopkeeper came back with a storage bracelet. When he arrived in front of Hanli, he swiped his hand past the storage bracelet and took out a white and a blue jade slip. He then took out a large assortments of boxes and bottles, placing them on the side of the table. Then he respectfully stood there and waited. Hanli swept his gaze and summoned the 2 jade slips into his hand before immersing his spiritual sense into them. "The clear jade pill and the true toad liquid," Hanli muttered to himself. He frowned and withdrew his spiritual sense. The clear jade pill was acceptable. It used rare medicinal herbs, some of which he hadn't heard before. A majority of the herbs had to be at 2,000 or 3,000 years of maturity, but they were considered quite common. As for the true toad liquid, it was rather odd. The liquid's primary ingredient was the spirit blood of an ancient beast in the wilderness called the green-eyed toad. It had common supplementary ingredients. While both could be used by deity transformation stage cultivators, the clear jade pill was only useful to early deity transformation stage cultivators. It had diminished results in mid-stage cultivators. The true toad liquid is much stronger but was more suited for late deity transformation stage cultivators. If used at mid-stage, the overbearing medicinal power could pose a great risk. With his eyes shut, he began to think about the medicine's usage, refinement, and portioning. Then he opened his eyes and examined the boxes and medicines on the table. As the middle-aged shopkeeper said, he lacked about half of the materials required for the medicines. The toad's spirit blood obviously wasn't there. Hanli stroked his chin and asked, "Are the missing ingredients something I can purchase at other shops? Since the true blue-eyed toad is an ancient beast from the wilderness, it should be difficult to find. The required materials for the clear jade pill doesn't really need medicines of the right maturation. It can be refined even with plants of lesser age, but its effects will be lacking. They can be acquired so long as Senior has enough spirit stones. As for the toad's spirit blood, it is a truly rare material. Although it will go on sale occasionally, it will be immediately bought. There are one of the most in-demand materials for large medicine stores. It won't be easy for Senior to acquire this item. However, there will soon be an auction where it might be sold." So it was like that. "I want those items." After some consideration, Hanli nodded. "Many thanks for your business, Senior. I will give you the bill. 2 pill formulas is 100,000 spirit stones. The 3 stalks of 5,000-year-old gold herb is." With a smile, the shopkeeper hastily spoke and began to list out the prices of the items on the table. Hanli simply narrowed his eyes as he listened, betraying nothing from his face. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Hanli calmly left the medicine store and entered another store nearby. As such, he began to stroll through all the medicine shops nearby as if planning to visit all the medicine shops on the street. In other medicine stores, Hanli gathered together 8 other useful pill formulas, but they required materials that were even harder to obtain than the spirit blood of the true blue-eyed toad. Hanli had no choice but to put them off. So long as he could acquire the required materials for these medicines, he would spare no money. However, he wouldn't gather extremely expensive materials, but seeds or young stalks. This way, Hanli could acquire large quantities of materials without bankrupting himself. As a result, he acquired all the medicinal herbs he required for the clear jade pill and more. After he matured the herbs using the spirit liquid, he'd be able to start refining the pills. Of course, it wasn't easy to refine medicine that could be used by deity transformation stage cultivators. With his attainments in pill refinement, he may need to take multiple attempts to make a pill. With Han Li's small bottle, he had unlimited attempts, so he had nothing to worry about. As for the true toad liquid, it was something he required. He would have to purchase it in the coming auction. Han Li felt somewhat apprehensive. But before the auction, he would need to acquire more spirit stones. He was currently lacking them, so he would have to trade for more. In the spirit realm, spirit stones were abundant, causing the price of items to be several times more than in the mortal realm. Of course, even with more spirit stones in the mortal realm, it would still be impossible to acquire the ingredients needed for deity transformation stage pills. Hanli was confident that with enough medicine pills, he would be able to advance a grade without a problem. Having come to that conclusion, he quietly entered an empty corner of a street. He looked around him to see that no one was looking, and a series of cracks sounded from his body. He shortly transformed into a large man with a purple face. Afterwards, Hanli strut into a large store by the name of the Revival Hall. In the markets of the spirit realm, thousand-year spirit medicines weren't as rare as in the mortal realm. But when Hanli presented several stalks of medicine at 8,000 years of maturation, the shopkeeper exchanged them for an astronomical sum of spirit stones without any hesitation. Hanli grabbed the spirit stones and nimbly departed. He didn't stay in one place for long in order to avoid attention. Hanli didn't depart from the city. Instead, he walked past several streets and took note of the various magic tools, treasures, materials, and talismans that were on sale. As a result, he had gained much experience. It was clear the spirit realm was filled with abundant materials. The quality and might of treasures here far exceeded that in the mortal realm. Even larger stores had fantastical spirit treasures on sale. As for talismans and secret seals, they were even more fantastical, much to Han Li's surprise. They were beyond the mortal world's talismans. There were several talismans among them that were written in silver runes. The majority of these talismans were either assistive or defensive, with hardly any offensive types among them. The few he saw held astonishing prices. But there were talismans with a silver silhouette that caught his interest. Hanli asked all the store owners about it and came to know that they all came from the Heaven Spirit region. These silver rune talismans were puppet talismans. One can summon the puppet phantom that is inscribed in the talisman. Its abilities and might depend on the refinement quality and the skill of its user. It was said that the finest puppet talismans could even mimic the cultivation and techniques of its user. It was a rather practical talisman. After he was finished, his heart stirred and he couldn't help but think of the damaged jade book remnants in his possession. The talisman attainments it detailed also mentioned the refinement method for a puppet talisman, but he hadn't researched it. As the selling cost of these talismans was incredible, he'd have to take a proper look at them. With that in mind, Hanli bluntly looked for 2 talisman stores and picked up the materials he needed to refine silver rune talismans in large quantity. With that done, Hanli leisurely made his way to the auction site, the profound zenith hall where human and demons mixed. Although the auction was still 2 days away, he wanted to take a look at what the demons were trading. After all, Demon Clan hadn't participated in human auctions. In order to prevent any clashes from occurring in the hall in the middle of business, human cultivators that wanted to trade needed to carry a palm-sized jade pendant. So long as the jade pendant was on their body, it would immediately conceal them in a white mist and would also restrict the user's cultivation. In addition, if anyone in the hall used their magic power, the grand formation in the hall would not only restrict their abilities, but it would also teleport them outside. They wouldn't be able to enter for a short time. The Demon Clan's side had a black banner that hid their appearance in a demon cloud as well. In addition, there were 4 spatial tempering stage gold guards from both races standing at guard. There were also 10 dark azure guards preserving order on either side. Such power naturally prevented anything unwanted from occurring. In order to enter, Hanli had to pay a large number of spirit stones. He took a jade pendant from the guard and put it on his waist, producing a white mist around them. Then he walked down a long corridor and through a large gate. As a result, he arrived in a large hall over a kilometer long with an exact door on the other side. There were over 100 white and black balls of mist in the hall, each representing a human or demon. There were 30 of them sitting cross-legged on the ground with several items laid out in front of them. They were all silent. Most people stood by the vendor stalls, carefully examined items, or had quiet discussions with the vendors. There were also blurs occasionally spotted in the hall. From time to time, people who hide in a corner and have their secret discussions there. Han Li stood in place and looked at his surroundings. He then wordlessly walked over to a nearby vendor's booth. The vendor was hidden in a silver mist, showing he was human. Placed in front of him were two odd items. One of them was a faint green and resembled a branch. The other was a sparkling crimson stone about the size of a fist. Han Li curiously examined the items on display and swept his spiritual sense past them. The branch had extremely thin wood spiritual qi, but it also possessed an intense lightning-attributed power as if it was formed from lightning. He was astonished by its existence. This immediately reminded him of the heaven lightning bamboo. But even 10,000-year-old golden lightning bamboo didn't possess such fearsome lightning power. Its divine devilbane lightning is usually well restrained. As for the crimson gem, it let out a fishy scent as if it were the inner core of a beast, but he couldn't tell its origins. Han Li looked at this with some interest, but after a moment more, he quietly left to another vendor's booth. He then arrived at demon vendor with head-sized chunks of black or that gave off a chill. Han Li slowly paced through the hall and looked at what was on display. He would occasionally stop and take a close look. From start to finish, he hadn't said a word, as if he were ignoring the vendors entirely. Han Li quickly looked through all the items on display, but he found himself somewhat disappointed. Although all the items were rare enough, there was nothing that truly tempted him. Although these items have come from the wilderness, there were unfamiliar items and would only be useful to an odd few. Han Li swept his gaze around. Just as he thought about whether he should leave the hall, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. The white mist around him blurred and he suddenly turned around. The footsteps then came to a stop as if in surprise of Han Li's quick reaction. The person was a demon cultivator as they were covered in black qi. They had a slim body and was examining Han Li. They were both hidden by secret techniques. Apart from a faint silhouette, nothing could be made out. "Is there anything you want from me?" Han Li calmly asked. "Did you not find any suitable items, fellow Taoist?" A pleasant female voice spoke from the black cloud. "Yes, I haven't found anything that caught my interest. Why did you ask me that? It appears this is your first time at the profound Zenith Hall. In truth, apart from what is put on display, the truly good items are found in private exchanges," the woman calmly said. "So it was like that. But wouldn't it be easier to find a suitable customer if one showed it in the open?" Han Li said with a frown. "So you don't know, fellow Taoist, or you're being deliberately dense? Even with the concealment pendants and banners, it is still easy to tell one apart. Furthermore, some items are quite provocative, so it isn't best to have too many people know about it. Alright, that's enough for now. Do you have any items you wish to trade?" The woman's impatience seemed to grow colder out of impatience. "So long as you have good items, I am willing to trade. However, I must ask, why did you seek me out?" Han Li said. "It's rather simple," the woman said with an indifferent tone. "I was able to tell that you were most likely someone new to Deep Heaven City when you were closely examining the vendor items. Although our cultivation is restricted, I can tell on closer inspection that you are most likely a deity transformation stage cultivator. You are a suitable person to trade with me, and you weren't the first person that I sought out. Tell me what you have that is suitable for a demon. Apart from a few of my own items, I've also been entrusted to several items by my comrades. That's why you take out all your good things." When Han Li heard this, he smiled. "I do have a few things that are suitable for demons. But can I take a look at your things first?" "Humph," the woman coldly chuckled. "I have spirit medicines, materials, a few human magic treasures, and ancient treasures. What do you want?" Han Li's eyes wandered for a bit, and he asked, "I don't need any finished goods, but I am interested in materials. Do you have any true toad spirit blood? I require it." The woman paused and immediately shook her head. True Toad Spirit Blood. You sure know how to pick them. True Toad Liquid is not only useful to humans but demons as well. No one would be selling it in the profound Zenith Hall. If that's the case, then do you have any 5,000-year-old gold grass and... Hanli didn't pay any mind to the woman's mocking tone and promptly listed other materials that he lacked from his pill formulas. When she heard Hanli, her face turned unsightly. When Hanli was finished, she gloomily said, "Don't delude yourself. Those materials are for cultivation progression pills. They are all found in the wilderness, so our demon clan is lacking them as well. We definitely wouldn't be trading those to humans." Hanli wasn't disappointed by her words and calmly proposed, "There is no need to be anxious. I don't even need the right year of the herbs. Saplings and seeds will do as well. I am even willing to trade at cost." After some hesitation, the woman said with a doubtful tone, "In that case, it could be possible, but it is also troublesome as I don't have any of those right now. Let me see what you have. So long as you can gather them together, I will trade with you the next time I am here." Hanli said with a happy tone. "Yes, but this is something that I must take a look at first. Even if seeds and saplings are commonly scarce when few people wish to buy them. But in case I do find them, what will you be giving to me? I won't be considering spirit stones, even high-grade ones," the woman said with an arrogant tone. When Hanli heard this, he sent her a voice transmission with a calm expression. "What? You actually have 10,000-year-old spirit herbs?" The woman trembled inside the fog and she spoke with delight. Hanli smiled and said, "So long as you can find the items I require, I will give them to you." After her delight passed, doubts filled her mind. "Why don't you make medicine pills with those herbs? Why do you want to trade with me? Please don't ask too much about my circumstances. If you feel that it is suitable, please do your utmost to gather those materials. The next time I come here, I will trade with you. Consider this one to be a down payment." Hanli soon swiped his hand over his storage bracelet and took out a half-foot-long wooden case and casually handed it over to her. The woman in the black chi was startled and unconsciously reached out for it. Her expression wavered and she quickly brushed her spiritual sense past the gap in the wooden box. She yelped and took a long look at the item in the box. Then she slowly opened the lid and her expression turned solemn. "Are you truly planning to use this as a down payment? Don't you fear that I will take it and won't return?" The woman coldly said, "This is a trifling 3,000-year-old herb. With your status, you aren't going to do something like that. Additionally, this is a display of sincerity to guarantee your business. So long as you bring those medicine herbs to me, I'll definitely leave you satisfied," he said with a neutral tone. She flipped her hand and put away the box. Then, she confidently said, "It seems you are sincere about the deal, but items you want can't be gathered in a short amount of time. I will need several years to gather the 3 medicines." "Good. I await good news." Pleased, Hanli saluted her. To him, a medicine herb of several thousand years wasn't valuable. It was a cheap price to gain her trust. Furthermore, Hanli was confident that his promise of a 10,000-year-old medicine herb was enough to have her find his items. Since Hanli was unwilling to attract too much attention to the human side of the city, this was a suitable method. The woman nodded and wordlessly left. Hanli narrowed his eyes to look at the slender silhouette through the black mist. Suddenly, he began to walk to the exit on the human side. But when he walked past the first human vendor, his eyes were drawn onto the branch once more and he unconsciously stopped. After some hesitation, he walked over. "Could you tell me about the origins of this item?" Hanli walked over to the vendor and reached out for the green branch. He then stroked it with his finger. "The origin? I saw heavenly lightning strike dried spiritwood. Afterwards, it grew alive and turned into the spiritwood. I don't know anything about its origins or usage." A hoarse, aged voice spoke from the white mist. Hanli flipped the branch several times and muttered, "Heavenly lightning turned wood. How surprising." "Hee, rare indeed," the old man chuckled. "However, I won't hide this from you. This item contains potent lightning power. Even if you forcefully refine it, you won't be able to use it for tool refinement. I wanted to see if the demons were interested, but it seems you are too." "Oh, it's nothing much. I just cultivated a bit of lightning, so I am curious about this item." Han Li fiddled with the lightning branch and calmly asked, "What did you plan on trading this for?" When the old man heard that Han Li thought about purchasing it, the old man was startled and gave Han Li an appraising glance. He hoarsely said, "I have yet to find a true use for the lightning wood, so its price is hard to estimate, but it is lightning-turned wood. How about this? Recently, I've wanted to refine a sky essence pill, but I'm missing a 5,000-year-old medicine herb. If you can give it to me, the wood is yours. Of course, I won't refuse top-grade spirit stones if you have them." "How did you know I have medicine herbs?" Han Li's heart trembled and his expression behind the white mist sank. "There's no need to be shocked," the old man softly said. "I've cultivated a minor ability that grants me an extraordinary scent of smell. During your trade with the demon woman, I caught a whiff of a medicinal scent coming from that wooden box. It belonged to a 3,000-year-old medicinal herb. If you can easily take that out, then it is likely you can bring out a 5,000-year-old medicine herb." Han Li was left speechless. He heard Buddhist sects' grand techniques were able to strengthen a cultivator's 5 senses. Legend mentioned myriad distant sight, flawless hearing, penetrative sights like his bright sight spirit eyes. From what he said, his abilities must have reached an inconceivable realm mentioned only in rumors. Having realized this, Han Li's expression relaxed and he slowly said, "That is so. Since you've pointed it out, I do have such a medicine herb. Take a look and see if it's suitable." Han Li had no intention of bargaining. He raised his hand and white light flashed. He tossed a narrow wooden box over to him. The old man was surprised. He didn't think that Han Li would truly agree to his condition. He happily took the box and took a quick glance at its interior before covering it back up. "Not bad. A genuine 5,000-year-old spirit herb. I can use it," the old man happily said. Han Li smiled and his hand blurred, putting away the branch. Then he saluted him and silently departed. In front of old cunning foxes, the less said the better. After he left the hall, he took another trip through the market. But with his spirit treasures and countless medicine herbs, there was little that could tempt him. Several hours later, he returned to the huge stone pagoda. When he walked in his squad's seclusion room, Han Li waved his hand, striking at the door with a spell seal. He didn't wish to be disturbed. But Han Li still wasn't at ease. He raised his hand and released several differently colored streaks of light that disappeared into corners of the room. His 2 hands formed a spell seal and a white barrier of light appeared on the walls, thoroughly protecting him from view. As a result, Han Li was able to take a seat on the meditation mat and take out the half-foot-long lightning branch. It was only about as thick as a thumb, but its color was exceptionally green. There was also a fine vortex pattern on its surface, but on closer inspection, it looked more like a flame. He hadn't closely inspected the branch while he was in the profound zenith hall. Now he brushed his finger lightly past every inch and he closed his eyes. Underneath the branch's surface, the wood was brimming with violent lightning. It was inconceivable for such a thing to have solid form. As he mulled over this, he opened his eyes once more and azure light flashed from his hand. He injected some spiritual power into the branch. The branch trembled and the magic power came back to him, completely repelled. A trace of astonishment appeared in his eye and he poured in magic power with more force. The branch trembled and a layer of white light appeared on it. It clashed with the azure light from Han Li's hand, appearing entirely incompatible. A while later, a slight drone sounded from the light. Han Li frowned and he waved his hand, vanishing the azure light. It was clear that forcefully injecting more spiritual power into the branch would cause it to explode. With Han Li's experience, he had other ways of examining it. He grabbed the branch and released several arcs of golden lightning onto it. The lightning jumped on the branch's markings and remained completely still. Han Li didn't appear dejected. If this branch was easily researched, its previous master wouldn't have sold it at such a low price. Han Li then tossed it into the air, where it immediately floated in suspension. He flicked his finger at the branch, and a golden sword light flew out and chopped at the center of the branch. A deep clap of thunder sounded. White light arced out and the branch was easily split into 2. It then gently fell to the ground. Han Li then reached out for the 2 halves and took them into his hand. Han Li swept his gaze past them and saw silver light shining from the split ends. Blue light shining from his eyes. He closely looked at it and discovered that the so-called silver light was actually countless thin arcs of lightning waved together in some sort of pattern. It formed an inconceivable design. It was meticulous and complex. If it weren't for his spirit eyes, he wouldn't have been able to see through it. In the blink of an eye, a layer of green would immediately formed over the cut ends, creating two independent branches. Han Li was truly shocked by this. Controlling lightning and condensing it together was originally something he considered a skill of his. But lightning of this elaborate detail was beyond his abilities and something he never considered. This was countless times more complex than his nets or condensed balls of divine devilbane lightning. And those methods already required an outstanding degree of control with his spiritual sense. Han Li took the branches in hand and lowered his head in thought. Suddenly his gaze flickered and he flicked his finger at once of the branches. Golden light flashed and it was again cut into two. This time Han Li was prepared and his spiritual sense stirred. He looked at the bared silver opening. Blue light brightly shined from his eyes and he completely focused on the branches opening. This time, however, the designs of the lightning from the opening was vastly different. A short moment later, the opening was covered again by green wood. He slowly closed his eyes and began to think about what he saw. Suddenly his finger flicked and another piece of the wood was split open. Again, a completely different pattern was revealed and he looked at it with complete focus. Soon, the branch half was cut into countless small pieces, all lying on the ground. As Han Li began to show a face of understanding, he spat out a thin sword light and cut through the center of the other branch half. In a flash of silver light, it split into two even pieces. He closely examined it once more and he released countless more golden streaks, splitting the wood into thin pieces. The thinnest pieces were like paper. Even so, the lightning would remained extremely stable. It clearly contained a fearsome amount of lightning to not burst out. Han Li suddenly flipped his hand and took out a white jade slip. He held onto the jade slip and began to imprint all the patterns that he saw. Finally, he let out a long breath. Even with his astonishing level of memory, the many meticulous and complex patterns would be difficult to remember. With that freed up from his mind, he began to comprehend the lightning designs. For some reason, why he saw the lightning patterns, he felt a grasp of it, knowing the patterns had to do with the formation of the lightning wood. He sat down for an entire day, unmoving as he completely looked at the patterns. Suddenly Han Li's eye stirred and he flicked his finger. Lightning rang. A streak of golden lightning shot out and immediately burst, scattering into countless thin arcs. He chanted an incantation as fingers began to flick through the air. The arcs of lightning stopped and suddenly condensed together. They began to weave into a strange design, faintly resembling what Han Li saw from the branch. Just as it was about to take the form of cloth, it ruptured. The weaved lightning disappeared like a firecracker. Han Li let out a deep sigh and he couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment. But excitement was still strong in his eyes. His thoughts were correct. The golden lightning cloth he weaved with the lightning patterns possessed a vague power. It was a shame that he made an error in weaving the cloth, leading to its eruption before he could research it. Han Li took a deep breath and he twisted his hands together. A dense bolt of golden lightning shot out, letting out a rumbling sound. It burst into countless thin arcs of lightning and condensed together again. The threads now appeared in far greater number. Under control of Han Li's spiritual sense, the threads of lightning continued to weave together in the pattern of the branch. However, this level of control was extremely difficult. Even with his vast spiritual sense and bright-sight spirit eyes, he successively failed, resulting in eruptions. 8 times later, the golden lightning cloth eventually took form, floating motionlessly in the air. The cloth was the size of a palm, woven in eye-catching lightning patterns. It appeared rather mysterious. When Han Li saw the finished product, his face slightly changed and he waved his hand, summoning the cloth into his hand. It was exceptionally soft with a sleek surface. It was actually somewhat more exquisite than silk and he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary with his bright-sight spirit eyes. Han Li gently stroked the golden cloth and examined it for a moment more. His gaze flickered and he tossed the item into the air, striking it with a spell seal. The cloth turned into a streak of golden light and began to circle from his hands. It rang with soft rolls of thunder. The cloth dispersed inch by inch, revealing a hollow image of lightning patterns in a faint golden glow. As the translucent pattern appeared, an immense spiritual pressure burst out from it. This was the mysterious power he sensed from the branch previously. Hanli narrowed his eyes and attentively stared at the golden pattern. His heart lit up with excitement. Although he still couldn't completely control the lightning patterns, the force of its spiritual power was over 10 times what was originally contained in cloth weaved from divine devilbane lightning. If it was harnessed into an attack, the protective restriction in the stone room might not be able to withstand it. With that in mind, Hanli beckoned to the lightning pattern. Thunder clapped and the lightning patterns flashed, returning to its form as cloth and dropping back into his hand. Soon after, he spat out more lightning, using it to weave together another item of lightning. After another string of failures, he successfully created something. This time it wasn't a cloth, but a glistening golden ball. Lightning patterns faintly shined from its surface. Hanli grabbed a hold of it and thoroughly examined both of the items with his spiritual sense. A short moment later, he thought of something and spat out a ball of silver flames. He then pointed at the flame with an incantation gesture. Bang! The flame ruptured and scattered into countless silver flowers. Hanli chanted and used his spiritual sense to change the form of the flames into thin strings. A similar scene occurred, but when he weaved it together halfway, the flames burst and turned into a silver fireball. When this happened, a pensive expression appeared on his face. With another command, the fireball turned into a bird and flew back into his body. Afterwards, he used his magic power to condense together blue strings, but the result was similar to the spirit-devouring flames. His attempt ended in failure. Hanli didn't continue his experiments and sank into deep thought. While both lightning objects originated from the same principles, many small details varied. The lightning in cloth was steady and pure, but the golden orb's lightning was restless and dangerous, as if it could erupt at any moment. As Hanli fiddled with the two items in his hand, he eventually smiled after some meticulous thought. According to his guesses, the lightning patterns were a type of naturally formed talisman characters. Each pattern should create unique properties similar to the talisman characters formed from Immortal clan silver runes. These lightning patterns' effects and skillful use weren't something he could come to understand in a short amount of time. As such, Hanli placed the two lightning items in a jade box and carefully sealed them with several restriction talismans before finally putting them in his storage bracelet. For the rest of the time before the auction, Hanli carefully withdrew his spiritual sense and shut his eyes in meditation. On the morning of the third day, Hanli opened his eyes and withdrew the restriction from the seclusion room before heading out. When he left the room, he immediately released his spiritual sense out of habit and unconsciously swept his spiritual sense past the entire hall. As a result, he heard someone's voice. He looked to the side and frowned. Without making the slightest sound, he walked out of the main hall. Before he fully made his way out, he heard a man's voice wildly laugh. "Fairy Sue, if you can't take a loss, then don't make the bet in the first place. Did you not agree to become my apprentice's wife?" The laugh sounded extremely foreign, as if it came from a broken gong. Hanli calmly walked out and swept his gaze across the entire hall. He saw two pairs of people standing in confrontation. One of the pairs consisted of a man and a woman. The woman was Fairy Sue, but her face was deathly white. The other was the large green-eyed man, but his face wore an unsightly expression. They faced two black-robed men. One of them had a slim face and long triangular eyes, wearing dark azure armor. The other was a pockmarked middle-aged dwarf with diseased hair. The laugh came from the old man. "Senior Han." As soon as Hanli appeared, the large man glanced at Hanli and quickly saluted him with a face of deep relief. Fairy Sue also appeared, overjoyed when Hanli appeared. Hanli stopped and many thoughts quickly flashed through his hand, but his face remained unchanged. The old man's wild laughter suddenly stopped and he examined Hanli with a trace of surprise. "So your esteemed self must be the newly arrived fellow Taoist Han." At nearly the same time, Hanli swept his spiritual sense past the old man to discover he was a mid-deity transformation stage cultivator. He couldn't help but raise a brow at the old man. "Who are you fellow Taoists and why are you making a commotion?" Hanli coldly asked. The old man was enraged by Han Li's rude demeanor as his cultivation level was a level above his. But when he recalled that Han Li was an ascended cultivator, he forcefully suppressed his rage and wore an artificial smile. I am Huang Bao, leader of the 27th Squad. I've come here because I have some matters to discuss with Fairy Su. It'd be best if you didn't interfere. I have nothing to say to you. Fairy Su gritted her teeth. This matter only concerns your disciple. Shouldn't Senior stop interfering with this matter and making this bigger than it is? What? Didn't Fairy Su miss an appointment with my disciple? Since you didn't say anything, he had requested others to help him. If you have the skill, you can look for help. Otherwise, disaster will befall your Su clan. The old man's voice turned cold, and he gave the woman a deathly stare. My affairs have nothing to do with the Su clan. Senior can't involve the unrelated. Fairy Su couldn't help but betray her anger. The old man laughed. How are they unrelated? The moment you made an agreement with my disciple, the Su clan were made witnesses. If you don't keep your word, I will have to seek out the witnesses. Fairy Su's face paled even further, and she glanced in Han Li's direction. Although she didn't say anything, her plea for help was beyond obvious. As for the green-eyed man, he wore a helpless expression. Han Li stroked his nose and calmly asked, what was the agreement? To tell the truth, if it wasn't for the fact the woman was a descendant of Fairy Ice Soul or the fact they had some friendship between them, he wouldn't have asked. With his status, he showed his intention to involve himself upon asking that question. The old man's expression faintly changed. The dwarf rolled his eyes and chuckled. It's quite simple. I wanted to marry Fairy Su, and the ice crystal sword is of incredible cold. She promised that if my treasure could withstand a strike of her sword without freezing over, she would agree to marry me. I had already done that, but she planned on reneging her word and has hidden here since. Is this true? Han Li asked her. It is true, but something was done to my magic treasures. Otherwise, an early-stage cultivator like him wouldn't have been able to endure my strike. She wore a furious expression and couldn't help but glance at the old man. Although the old man didn't say anything, his eyes betrayed a trace of smugness. Regardless of the region, you weren't able to freeze over my green wave blade. Now you'll have to agree. The dwarf giggled. Fairy Su remained silent with an extremely icy expression. An icy glint appeared in Han Li's eyes and he imposingly said, So it was like that. However, I don't believe that your magic treasure can withstand her ice crystal sword. Demonstrate this right now. If it is true, I will turn a blind eye to this matter. But if it isn't, I will ask you two to leave. This is the quarters of the 56th Squad, not the 7th. Senior, I good, then let it be so. I hope fellow Taoist Han can remember his own words. When Fairy Su heard this, she was greatly shocked. She thought to say something, but the old man agreed with glee. Because Han Li was an ascended cultivator, the old man was unwilling to incur any grudges over this incident. The dwarf tactfully spat out a green flying sword and had it circle in front of him, a sinister smile clear on his face. The flying sword shined dazzlingly with incredibly light. It appeared to be of no small matter. Han Li narrowed his eyes and blue light flashed from his eyes, clearly seeing through the surface of the sword. This so-called green wave blade possessed two entirely different concentrations of spiritual power. One was weak while one was incredibly strong. It was clear something had been done to this treasure. Under the gaze of so many people, Fairy Su felt apprehension. Nevertheless, she waved her sleeve and summoned a white light. It circled above her to reveal a crystalline flying sword. It was her bonded magic treasure, the ice crystal sword. To tell the truth, she felt largely helpless. Even if a trick was done to the green wave sword, she was only given a little bit of time to refine the myriad-year profound jade that was given to her into the sword. However, this still greatly increased the sword's strength, so there was a chance to seal the blade in ice. Although she released her sword, she didn't dare to immediately attack the green sword. Instead, she hesitantly glanced at Han Li. Han Li took a glance at both of the flying swords and he reached out to one of the swords. Fairy Su felt her sword largely tremble. Then, it flew against her control and arrived in Han Li's hand. He grabbed the sword's hilt and flicked his finger against its body, emitting a phoenix's cry. The sound was extremely pleasant, a near heavenly tone. The old man couldn't help but sneer. Although cultivators of their level could use secret techniques to forcefully boost the might of their magic treasures, it was a difficult task to do this to another treasure. After all, regardless of the nature of the spiritual power and technique will conflict and make it difficult to fuse together. When he forcefully boosted the power of his disciple's magic treasure, he unexpectedly acquired an extremely profound spirit talisman. After spending half a month refining it, it finally became this powerful. As Hanli was only an early deity transformation cultivator, he didn't believe that he could exceed that power in only an instant. Furthermore, sealing the green wave sword in ice was something that only equivalent ice-attributed power could perform. This in itself was a huge restriction. As this quickly flashed through the old man's mind, he had no fear of Han Li's action. A good sword. As if having seen through the old man's thoughts, the corner of Han Li's lip twitched and a silver flame burst out from the hilt of the sword. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around the sword and disappeared into it. The crystalline sword turned silver-white in the blink of an eye. The design of a sailing flame bird now appeared on its surface, lifelike in detail as if it had been carved there from the very beginning. Han Li had forcefully injected his spirit-devouring flame into the ice crystal sword, inducing this bizarre transformation. The spirit-devouring flame was an inconceivable ability that devoured spiritual power. As it was formed from great true flame and pure sun flame essence, it could shift between extreme cold and heat, allowing it to fuse into the flying sword with ease. The old man's eyes widened for a moment and then narrowed his eyes. As for the others, they were greatly shocked. Then, in a gust of wind, Han Li tossed the flying sword back into the air. Fairy Su quickly cast a spell seal at it with joy on her face and quickly regained control. Afterwards, she chanted an incantation and flicked her fingers, striking the sword one after another, completely filling the sword with the entirety of her magic power. Afterwards, the flying sword let out a series of drones and trembled. A layer of silver flames appeared on its surface and wrapped around it, instantly transforming it into a 3-meter-long silver flame bird. The temperature in the entire hall steeply dropped as soon as the flame bird appeared. Even a layer of white shining frost began to appear on the ground. Fairy Su let out a delicate shout, and the flame bird wildly flapped its wings, changing into the green flying sword. Seeing that the ice sword was greatly empowered by Han Li, the dwarf let out a trace of terror and could only grit his teeth, casting a spell seal and commanding his own magic treasure. The green sword blurred as light brightly shined from it. It took the form of a horned green WYRM and fiercely charged forward. A loud explosion shook the air. The green WYRM and the silver flame bird collided, weaving green light and silver flames together. The bird then opened its mouth and bit off half of the flood dragon's body, devouring it without a trace. The dwarf loudly shouted and spat out a glob of blood. He was stupefied in fear. A loud bang sounded from the flame bird and turned into a silver ice mist, covering the damaged green WRM entirely. Under the glow of silver light, a loud crack sounded. A 30-meter-tall boulder of ice appeared in the air. The flood dragon let out a wail inside the ice and it disappeared, only leaving behind a flying sword that dimly shined. Unnoticed by everyone, a thin thread of silver light appeared shot out the mist when the green wave blade revealed itself and silently vanished inside of it. A strange scene occurred. The dwarf was clearly 60 meters away from his magic treasure, but at the same time his blade was frozen. His body collapsed onto the floor as if he fainted. This was a heaven-defying ability of the spirit-devouring flame. Even spatial tempering cultivators couldn't guard against this ability, let alone the magic treasure of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if it was strengthened, it collapsed in a single strike. When Fairy Su saw this, she quickly waved her hand in delight. The silver ice mist condensed back into a silver flying sword and returned to her. Along the way, a ball of silver flame left the sword and shot back towards Han Li, soon to disappear into his body. Meanwhile, the old man Huang Bao recovered from his shock and his body in his rage. He soon appeared at his disciple's side, and he quickly discovered a layer of frost on the dwarf's body. His face was blue as if he died from frostbite. A frozen soul in his body. When Huang Bao saw this, he wore a face of shock. Nevertheless, he was still a deity transformation stage cultivator. He instantly waved his sleeve at the huge boulder of ice and released a streak of red light. Bang! The light quickly coiled around the boulder and a cloud of flame entered the ice. The temperature in the hall sharply rose and the ice was thawed in an instant and the green flying sword recovered its freedom. It immediately returned into the dwarf's body. Hanli looked on with an indifferent expression. To conceal the true abilities of the spirit-devouring flames, he reduced its power and had the ice crystal sword itself freeze over the blade. Otherwise, with its abilities as a heavenly flame, the ice it left behind wouldn't have been easily thawed. However, he did display a bit of might to make sure they knew better than to bother him. He previously commanded a trace of the spirit-devouring flames' extreme cold and had it enter the flying sword. Through the dwarf's mental connection, he had it invade the dwarf's body. This ability to freeze the soul and affect the body was an ability he had only been able to use recently. He also researched related information about this once before. This ability was quite powerful and could only be achieved by a few legendary glacial flames. As such, it was truly quite effective. Hanli became an enigmatic figure in the old man's eyes. The old man quickly took out a fire-red medicine pill and placed it in the dwarf's mouth. He saw the blue color on his face quickly fade away, and he let out a breath before looking at Hanli with a wavering expression. Having thought to himself for a moment, the old man eventually saluted Hanli with a forced smile and said, "Brother Han's abilities are quite fearsome. It is my loss. My disciple will drop the matter of marriage. I will bid farewell." He then brought the dwarf out from the hall. Hanli returned the salute, but he said nothing else. When he saw all trace of the old man leave, his expression sank. Before Fairy Sue could utter her thanks, he coldly asked, "Who is that man?" Fairy Sue was startled. Before she knew the meaning of Hanli's words, the green-eyed man hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, Senior Han. Huang Bao and his disciple comes from a small sect known as Quicksand Valley. It isn't some ancient sect. Huang Bao himself is the sect's greatest cultivator. So it was like that. I don't have to worry about any further troubles." Hanli then turned to her and said, "Fellow Taoist Su, this will be the only time I go out of my way to help you. If something else comes to trouble you, you'd best fend for yourself." Fairy Sue's heart sank, and she respectfully answered, "This junior understands. Many thanks for your help, senior. I definitely won't trouble you in the future." Hanli nodded and then walked out of the hall in bold steps before taking off. When the green-eyed man saw Hanli left, he wryly laughed and said that silver flame actually possessed the power of extreme cold and was able to freeze the soul and enter the body. But it doesn't match the glacial flames of legend. Fellow Taoist Su, Senior Han seems to look after you. Do you know what flame it is? Fairy Su let out a sigh and said, "Senior Han has a faint relation to my ancestor, but this is the first time I've heard of this glacial flame. On the patrol, he engulfed an entire fused beast man with that flame. Having that ability isn't so strange, but it seems that he isn't fond of others hearing about him. Brother Zhua had best keep quiet about this or else." When he heard this, his expression changed and he nodded in agreement. During that time, Hanli was flying towards the market in an azure streak. According to his information, the auction should begin at noon. It would be at the time he arrived. When Hanli arrived, it was nearing noon. In just a moment, he used a secret technique to transform himself into a large man with long facial hair and entered the profound Zenith Hall. The people at the entrance were already enhancing spirit stones for concealment pendants to enter the hall. All of them were at deity transformation stage and above. Hanli even spotted 3 spatial tempering cultivators entering. After some thought, he also walked in and gave the guard a pouch filled with spirit stones. The guard swept his spiritual sense past it and nodded, handing him a jade pendant and opened the way for him. He promptly said, "After you enter, head left." When Hanli heard this, he was stunned and he hesitantly walked in. After they entered the passage, he astonishingly discovered that the straight passage he originally took was now exceptionally twisted and split down the middle. It was like the profound Zenith Hall was completely different. It seemed the restrictions in the hall had changed as well. Nevertheless, Hanli did as the guard advised and headed down the left side. Soon he entered the dark passage and vanished. After the time it took to finish a meal, he found himself in a pitch-black stone room. The room was 3 meters wide with walls to all sides apart from a spacious opening. There were a jade table, a bamboo chair, and a table with a red spell plate. There were many of these stone rooms densely packed spread across 300 meters in the air. They were flying stone rooms. The entire hall was 3,000 meters wide and nearly had 1,000 stone rooms floating above it. Faint azure talisman characters glowed from the surface of the stone room. Each room had a considerable distance between the two, as if they were floating lamps. Hanli sat down in the chair, looked down at the auction below, and clocked his tongue. In the instant he entered the large hall, he entered an odd spell formation and teleported to the room. Under examination, he discovered the room wasn't only suspended in air, but it also blocked spiritual sense. With the addition of the light pendant concealing them, it would guarantee the animosity of the bidders. It appeared the master of the auction knew that cultivators feared arousing envy and spent much time on how to solve this. Hanli leaned back in his chair and rested his eyes for a short time. Soon, another several hundred cultivators entered the hall, nearly filling it to its brim. Hanli widely opened his eyes and took a breath. When one normally entered the auction, they needed to be at deity transformation stage at the very least. But this small auction managed to gather nearly 1,000 deity transformation cultivators. This was something that couldn't even be imagined in the mortal realm. However, this was also impossible to happen unless it occurred in the other cultivator cities in the 3 human regions, barring Deep Heaven City. Suddenly, melodic rings ranged through the hall. The hall's open gates slow closed with a creak and a clack. The dim hall now became completely dark. Immediately, several head-sized moonlight stones appeared above the auction. The appearance of their soft white light caused the cultivators to unconsciously look down. On a 30-meter-tall platform, a spell formation suddenly appeared, followed by a flash of white light. A white-robed old man made an appearance. As soon as he appeared, the cultivators became restless. A few even uttered the old man's name in shock. Grandmaster Qi. Why would he appear here? Could it be the auction? Whispers continued to echo through the hall. When Hanli heard the disturbance, his heart stirred and he curiously examined the old man. He only possessed mid-deity transformation cultivators, but his head full of silver hair and his friendly face gave him a bearing expected of a dignified cultivator. When he heard others address him as Grandmaster, he reckoned the title should come from astonishing attainments in either pill refinement or some other art. The white-robed old man coughed and spoke with a gentle voice. It seems I don't need to introduce myself to you. Many of you do recognize me. Normally, I wouldn't appear at such an event, but this auction has things that I've personally appraised. Furthermore, I am greatly interested in these items and took the initiative to act as the auction host. It appears that none of you have any objections. Qi Lao must be joking. Having a tool refinement master to host the auction is exactly what we would want. Not bad, not bad. Brother Qi's personal appraisal can't be wrong. We'll be more at ease. Praise repeatedly sounded through the floating rooms. Although many of the cultivators didn't say anything, they also raised no opposition. It appeared that the white-robed old man was quite famous. The old man continued, "In order for everyone to know what's going on, I'll give you a preview of what to expect. There will be 3 items of extraordinary value. They were rarely seen in the last several hundred years. Among them are top-quality items from the wilderness and a spirit treasure that has rose up to the primal myriad spirit rankings. As for the last item, it is an entire set of cultivation arts that was left behind by a late-stage body integration senior that shook the worlds of both humans and demons. The cultivators were greatly alarmed, as if they couldn't believe what they just heard. The entire hall was filled with silence. The item from the wilderness wasn't much as it was unknown, but a spirit treasure on the primal spirit rankings and the primary cultivation art of a body integration stage cultivator were incredibly rare treasures. If any of those items appeared on the outside, it would provoke a massacre. As the hearts of these cultivators heavily thumped, the atmosphere became extremely grave. Brother Qi, since there are such important items at the auction, why wasn't it advertised so we could prepare more spirit stones? Why was it kept hidden? An odd childlike voice sounded from one of the stone rooms. Having already anticipated this question, the old man smiled and answered, "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The reason why the auction was kept a secret is that the owner of these 3 treasures are the same person and had personally made this request to the auction. As for why, I do not know, but the auction didn't refuse it. However, I can guarantee that these treasures are genuine. Of course, since these headline treasures may have arrived on short notice, but you may trade for these treasures using items of equivalent value. The items will be priced a tenth below the value that 3 of the market's appraisal grandmasters and me, so feel at ease. When they heard his reply, the cultivators felt a sense of amazement. Feeling overjoyed, they felt no further need to ask any questions. Old Man Chi saw there were no more objections and promptly announced the start of the bid with a clap of his hands. Over 10 various colored lights promptly flew out onto the stage. After the light faded, 10 beautiful palace-robed women appeared from behind him. Each woman possessed core formation cultivation and held a box of varying size. Following convention, we will begin the auction with finished goods and then move on to materials and secret techniques. The headline items will be auctioned last. For the first item of the auction, we have 3 bottles of the Bright Heart Pills, Cultivation Progression Medicine for Deity Transformation Cultivators. Starting bid is 300,000 spirit stones, with each increase being at least 50,000. The white-robed old man waved his hand. Suddenly, one of the women gracefully walked in front of him and raised her hand, opening the box to reveal 3 small jade bottles. The old man waved his hand in front of the bottles and summoned one into his hand. He skillfully opened it and tilted it, dropping a pure white crystalline pill into his hand. Its dense medicinal scents immediately scattered. The white-haired old man promptly held the pill in 2 of his fingers and waved it towards the cultivators. An inconceivable event occurred. The shining pill's surface immediately released an azure and red glow. They were dazzling as if they were gems, and the air filled with its medicinal scent became several times stronger. I've already demonstrated the Bright Heart Pill's characteristics to you. I'm sure you don't have any further doubts. You may begin the bid. 350,000. 400,000. 450. Suddenly, a large and a small ball of purple light appeared above the platform. It lit up to show the number of spirit stones on the current bid and which room the bidder was in. From the start of the auction, the price surged. It appeared that these deity transformation cultivators had great uses for these spirit stones. This was to be expected. Although the headline items were tempting, a majority of cultivators couldn't hope to acquire time. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to grab smaller items while the rich were distracted. After Hanli returned to his abode, he would be able to refine the clear jade pill and wouldn't need to bid on similar items. He simply watched the bid until the pills were won for 600,000 spirit stones. At that moment, many others had the same thoughts as Hanli to quietly wait until the auction of the 3 headline items. To tell the truth, Hanli was somewhat interested in the spirit treasure and the divine materials, but he wasn't going to participate in the auction. However, the main cultivation technique of the late body integration stage cultivator greatly tempted him. Han Li's Azure Essence Sword Art had been cultivated to the peak of its potential. Although his other abilities are powerful, once his divine essence-fused light was fully cultivated, its might grew alongside his cultivation. The heavenly spirit devouring flame also relied on his body's progression to increase its power. Neither of them were of any assistance in increasing his cultivation stage. Without a suitable technique guiding his cultivation, his body would surely implode from excessive spiritual qi if he continued to rely on pills. Now that Han Li wanted to increase his cultivation, there were 2 paths for him. One was what common cultivators used. Find another set of high-grade cultivation arts to continue cultivation. However, suddenly changing to an unfamiliar cultivation art midway was bound to be inevitable. Furthermore, if he wasn't careful, it would produce conflict with his original cultivation art and produce fewer results than the effort he put in. The other cultivation method was to read through the experiences of body refiners, figuring out a path that was rarely tread. That was magic and body dual cultivation. He would have to seek out a devilish sect or demon clan's technique related to body refinement. Both devilish sect and demon clan techniques will not only strengthen his body to a high level when cultivated, but they will also increase his magic power. However, not only is this method rarely seen, but it is also incredibly difficult. Although some human cultivators chose this method, those that succeeded were a sparse few. Originally, the potential of a human's body couldn't compare to the elder devils and the demon clan. Once a human's flesh body was cultivated to a certain strength, it couldn't be progressed further apart from outstanding individuals. But when dual cultivation progresses to the highest levels, Not only will one possess astonishing power, but their chances of breaking through bottlenecks are far beyond similar level cultivators. This caused Han Li to feel a bit of conflict over what to choose. He did happen to possess a set of dual cultivation arts. They are the heaven-bearing devil art and the techniques from the sacred provenance plate. Han Li already confirmed that those two techniques are closely related to one another and the bright jade arts. Since all three techniques can be cultivated separately and all possess their own abilities, they can be considered a set of cultivation arts and can be cultivated in sequence. If he cultivated them without relation to one another, the other two techniques wouldn't have a previous foundation for cultivation and the strength would be only displayed at 1/10 of its potential. But if he cultivated them together from the very start and restored the set of dual cultivation arts, they would reach their full potential. Although these techniques originated from an extremely powerful devilish art from the true devil realm, after passing through expert revisions from the human Buddhist sects and the devilish Tao as well as the demon clan, they were now entirely different. Cultivating magic and body didn't use true devil chi but worldly essence chi. Although Han Li researched this on his own and felt that these three techniques could be cultivated together, in truth, there hasn't been any human that attempted it before. When the Buddhist sect's bright jade arts and the devil Tao's heaven-bearing devil arts were created, they were regarded as different cultivation techniques. And the sacred provenance plates techniques was a legacy passed down by the mortal realm's demon king. It was missing two parts, but it couldn't be the same as the bright jade arts and the heaven-bearing devil arts. If he truly cultivated them together, who knows what problems he could encounter. However, it was without question that the heavenly provenance plate was a dual cultivation technique that far exceeded others. And the might of his body cultivating the bright jade arts has become brutal to the point of being able to use brute strength to fight nascent soul cultivators. If he could cultivate the other two, who knows what power he could achieve. Cultivating purely magic power or dual cultivation each had their advantages and downsides. The first made quicker progression, was easier to cultivate, and was more reliable. The other kind was difficult and risky, but it led to overbearing strength. It would also increase his chances of even greater cultivation. As a result, Han Li still remained hesitant and had yet to come to a true decision. He had always made note of commonly cultivated high-grade techniques, but he never came across anything suitable in the market. It wasn't that there wasn't any high-grade spatial tempering arts being sold, but after using the divine essence-fused light and the heavenly spirit devouring flames, he felt common techniques to be beneath him. Now that he heard a set of late-body integration stage techniques were being auctioned, his heart stirred. If the cultivation art was truly suitable, he would give up his shaky path on dual cultivation. As Han Li pondered this with worry, Old Man Qi auctioned off the medicine pills in succession. They were all auctioned off at several times their base price. After all the medicine pills had finished bidding, all of the female cultivators holding the boxes flew up to the winners of the bid and exchanged them for spirit stones. Most of them, including the Bright Heart pill, were used for early deity transformation stage cultivators. Only 2 of them were for mid-stage deity transformation cultivators, while none of them were for late-stage cultivators. This was no surprise. Even with the density of spiritual qi and abundance of spiritual medicines in the spirit realm, the primary ingredients for deity transformation stage medicine pills were found in the wilderness. If the herbs could be raised by humans, they would either take too much time or were difficult to nurture. As such, it was naturally rare for deity transformation stage medicine pills to appear on sale. Furthermore, the success rate of refining these medicines were incredibly low. Even if one succeeded in creating a late-stage medicine pill, he would keep it for himself, not auction it off. This was why even in Deep Heaven City, where pill refinement materials were abundant, early deity transformation stage medicines are always scarce, let alone those for mid-stage. With the auction for medicine pills over, the old man waved his hand and the women behind him immediately took another set of boxes. They opened the boxes to reveal different styled jade boxes. They were medicine as well, but they weren't for cultivation progression. They were antidotes and for healing wounds. Another round of bidding began. These medicine pills weren't nearly as well received. Although they were all bid away, their prices were far lower than the last round. To a cultivator, one could never lack for cultivation medicine. These kinds of assistance medicines would only be prepared in few numbers, so they wouldn't be fiercely bid on. One that was done, The women took out wooden boxes with restriction talismans out of their storage bracelet. It was then that the lax atmosphere in the hall became more fervent. These talismans were all torn off to reveal treasures of sparkling light. There were more commonly seen magic blades and sabers, but there were also seals, medallion, mirrors, and other top-grade ancient treasures of rarer forms. The white-robed old man soon reached out to one of the boxes and summoned a bronze token into his hand. They saw the old man toss the token into the air and formed an incantation gesture, striking it with a spell seal. After it twirled through the air, it suddenly turned into 3 hollow copies and shot out. It turned into 3 20-meter-long pythons, 1 azure, 1 red, 1 white, and all sitting in a coil while suspended in midair. They all looked formidable. Old Man Chi spoke with a clear tone. Venomous python token. The primary material to refine them was 3 snake-type ancient beasts. Control their soul manifestations to attack. Joined together, they will be at the level of 3 nascent soul stage assistants. It can be considered to be a rare, exceptional treasure. Starting bid is at 2 million spirit stones. Each increase will add 100,000. 2 million. Although 3 nascent soul assistants aren't much in the eyes of a deity transformation cultivator, in a crucial moment it could be used as a surprise move. 2,200,000. After a brief silence, the bidding war started. 2,300,000. Each of the treasures were bidded. After 2 waves, the final treasures on display were spirit treasures. The prices had reached a height of disbelief. Although they were only lowest-grade spirit treasures, the spatial tempering stage cultivators continued to vie for them. Each spirit treasure would greatly increase their odds of surviving greater tribulation. In past auctions, headline items would likely be on par with these spirit treasures. However, there were a few spatial tempering stage cultivators that viewed this with indifference. They were saving their bids for the last 3 items. Although it can be considered a spirit treasure, common spirit treasures and a divine spirit treasure on the primal myriad spirit rankings were vastly different in power. If one had an opportunity to take a hold of such a treasure, they wouldn't easily relinquish it. All this time, Han Li hadn't participated in any bids and remained quiet in his room. Then came time for the rare materials and secret techniques to be auctioned off. Han Li quickly paid attention with roused spirits. A rare item and a rare cultivation art were quickly bid on. And when the white-robed old man uttered the words "a vial of true toad spirit blood," Han Li's face lit up. He originally thought to bid on it, but when the white-haired old man said the starting bid was at 1,500,000 spirit stones, Han Li's mouth twitched. This starting price was far higher than the other materials that were auctioned. Before Han Li could think of the number of spirit stones to offer for the spirit liquid, he suddenly heard a price that caused his heart to sink. 3 million spirit stones. A voice lazily spoke from a remote corner of the hall. Other cultivators that wanted to offer a bid fell silent, and he all looked over in shock. It was a pity that they weren't able to see anything due to the restrictions of the rooms. True Toad Liquid Blood was the required material to refine True Toad Liquid, but a price of 3 million was beyond the upper bound of most bidders. For a time, the hall fell deathly quiet. Han Li tensely frowned and looked at the auction stage. The white-robed old man was holding the bottle of liquid with a wavering expression.